Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. What is the true pinnacle of gaming? To compete with swords, to defeat a famous #1 player. The announcer announced that player Chuck, who was in first place, was killed again in a matter of seconds by player Sid and exploded into fireworks, to break a record that had stood for years. The main character slashed at his opponent. The announcer shouted that God Sid had broken the combo record that Luke had held for many years. 210, 220, 230, 240. The combo was still going and the limit had not yet been reached. The guy was focused on his opponent, Luke. Sid asked how much he thought he could beat his record. His opponent could not withstand the barrage of blows. Sid left the battlefield as the winner. The announcer announced a combo of 250. He broke out in a cold sweat and shouted that a 250 combo was the limit of Luke's health, but not the limit of God Sid's health. The audience gave the protagonist a thumbs up. The strong will be defeated, the record will be broken. So what does this peak mean? The protagonist received the award for the best warrior of Linksy and was congratulated on winning the game of the strongest. Sid was immortalized in the Hall of Fame as the youngest member of the Hall of Fame. But he did not think so much about fame, notoriety, and wealth, but about that girl with a bow. One day, the protagonist came home with tattered clothes. He opened the package, which contained a medical report of severe brain damage and that his neural response was now delayed by 3 seconds. Sid's brain was not working properly, causing even weaklings and losers to laugh at him. One day, he received a system notification from the Zhulong Guild to revoke the summoning request and send a public letter of apology, which was literally a public humiliation. Sid was thinking about many things in his heart: pursuit, destruction, hunting, betrayal, account deletion, quitting the game. He leaned back in his chair in front of the computer, thinking about giving up and giving up. But the guy didn't want to fail. Information appeared on the screen that Spiritual Pain was closed, and that today at 12 at night there would be a launch of the Heavenly Order, going beyond the Spiritual Pain project. It promised more in-game professions, new game modes, and, of course, fierce battles. Sid, unwilling to accept such a fate, put on his helmet again and set off. The protagonist first had to choose a profession, of which there were 10. But he decided to unlock the hidden profession of the Death Knight. The time showed 12. Sid was surprised that at the beginning they did not give any points. The skeleton rose from the grave. The protagonist examined his new body and joyously noted that he was now truly a living dead. The guy covered his face with his hands. He had a headache and didn't understand what was wrong with him. His clothes were all torn, but he didn't seem to have any injuries. He tried to figure out where he was, but he couldn't remember anything. However, he felt like he couldn't give up. June 30th, 2035. The guy walked up to the door of apartment building 502 Dream Star and saw a box. He assumed it was what he lost when he moved. He leaned against the wall and said that he thought his boss would help him find it. This guy's name was Sid. The protagonist carried the box into the house. Even though they were just useless photo albums, he had a lot of memories associated with them. He put the box on the table and started unpacking it. The protagonist put his hand inside. He picked up a photo and remembered what the first place in Voyage of the Star Sea was. He wondered how Chuck was doing. Sid smiled as he looked at the photo. Looking back, he realized that these were truly precious memories. This was the starting point of his esports career. 5 years ago, China, the national center of esports. Chuck arrogantly declared from the stage that although he was very happy to come here and even learned a few phrases in Chinese, he was disappointed with the first day of the competition. He said that the level of play here was boring and that he was met by losers. The crowd did not like this and people grumbled. Chuck hid his hands in his pockets and told the audience in English that he did not understand them. He played Voyage of the Star Sea from South Korea under the nickname Incredible Power. One of the spectators jumped up from his chair and began to be indignant at what Chuck said. He said that he personally would defeat him in seconds. The guy called Chuck shameless if he really thought he was invincible with such results. Chuck took the microphone from the host. He pointed at the crowd in irritation and shouted into the microphone that they were surprisingly confident. Chuck decided that in that case he would be happy to rehabilitate this bunch of trash. He tossed the microphone to the dumbfounded announcer and asked for a verbatim translation. Chuck frowned and turned away. The announcer really wanted to quit. He warned the audience that there was a big difference between what they thought and reality. The people in the audience were stunned and afraid to even move when the announcer announced that if they were not satisfied with what Mr. Chuck said, he would gladly accept a challenge from someone in the audience. He hoped that the players would resolve the issue in a civilized manner. Alex received a verbatim translation of Chuck's words over the phone. He became angry and became convinced that the translator was lying to them. Chuck stood proudly on the stage. Alex begged Sid to do something about this big guy, but Sid refused, saying that he was not interested. Alex put his finger to his chin, urged his friend not to be a coward, and offered to take him out to dinner if he won. The protagonist increased the price to 2 dinners. Alex happily agreed, and Sid stood up from his chair. The audience cheered for him, hoping for his victory. The commentator noticed that someone had left. The protagonist walked past the rows of people. The host announced that Sid was a freshman from University S, ready to challenge him. One viewer thought she had heard of him somewhere, but most were skeptical. Chuck irritably urged the guy not to overestimate himself. Sid yawned. He put his headphones on his head and decided to quickly sort everything out so he could go eat as soon as possible. The protagonist sat down at the keyboard. The commentator said that this guy was from the famous esports University S, which graduated many industry leaders. He was looking forward to an exciting match and warned that the competition was about to begin. Sid quickly pressed the keys. The announcer noticed that Chuck ignored the provided A rank mechanics and went straight to the S rank mechanics. He thought that the protagonist simply had to choose the A rank mechanics from the library, but Sid's decision shocked him. To the announcer's surprise, he ignored the library altogether and chose the S rank mechanics, which seemed shameless. However, it showed that Sid was a worthy player of his country who was not going to play the role of a wingman. The announcer exclaimed that player Chuck activated a fire pillar, but player Sid deftly dodged the enemy's killing blow. Chuck was sweating profusely and thought that this was impossible. The announcer was shocked because after dodging the attack, the protagonist immediately attacked in response. The protagonist destroyed the S rank core with one blow of his sword. Chuck slammed the table and demanded a rematch. The announcer announced that he was back in the game with an S rank robot, but soon apologized and said that player Chuck was destroyed again in just 9 seconds. Instant kill. The next round, Chuck exploded again like a New Year's firework. He seemed desperate, but still did not give up. Sid got up and left after 5 wins, explaining that he did not have time and was hungry. The commentator handed the microphone to the protagonist and said that Chuck thought he was a technically strong player. He asked Sid how much experience he had in battles and why he had never seen him in competitions. The audience was delighted with the protagonist. Sid scratched his cheek and said that today was his first time playing. He said that he had only become an adult 2 months ago, so he had recently come to the computer club. The guy admitted that until yesterday he did not know how to play. Chuck cursed. Everyone in the crowd began to give Sid a thumbs up, encourage him, and call him the new king of the battle arena. They called him the future of China in esports, and the women thought he was a hottie. Alex raised the phone above the people's heads. He took a photo of Sid. The photo was now framed on the protagonist's desk. Since then, he had become an esports star. He later learned that Chuck had retired due to psychological problems. The protagonist looked out the window and remembered that when he became famous, he chose the popular game Grief and took the nickname Dust. He had successfully started his path to dominance in the esports arena of his country. The guy noticed the box and took out a trophy. He took it in his hands with a grim look. It was his first trophy in Grief, won in their first competition against each other. The final for the title of the best Grief player, a sword fight. People were amazed by the strength of the player in the Hall of Fame. They watched the battle of 2 great gods live. The outcome of the fight was difficult to predict. Stones fell. There were no tricks in this battle, only a battle of sword and flesh. The spectators were sure that the competitions of such professionals were much more exciting. The player's fearsome sword glowed red. The announcer raised his fist and announced that he had finally used the Dragon Flame Strike. But Sid calmly parried the attack. He looked at his opponent and said that it was his turn now. The protagonist's eye flashed and his blade began to emit waves. The announcer drew attention to Sid's complex mountain sword dance technique. The protagonist attacked continuously and his opponent went on the defensive. 50, 60, 70 the combo continued to grow. Without stopping the attack, the guy asked his opponent if he could break his record this time. The opponent, defending himself, remained silent. The announcer exclaimed that the mountain sword dance continued to deal damage and had accumulated a 197 combo. Sid continued to attack. The announcer was shocked because he had already broken the last record of 196 combos, but the limit was not yet reached. He announced that the defense was broken and that Luke could not cope with the mountain sword dance combo. The protagonist left the battlefield, wiping the blood off his blade. The announcer couldn't believe that he had reached 250 combo. He loudly announced that a new champion had been born today. His assistant added that 250 combo attacks was a new record, but clearly not Sid's limit. The announcer exclaimed that they had seen the birth of a new king, a new legend, and congratulated the protagonist on being the best player in Sorrow. Holding the trophy in his hands, the guy thought that this was their only official battle. The guy felt sad because he didn't know that they would write the number of combos on the trophy. He felt like it was more of a trophy for his combos than for him, and he remembered how people laughed at him for it. Sid pulled out a red plaque and said that thanks to his records, he entered the Hall of Fame, going down in history as the youngest member of the Hall of Fame. He was on the front pages of newspapers every day. The protagonist looked at his medical report and was upset that life is impermanent. Sid's face darkened. He had been having so much fun, and now he felt embarrassed about it. And all because of that accident. The protagonist was sitting in a hospital office. The doctor told the guy that his recovery was going very well and that he had managed to recover from such a serious accident in just 6 months. However, he warned that this did not affect his nervous system. The doctor said that Sid's nervous response had a 3-second delay, which should not affect everyday life, but it would definitely affect high intellectual activities. The protagonist's brain sent signals slowly. People were discussing the fall of the former king, whose rating had dropped again and who was now in 100th place. Nearby, there were 3 people from the same team. The player dressed as a clown noticed that there were only 100 people in the Hall of Fame. He was in 98th place and was wondering if they would give him a new certificate. The protagonist was in despair. He looked at the team. At first, the players were scared, but then they remembered that they were higher in the ranking and that there were 3 of them. After the car accident, Sid became the cause of everyone's ridicule. The protagonist frowned and cursed. The 3 players broke out in a cold sweat, scared of him. The protagonist let go of the sword handle and decided that they were not to blame. He left, and only then did the clown try to seem brave, urging him to leave. Arriving at the Ancient Sword Guild, Sid was shocked by its condition. He thought that it had been robbed and called the boss. A female archer came out to him. The guy asked what had happened to this place. This girl with golden eyes was the deputy head of the Ancient Sword Guild. Her name was Liz. She said that some members of the guild, fearing persecution, decided to leave the guild, beating and robbing everyone along the way and smashing everything they could. Liz complained that they were worse than the enemy guild. Sid lowered his head and asked the boss how she was feeling. The girl told him not to worry and assured him that everything was fine. The protagonist wanted to talk about his withdrawal request. He became gloomy and suggested that if he left, these enemies would leave the soul of the ancient sword's dream alone. Liz put her hand on his shoulder and said that he was talking nonsense. The deputy leader put the bow behind her back and reminded the protagonist that he was one of the founders of the guild. She stated that out of the 4 stars of the sun, moon, and dust, they could not lose even one. The appearance of the guild now was a pitiful sight. Liz believed that their target was Sid, as well as the ancient sword soul's dream. She said that their guild was too famous back then, and the fastest way to become the new king was to defeat the past one. The girl concluded that there were too many people who wanted to step on their bones and ascend to the throne. The protagonist rested his hand on his hip. Liz remembered that yesterday someone had sent Sid an invitation to a competition on behalf of the guild. The guy asked if she was talking about the candle shadow chaos, and the deputy leader confirmed it. The protagonist's face darkened even more and he declined the offer, deciding that he couldn't defeat it now. Liz tried to decline the request on behalf of the guild, but the system returned an error message. The protagonist looked at her and asked what was wrong. The girl replied that the senior manager of the Dragon Candle Guild had withdrawn his request and would bring a public letter of apology. Sid was puzzled and didn't understand who they were going to apologize to. The girl said that the Dragon Candle wanted to apologize to them because they thought that the protagonist was not qualified to compete with the Candle Shadow Chaos. The protagonist jumped up. Liz added that such a challenge would only lower the value of the Candle Shadow Chaos. Both of them looked gloomy. The boss explained that they thought that the random summoning of the Candle Shadow Chaos had some impact on their guild, Ancient Sword Dream Soul, and so they decided to apologize to them. She said that the letter had been shared more than 1,000,000 times in the game, meaning everyone knew about it. Liz was worried about Sid, so she asked if he was okay. The guy remained silent, looking down. He pretended not to be upset, and decided to continue clearing the dungeon in that case. The girl watched him go. She was just as desperate. Sid was thinking about all this in his soul. After the apology letter incident, which was a joint effort led by the Dragon Candle Guild, the Ancient Sword Dream Soul had completely lost all credibility. The protagonist's career as an esports player had come to an end. Sid got out of the shower and dried his head with a towel. He remembered how, at the end, he and the boss had burned down the 7 Dragon Meadows before their guild closed down, and then deleted their accounts and left the game. It was a pleasant memory. This act was Sid and Liz's way of expressing their dissatisfaction with the Ancient Sword Dream Soul. The guy looked at the time. It was 7 o'clock. He noticed the computer and decided that he might as well use it before going to bed. The game was loading slowly, and the protagonist compared the loading delay to his own, which also seemed quite slow. Sid looked at the screen and saw himself in the forum header again. He clicked the mouse. Then he looked closer. Finally, the protagonist opened his profile page. He was shocked that they all left the game, and then there were 100,000 comments cursing him. The protagonist leaned back in his chair and thought that if it weren't for the enemies chasing him non-stop, he wouldn't have burned down the 7 Dragon Meadows like that. He didn't move. It was hard for him. Sid raised his head, wondered why he was browsing the forum again, and decided to go to bed. Looking under the table, Sid saw a sealed box. The inscription on it said that inside was the game helmet Heavenly Order, sent especially for the Hall of Fame by the Aheng Group. The guy was surprised that he had been persecuted for so long that he even managed to forget how he himself was a member of the Hall of Fame. He wanted to unpack the helmet. Sid clicked the mouse and the opening screen of the game Heavenly Order opened, a game that was advertised as a masterpiece surpassing Spiritual Pain. The warning on the screen said that Spiritual Pain was closed and the release of Heavenly Order would take place at 12 midnight. The developers promised a design that was significantly superior to Spiritual Pain, more game classes, new gameplay modes, and brutal battles that would make players happy. Sid appreciated the level of graphics and effects in this game and admitted that they were more advanced than in Spiritual Pain. But that strange slogan at the bottom of the screen was annoying him. The screen shone in the protagonist's face and asked how he could be delighted if he was not there. Sid put on his headphones after hearing a notification about a voice call from Alex. The protagonist greeted his friend. Sid stared at the monitor and asked Alex what he wanted from him in the middle of the night. His friend was furious that the protagonist had disappeared somewhere. His phone was turned off and he did not appear in the messenger. The protagonist replied that he forgot and did not know where he went. Alex was surprised and thought that Sid was drunk. He told them that Spiritual Pain was closed, but urged them to ignore such disappointments since he wanted to get back what they had lost with the help of the Heavenly Order. Hearing this, the protagonist looked away, said that he had given up, and asked his friend to go to the Heavenly Order himself. Alex frowned and demanded that his friend stop joking about this. He began to doubt that he was still talking to the Sid he knew. The protagonist reminded him that he had changed and could no longer play. He did not want to humiliate himself again. He asked Alex to hang up if he had nothing else to say. His friend got angry and yelled at the protagonist. He reminded him that Sid was a debutant who had torn Chuck apart, defeated the Candle Shadow Chaos Guild, and was also the youngest member of the Hall of Fame. The guy was shocked that his friend was going to give up so easily, so he asked if he really wanted to. The protagonist said that it was, and claimed that Alex didn't understand. His interlocutor shouted again that he knew that when someone was being bullied, he had to fight back. He had seen a guild with only 5 people left end up being harassed and quitting the game, and he couldn't believe that they actually wanted to end it that way. Sid remained silent, but Alex wanted him to say something. Alex recalled the humiliation of the first Spiritual Pain warrior to accept the challenge, receiving an apology letter. He really didn't like the fact that his friend was going to just accept it. Sid got angry and loudly protested, not understanding how he could be prepared or even think about anything. He said that he logged in every day and was harassed, his comrades were harassed and quit the game, and he was no longer a member of the Hall of Fame. Alex gritted his teeth and declared that Sid was an idiot. The protagonist hung his head. His interlocutor called him a coward and said goodbye forever. The protagonist took off his headphones and heard beeps. Alex's words stuck in his head. The guy remembered the admiring shouts of the host during his battle with Luke when he set a record of 250 combos. He was the champion then. In the end, everything came to public humiliation and relentless persecution of him and his comrades. The guild was broken. Each of these events were unforgettable for Sid. He was the one who saw the top and therefore decided that he would never rot in the dirt of the ditch. The protagonist put on his helmet, thinking that Alex was right. He was ready to start a new battle in the Heavenly Order. Sid relaxed in his chair. The protagonist felt something strange. It seemed to him as if he was traveling through a sea of data. He was simply shocked and did not believe that the VR technologies of the Aheng group were so advanced. The guy appeared in the initial location, in the Temple of Instructions. He looked at how the texture of the stone columns was modeled and appreciated the realistic feeling, as if he had really been transported to another place. Sid admitted that it was a worthy masterpiece, much better than Spiritual Pain. Suddenly, someone greeted him by name and said that they were glad to see him in the Temple of Guidance. The guy saw a fairy-like creature next to him, who introduced herself as the system spirit Pixie. Sid greeted her. Pixie leaned towards the protagonist and warned that after confirmation, he would become a member of the Hall of Fame in the region of Country 2, and he would have exclusive ID privileges. She asked if he wanted to continue using his usual ID. The guy gloomed and thought that this ID was the biggest joke of the Hall of Fame. He entered a new ID in the field, deciding that its change would indicate a new start, and now he is not a member of the Hall of Fame Sid, but a player sinking spear. The protagonist pressed the confirm button. Pixie leaned towards the screen and read the ID. Sid chuckled. The protagonist laughed loudly and scared the system spirit. He declared that the iron of the sinking spear had not yet melted, and vowed that he would grind and polish it to restore its former glory. The guy thought that these words were very poetic and praised himself for his poetry, after which he exclaimed that he, the remnant of the dream soul of the ancient sword, was returning. The frightened Pixie flew away from the player and asked if he wanted to start the competition and choose a profession. Sid started without hesitation. 10 figures appeared in front of him, meaning 10 professions. The protagonist looked around and thought about which one would suit him best now. He first noticed the agile knight and the balanced warrior. The guy looked around and noticed a hologram of an archer dealing damage to a single target. Sid closed his eyes and cursed at how difficult it was to choose. He considered returning to his old role as a warrior. The system prompted that the helmet was initiating an operation to collect blood samples for body detection. The device appeared above the protagonist's forehead. It stuck a needle into the skin and hissed softly. The system reported that blood sampling had begun. Sid gripped the armrests, shocked that the VR helmet was collecting samples. The system informed that the sampling was complete and began detecting the player's body. Then it began warning that the protagonist's heart rate was 30% lower than normal human values, body temperature by 70%, blood pressure by 40%, brainwave response was elevated by 120%, and vital signs were lowered by 50%. Sid was scared, not understanding what was happening and why everything was red. He assumed that his VIP helmet level was fake. Light came on from his apartment. The protagonist screamed. The protagonist put his finger to his chin and asked what class was causing such a stir. Pixie replied that by referring to Sid's physique, the system had unlocked a hidden class and offered him to take a look. The guy agreed. A purple silhouette appeared to his right. The system congratulated the protagonist on unlocking the hidden class of the Death Knight, the strongest warrior from Hell, a descendant of the Asura clan, a master of the deadly power of Hell itself, the ruler of all night spirits. Sid's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at the hologram in front of him and exclaimed that it was amazing. The protagonist considered the Death Knight, a warrior class belonging to a special race, to be ideal. The clock showed 12 a.m. The system asked Sinking Spear if he wanted to log in right now, and he agreed without hesitation. The time had come to rise, and the hand of the dead man appeared from one of the graves in the village of beginners for the undead. Sid emerged from the grave and was indignant that his respawn point was so dirty. He realized who he had become and cursed. The protagonist looked at himself in disappointment and thought that this was somehow wrong and had nothing in common with the original picture of the Death Knight. The system suggested that the death skeleton was the initial form of the knight. The protagonist decided that everything was not so bad, because it was a special class, and the skeleton was also cool, even if instead of blood and flesh he felt emptiness. He frowned, clearly thinking about something important. Sid looked into his pants and confirmed his fears. He noted that in ordinary life he was a man with bones and hot blood, and here only bones remained of him. A dark figure with a staff came into the light and saw a small skeleton. Sid was scared and asked who he was. The old man with a beard said that he was Graham, the main mage of the village of beginners for the undead. He addressed the awakened night spirit, commanded it to take up its sword and set out on a journey, fighting for the rule of the night spirits with courage and strength. The system displayed a hint that the protagonist had received a starter set of equipment for a beginner from the head mage of the village of beginners for the undead. The skeleton admitted that Graham had scared him. He looked at his inventory and saw a broken iron sword and a torn cape there and decided that this was better than nothing. The protagonist pressed the button and simply equipped it. Sid proudly raised the sword above his head and shouted that the Death Knight was here. He thought that with this armor, his stats should have increased dramatically. The skeleton opened the stat panel and fell silent. After checking the numbers, he was disappointed by how small they were. Graham walked up close to the small skeleton and whispered in his ear a question asking if he wanted to become stronger. The mage touched the protagonist's chin, offered to give him a couple of hints and said that he had a lot of tricks. Sid recoiled, replied that hints were good, but he was not ready to sell himself. Graham raised his staff into the sky and advised the protagonist to come and take the quest, since he had no meat for trading anyway. Windows appeared in front of the skeleton with a message about accepting the quest to kill big-eared rabbits of the lowest difficulty F and with a description of the task. Sid needed to kill 20 rabbits and collect 5 bunches of coarse wool from their paws, bring it to the chief mage of the village of beginners for the undead and receive a certain reward. The protagonist noticed that the old man had a lot of jokes in store. He doubted it, but tried to convince himself that killing 20 rabbits should be easy for him. In the Carrot Meadows, the protagonist discovered animals of the 2nd and 3rd levels. He rushed towards one of the rabbits and stabbed it in the back with his sword, dealing a critical hit. The skeleton thought it was easy. He was attacked by an irritated rodent. Sid raised his sword and prepared for the arrival of the prey. Using Phantom, he calculated that the rabbit would be in position to strike in 3 seconds, tensed up and swung. To the surprise of the protagonist, he missed and assumed that this rabbit had super fast speed. The animal hit him in the skull with its paw. The protagonist fell and burst into tears. He did not understand why it did not work, because he attacked 3 seconds earlier to remove the delay. Sid got up from the grass and decided to try again. He attacked the rabbit twice and missed again. The skeleton's enemy jumped on his blade. The protagonist was not satisfied. He lowered his head and prepared to try again. The rabbit beat him at a delay of 3 seconds, 2, 1 and even at 0.9 seconds. The protagonist flew into the air. When he had 3 health points left, he realized that it was not the rabbit that was fast, but his delay had decreased. He looked at the monsters below him and shouted to Liz and Alex, as well as the Chaos of Shadow Candles, that he, the #1 swordsman in the world, had returned. Sid respawned at the respawn point and was upset that he had actually been killed by a bunch of rabbits. The skeleton took the sword and walked back, deciding that Alex and the others did not need to know this and putting aside the awkwardness. The protagonist scratched his head and wondered how his delay could have decreased to 0.9 seconds. He found it strange that he suddenly felt dizzy and had a feeling as if he had forgotten something. The protagonist tried to remember what he had forgotten. A sports car appeared in his memory, and then a bloody baseball bat. Then he remembered his in-game birthplace and the second Master Guan Yu. Sid could not understand what he had to do with all this. When examining his MRI scans, the doctor told him that his nerves had a certain probability of self-healing. The protagonist assumed that the self-healing he spoke of had occurred. He walked towards the small rabbits, deciding to take some time and visit the hospital for a medical examination. The skeleton confidently approached the rodents and greeted them. The system suggested that attacking the weak spot on the big-eared rabbit's neck could give a 50% bonus to damage. Sid destroyed 3 monsters with critical hits and lightning speed. He was surprised at how amazing it felt to have less lag, which was currently 0.9 seconds. The protagonist turned around and asked who was next. Suddenly, he saw something strange. The protagonist stopped a man's flight with his palm. He grabbed the player by the clothes and wondered who beat him up so badly. The system reported that the man's name was Jack. Sid looked into the distance. Opposite stood a powerful level 10 monster, holding another player, Steve, by the leg, begging for help. The monster bit the carrot. He, the king of big-eared rabbits, had a menacing eye patch. The system warned that this was the ruler of the Carrot Meadow, a temperamental muscular monster. The rabbit swung Steve. Then he threw him like a ball. Steve and Jack hit their heads. Sid felt very awkward that he had not paid attention to this. The guys went to respawn. The protagonist promised to avenge them. The king came closer. This was the first time the protagonist met a boss after the delay was reduced. He looked at the enemy and suddenly became excited. The skeleton raised his sword. The rabbit suddenly put on brass knuckles. Sid was shocked by the resemblance of this boss to a man. The king clenched his fists. The protagonist lowered the sword lower and tried to remain calm. His enemy was slowly approaching. Sid assumed that the enemy had a fast type of melee attack and decided that the best option to face such an opponent was to remain cool and bide his time. A snail crawled on the grass. A rabbit attacked. According to the protagonist's plan, when his enemy attacked, he would quickly dodge and find an opening. But the king was faster and hit the skeleton on the head with his brass knuckles. The protagonist's skull cracked. He was shocked that his opponent had just taken off 25 health points with a punch. The cracks slowly began to heal. The system reported that due to the nature of the undead, the skeleton swordsman, until his health was depleted, could quickly restore damaged bones and instantly return to their original shape. Health, however, did not regenerate. Sid thought that such an indestructible nature of evil spirits was a joke. He carried out a sweeping counterattack, deciding that it was useless to think about it and now it was more important to focus on the fight. The protagonist wanted to see how much damage he could do with his strongest attack if the rabbit hit him for 25. The protagonist frowned and cursed when he saw that the critical hit only reduced the boss's HP by 8. The skeleton jumped back and admitted that his enemy was not only good at attacking, but also had great speed and even his defense was abnormal. Sid extended his sword forward and prepared to attack. The rabbit jumped, and the protagonist slid under it, deciding that it was time to attack it in that weak spot on its neck. The protagonist couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that the boss had armor hidden under his fur. The king of rabbits hit a tree and broke it. The tree fell, and Sid decided that if he took such a blow from the front, he would get a compression fracture. The rabbit turned around and raised his fist. The protagonist was indignant that the weak point of all big-eared rabbits and his opponent was hidden under the armor, and decided that this boss was too strong for an F rank. He frowned and calculated that, based on his health points, his enemy could make at least a dozen mistakes, but if he made even one mistake, he would be finished. The boss was annoyed. Sid, looking at him, noticed it too. The rabbit pulled a tree out of the ground with its roots. The skeleton opened his mouth in surprise and compared his opponent to a famous character from Chinese literature. The boss grinned and threw a tree at the protagonist, but he was ready. The protagonist performed a normal combo and cut the trunk. He said that even though he couldn't cut the enemy, it didn't mean he couldn't handle the tree. A knuckle duster flew after the tree into the skeleton's face. Sid didn't expect such a trick. A piece of the trunk flew into the boss. He cut the rabbit's face, and the protagonist noticed that it dealt him 20 normal damage. The king continued his attack in rage. The protagonist assumed that his eyes were his real weak point. He was distracted and got hit in the face, which made him curse. Since Sid followed the direction of the opponent's fist and relaxed his chin, he only received 15 points of damage. Then the rabbit smashed his ribs and took away 40 points of health. The boss was not going to stop. He threw the skeleton back, dealing another 15 points of damage. Sid punched a hole in the tree with his body. The hole was smoking. Judging by the character's status, the protagonist only had 5 points of health left. The rabbit rushed towards him. He punched right into the hole. The monster did not understand what happened. The next moment, his paw was entangled in vines. The protagonist called the enemy from behind the tree. He sat on a branch and asked the opponent if he liked the gift he had prepared. Sid explained that there were a lot of tangled vines in this dead tree, and once caught in them, it would be difficult to get out. The rabbit tried to stretch out its paw. The protagonist noted that it was useless unless he broke the tree entirely. He jumped on the opponent from above. The boss looked up in fear. The skeleton plunged his sword straight into the rabbit's head. The monster grabbed his eye. Sid was convinced that his eyes were indeed his weak point, since his critical hit took away 100 of his health points. The king of big-eared rabbits screamed. The system told him that he had gone berserk, his attack power increased by 50%, and his speed and defense decreased by 50%. Sid thought about it and decided that there was no use in increased attack if he attacked recklessly. The rabbit swung his paw and missed, and the protagonist responded with a series of blows, mostly critical ones. The skeleton took a fighting stance, announced that this was the last blow, and said goodbye to the little rabbit. With his next attack, he chopped off the boss's head. The king dropped a breastplate and something else as a reward for the victory. The system congratulated Sid on reaching level 4. The protagonist became interested in what he was given. He picked up the breastplate and a large magic stone from the ground, which could be sold. The protagonist immediately put on the glowing chest plate of the big-eared rabbit and was happy, finally putting on decent armor. The system told him that he received 10 free bonus points that could be spent on pumping up life, mana, strength, and agility, the 4 main attributes. The skeleton thought about it. He noticed that life had increased by 20 units due to the chest plate, there were no skills, so mana was not needed, and agility was compensated by reaction speed. Sid decided to spend everything on strength, and its value changed from 1 to 11. The protagonist looked at the result of the improvement and saw that now his attacks deal from 11 to 16 damage. It seemed to him that the skeleton swordsman had a good growth rate of strength, because 5 points of strength are equivalent to 35 points of attack power. The protagonist raised his sword in the air and ran to continue this crusade, remembering that he had not collected a single hair from the rabbit's paws. After some time, Sid returned to Graham and gave him the wool, after which he asked how he completed his task. The chief mage praised the young skeleton and gave him a reward. The system informed the protagonist that he had completed the quest to kill big-eared rabbits, received copper coins, 1 reputation point, and gained experience, which allowed him to reach level 5 and get 5 bonus free points. Sid was happy with the reward and asked Graham if he had any other quests. The chief mage was not against giving a new one. He handed the skeleton a scroll. The system warned that the protagonist had received a quest to kill mid-level F-rank green mantises. The task was to go to the Morning Light Forest, kill 100 mantises and collect 10 of their blades, and then bring them to the chief mage. Sid thought about it and decided that he needed to find a merchant, sell the magic stone, and buy some healing potions to prepare for a long battle. Graham noticed the small skeleton's wish and turned over the chief mage's tablet, on the other side of which was the inscription merchant. The protagonist was surprised that he was also a merchant. Graham explained that night spirits were few in number and they valued versatility. Sid decided to remain silent. They both examined the magic stone very carefully and the skeleton asked how much it cost. Graham noted its good quality and estimated it at 1540 copper coins. The skeleton imagined how rich he was. He was very happy to receive 1540 coins for the magic stone, while the reward for the work was only 10. Sid decided that as long as their number was large, even copper could shine. He rubbed his hands and asked the head mage if he had any healing potions. Graham replied that he did and guaranteed that the client would be satisfied. The system issued a message stating that the main healing potion costs 50 copper coins and restores 80 health points. Sid left with a large number of bottles in his hands, but seemed dissatisfied. This was because he bought 20 bottles at once, and the swindler Graham did not even give him a discount for the bulk. The merchant waved at him and said that he would be glad to see him again. The protagonist came to the fenced forest of Morning Light. Near the fence there was a sign stating that trespassing on the Mad Dragon was prohibited. Sid thought that this was the name of the guild. He ignored the border crossing ban and stepped over the fence. The protagonist didn't understand why he should even worry about it, since he wasn't even human. He saw 2 men through the treetops. They were running away from something in a panic. It turned out to be Steve and Jack. Jack looked back and warned his brother that they might be being followed. Steve urged him to run quickly. Sid looked at the brothers in confusion, not understanding what they were doing there. Steve saw the protagonist, got scared and decided that the heavens really decided to punish them since they were being chased by a mad dragon and he mistook the protagonist for a night spirit. Jack asked his brother what they should do. Steve readied his sword and said that they needed to fight him. His brother agreed, thinking that they could easily defeat a level 5 night spirit together. An arrow pierced Steve's back. His brother turned around and saw the arrow meant for him. Sid managed to catch it an inch from Jack's eye. Steve held the arrow in his back and cried that he didn't want to die. His brother was worried about him. He thanked the skeleton, who noticed that fortune had betrayed them. The protagonist saw the approaching arrows and thought that meeting an archer was interesting. He easily dodged the arrows since they were fast, but their trajectory was very predictable. The protagonist easily dodged between the projectiles. He believed that with his current reaction speed, none of them would be able to touch him. Archer Ryan pulled the bowstring once again and cursed because Sid had managed to avoid all of his projectiles. He released a powerful arrow, his ultimate clan blood explosion, insulted that some lousy skeleton of the 5th level imagined himself a savior. The protagonist slashed with his sword and declared that the archer's ultimate was incredibly weak. Ryan was shocked that his opponent simply split his arrow and decided to try again. While he was taking another arrow out of his quiver, Sid managed to quickly move behind him. The protagonist swung his arm to strike and said goodbye to the little archer. Ryan only managed to curse. After the critical hit, only a cloud remained of him. The skeleton noticed that the archers were still as fragile as before. Some sound was heard and birds flew up from the tree branches. The protagonist paid attention to this sound and thought that new players could not have made such a noise during the fight. He frowned and thought that the Mad Dragon was clearing the field to surround the boss. Sid darkened and considered it bad, comparing himself to a fish that broke through the net. Deep in the forest of morning light, most of the soldiers were on the ground, but one was in a tree. Their opponent was the King of Green Mantises level 15, who had half his health left. The Mantis was throwing the fighters around. The guy turned to the guys, drew attention to the fact that they had taken half of the boss's health and promised to pay 300 yuan in compensation to everyone who died, and an additional 500 to those who lost a level as a result. He put his spear on his shoulder and called on the soldiers to kill the boss and announced a reward of 50 yuan for each unit of health and a separate payment to those who showed zeal. His name was Colin, he was the head of the crazy dragon and was level 9. Sid was simply shocked by this crazy rich man. He calculated and received a sum of 60,000 yuan in rewards for the Mantis' health alone. The protagonist could not believe that he was willing to spend so much money to kill an F-rank boss. Colin's guild members were inspired and attacked the Mantis for the glory of the young master and the guild. Sid thought that this was some kind of super buff bonus that money gives. The boss had killed 2 players with one blow. The skeleton put his hand to his chin and thought about the horrific damage this boss could do. He admitted that the Mantis was much tougher than the king of the big-eared rabbits and wondered if the remaining members of the Mad Dragon could hold out until the end. Colin continued to command from above. He encouraged the guys to continue and not stop, paying attention to coordination and positioning. The guild leader warned that the first attack would anger the boss and advised them to seize the advantage at that moment and attack together. He also recommended using the cooldown of the boss's skills, making one blow and retreating without stopping for too long. In the protagonist's opinion, Colin was a strange commander who wanted too much. Sid looked down and believed that such a stupid attack would lead to multiple losses for the attacking side. He thought about it and assumed that the leader of the Mad Dragon wanted to use the rest of the people to slowly beat the boss to death. The Mantis continued to destroy the attackers. The protagonist calculated that losing all the people, about 50 of them, and their levels was worth 40,000 yuan. Adding up the health point reward and death compensation, Sid got an incredible amount of 100,000 yuan. He couldn't believe that Colin was actually going to spend that much money on his first kill of a rank F boss. The players seized the moment and began to attack the boss. The Mantis' health bar dropped to a third of its full capacity. He waved his limb and sent several more attackers to respawn. Colin urged them not to care about those who had fallen and ordered the archers to shoot. The arrows flew into the monster's open back and dealt damage. The Mantis was shaking all over and its health dropped to 5%. The guild leader smirked and praised the archers for their good work, then demanded that when the boss's bar reached 1 point, they stop attacking and let him finish. Sid, who was hiding behind the tree, was no longer surprised that this boy was almost level 10, because he single-handedly takes 50% of the final experience from killing the boss. New limbs sprouted from the body of the Mantis, and the soldiers did not understand what was happening. The system prompted that the King of the Green Mantises became 7-armed and entered a berserk state, receiving 7-bladed paws, an increase in attack and speed by 100% and defense by 50%. Sid watched with his mouth open as the boss turned into a berserker. The king covered a large area with his appendages, but the members of the crazy dragon continued to rush to attack in the name of the young master, dreaming of money. The boss received more damage. Colin gave into excitement and shouted at his subordinates to continue and not stop, since the value of the bar was almost at 0. He said that they should use their lives to give him an opportunity. When the Mantis had 3 health points left, Sid and Colin decided to take action. The boss killed another player. The guild leader swooped down with a spear and called the monster to hell. His blade clanged against something. Colin did not understand what had happened. The protagonist stood between him and the boss. The young master asked who he was. The protagonist wiped his sword and replied that he was just an ordinary traveler who just happened to be passing by and had appeared here to seek justice for those players whom Colin had forcibly sent to respawn. The leader of the Mad Dragon irritably suggested that although the skeleton spoke righteously, he had only appeared now since his goal was to take the first kill of the boss. Sid's eyes sparkled. He said that he was only here to clean up the environment. He wanted to take the boss's compensation. Colin jabbed the spear at the protagonist for daring to touch his things and wished to send him to hell. At the same time, Sid was attacked by a mantis. The protagonist grabbed the boss's claw, dodged the spear and aimed at Colin, saying that a useless fight would only speed up his death. The skeleton pierced the guild leader's body, dealing a critical hit. He looked proudly at the young master and advised him to practice his skills some more. Colin began to dissolve. He was indignant at Sid stealing what belonged to him and wondered how many lives the protagonist had. The protagonist looked away and thought that this trifle would definitely make people chase him after such a performance, so he decided to hurry. He asked the boss not to worry because his turn would soon come. The system reported that the king of the green mantises had left the berserk stage and entered the weak stage, in which his speed decreased by 150%, defense by 100%, and attack power by 200%. The mantis fell on Sid's outstretched sword. The skeleton delivered the final blow and the system congratulated Sinking Spear on his first boss kill. The protagonist joyfully raised his hands in anticipation of receiving experience and rewards, but suddenly he was puzzled by the system's warning that his vital signs had dropped below the threshold. The system was about to disconnect Sid from the game, but said that it would automatically save the experience and equipment he received after killing the boss. The guy's helmet was lying on the table. The protagonist rubbed his neck and wondered why he was suddenly thrown offline after defeating the boss and what this warning meant. Someone started knocking on the door, but the protagonist was not expecting guests in the middle of the night. He opened the door with a bat in his hands and suddenly saw Alex. Alex admitted that he came because he was worried about his friend, because he did not answer his messages and calls after that moment. He looked up and frowned, quietly asking what Sid was doing. Alex shook with fear. He pointed at the protagonist and screamed as if he saw a zombie. The protagonist looked at his friend in confusion, not understanding where a zombie could come from. Alex took out his phone for him to look at himself. The protagonist looked at his reflection and screamed, seeing spots on his face. He looked at himself in fear. Alex explained that he was getting morbid spots, which only dead people have, and they grow and spread at an incredible rate. Sid's face darkened and he urged him not to joke like that at 2 in the morning. He hoped that it was just some kind of dermatitis. Alex bit his lip and suggested that if the protagonist did not believe him, he should take him to the hospital to see his father to get checked out. He was sure that this completely coincided with what was recorded in his family's forensic examination. The protagonist complained of a headache and passed out as soon as he tried to argue with what his friend said. Alex picked him up, asked him not to die, and said that he would take him to the hospital right now. The 4th City Hospital, Emergency Department. Alex's father, Head Dr. Carl, examined Sid's body and confirmed that these were cadaveric spots. He checked the guy's heartbeat with a microscope, and when his son answered that his friend was okay, he said that it was hard to say right now. Carl decided to first do a blood test and then organize a CT scan. The protagonist's blood was checked through a microscope. Sid was shocked by the strangeness and the fact that such a thing actually existed. The head doctor was sitting at a computer in the hematology lab. The guys were standing nearby. The protagonist asked Carl what the test results were. The doctor admitted that it was hard to explain because it was an illness that had never been encountered before. He explained that the guy's blood contained a giant virus that defied biological explanation. Sid imagined this virus and thought that it was because of it that he became a zombie. Carl explained that this virus, oddly enough, does not destroy healthy cells, but restores damaged ones, and this has nothing to do with zombies. Alex's father darkened and warned that due to the fact that Sid's body contains a lot of these viruses, his actions objectively slow down the rate of blood circulation. The protagonist was very scared. Carl looked at the human mannequin and added that cadaveric spots were just the consequences of this. He explained that in the guy's case, the blood flow slows down, causing blood to accumulate on the surface of the skin. Cold sweat began to flow down Sid's face. Carl said that his current blood circulation rate continues to gradually decrease, and something terrible will happen as soon as the blood flow finally stops. The protagonist himself guessed that he would die as soon as the blood stopped. Carl put his hand on his shoulder and tried to cheer him up. He believed that now that medical technology is so advanced, there must be a way. The doctor noticed that the CT scan was ready and offered to check what other effects this virus had on the guy's body. The 3 of them went to the elevator and the protagonist thanked Carl for everything. The head doctor asked Sid not to be so kind to him and asked if he had experienced anything strange these days. It seemed to the protagonist that the door ahead was sealed with chains and the corridor turned red. At first, he was surprised by this question, but then hesitantly answered that nothing like that had happened. The protagonist darkened. Carl found this strange and asked again. This time, Sid objected again, but more confidently. The protagonist was lying on a bed in the office and undergoing a CT scan. Alex, who was with his father behind the mirror, asked Carl if he really suspected that his friend was hiding something. Sid lay relaxed with his eyes closed. The head doctor said that he just wanted to make sure. He admitted that the guy really did not remember what happened to his body because this is a defense mechanism of the psyche. Alex frowned and asked Carl if he meant that the protagonist had post-traumatic stress disorder that made him forget certain things. The man said that was true and asked his son to read a couple of medical books at home. The head doctor frowned and said that judging by the speed of the guy's blood flow, he should have already had a heart attack, if not something worse. He admitted that the situation was not very optimistic at the moment and offered to inform his family as soon as possible. Alex clenched his teeth, not believing that this was possible. The cadaveric spots slowly began to disappear from Sid's body and he felt warmth. Carl and his son parted ways. The father said that he would bring the film and join him soon, and instructed Alex to take the protagonist to the MRI room for now. The head doctor was dumbfounded when he heard a loud scream. Carl burst into the room and yelled indignantly, complaining about the noise in the hospital in the middle of the night. Alex smiled and pointed at Sid, offering his father to take a look. The protagonist examined himself and was amazed that the livor mortis had completely disappeared. The head doctor did not understand how this was possible at all. Alex sat down on the bed next to his friend. Carl loudly asked the protagonist how he was feeling now. Sid said that he felt warmth during the CT scan and that he did not feel any discomfort now. Carl approached the patient, looked at his face, hands, and pupils and, to his surprise, did not see any abnormalities. He recoiled from Sid, not believing his eyes that the livor mortis had completely disappeared. The head doctor actively waved his hand, giving instructions to hurry up and bring blood sampling equipment here, but then changed his mind and decided to go to the lab. The protagonist felt awkward about his fuss and asked Carl to calm down. 3 hours later, Sid looked incredibly tired. Alex held his friend, who was exhausted. The protagonist said that he felt as if Carl wanted to cut him into pieces and conduct research on them. Alex admitted that he did not expect that his father would actually take 800 milliliters of blood from Sid for experiments. He handed the protagonist a glass of water and added that it was now safe to say that X-ray radiation has an inhibitory effect on the virus. Alex informed the protagonist that he would need to rest while they tested which X-ray wavelengths were best for the boy's continued therapy. Sid lay down on the bed and thanked his friend. Alex noted that it was 6 a.m. and asked the protagonist to rest first while he bought something for breakfast. The protagonist looked at his palm and remembered that Carl had said that he had gone through a difficult phase. He could not understand why he was not showing any consequences then. Alex arrived with a bag of groceries and announced that there was a hottie in a sports car with a huge security guard at the front door. He added that the girl was wearing a bandana on her head and looked like she was trying to catch a lover. The guy asked if Sid wanted to watch this. The protagonist became worried when he heard these signs and asked Alex to show him a photo if there was one. His friend showed him the phone screen. The protagonist saw a girl talking on the phone, a red car, and a security guard. Alex noticed that she was cute, but it seemed to him that the guard did not trust her. Sid again had a vision of the red corridor with the chain door. He recognized this girl as Liz, a comrade from the last game. The chains shook and the links broke. The protagonist remembered. Shards fell. That night appeared in his memory. He looked at his phone again and remembered that after his first meeting with her, he died, after which he laughed hysterically. Something flashed in Sid's head and he lost consciousness. Alex sat down on the couch next to his friend and asked what was wrong. The protagonist explained that this woman was the boss of the dream soul of the ancient sword. His interlocutor was shocked. He dropped the phone from his hands when Liz began knocking on the door. The protagonist was surprised how quickly she found it. Alex turned to Sid, thinking that this was not just like that, and asked what his friend did last night. He stood up and walked towards the door, deciding that since the two knew each other, they could explain themselves once he opened the door. The protagonist tensed up. He reached out to Alex, asking him not to open the door, and fell to the floor. The protagonist raised his shaking hand and told his friend that he needed to know something. Liz continued knocking, screaming that she knew Sid was inside. Alex yelled back at her and called on her to stop making noise, citing the fact that it was still early and people were still asleep. The girl pushed the guy away, who was shocked by her behavior. She called out to the protagonist with a worried look. Alex asked the beauty what she needed. Liz looked around and asked where Sid was. She was sure she had heard his voice. The guy replied that he did not know such a person and suggested that she had gone to the wrong apartment. The girl went deeper into the apartment, not believing Alex and ignoring his objections. The guy accused her of trespassing on private property. Liz headed towards the back room, still saying that she knew Sid was there. She swung the door open and asked the protagonist if he was hiding from her. Alex became worried. The protagonist was also nervous, hearing the boss approaching. He was scared because a minute ago he asked his friend to throw Liz out, and she somehow entered the bedroom. The girl stood in front of the closet and repeated that she knew the guy was there. The protagonist's lips trembled. His boss took the handle of the closet, admitted that she was really worried about him, and asked why he was avoiding her. The gap between the door panels began to widen, and Sid thought that he was finished. Alex shouted at Liz's back that the protagonist was already dead. Liz's hand trembled. She lowered her head and considered it impossible. Alex relaxed when he saw that she stopped, but admitted that it was close. The girl started crying and exclaimed that she didn't believe that Sid was dead. She decided that Alex was lying to her. The guy, worried, objected and said that it was true. He suggested that Liz, if she didn't believe him, go to the 4th City Hospital and look at the death certificate. The girl pushed Alex away and ran out of the apartment, calling the guy a liar. She ran down the stairs crying and accusing Sid of lying. Alex called his father and said that he needed help again. He opened the closet door and told the protagonist that Liz had left, after which he asked if he was sure that he had done the right thing. The protagonist covered his face with his hand and said that in the hospital he naively thought that as long as he used X-ray therapy, his body would be like a normal one. But now that the block had fallen from his memories, he couldn't even say for sure whether he was alive or dead. Sid stood up and added that instead of giving the boss hope and then taking it away, it would be better to make her despair right away, because it would hurt less. Alex admitted that he was becoming more and more confused and demanded to immediately explain what happened last night. The protagonist said that he was buried alive. His friend jumped in shock. Sid began to tell the story that yesterday afternoon he went to meet the boss. Standing on the crosswalk, he thought that it would be an ordinary meeting of friends from the game in reality. He did not expect that Liz would be the vice president of GGS Asia. Alex noted that his friend was lucky since he found a rich and beautiful woman who, like him, also loved games. Then the girl drove up in her red sports car. Sid said that she gave him equipment worth 200,000 yuan and also invited him to her new studio. He confessed that Liz had shown her feelings for him, but he had rejected them all. Alex cried, not believing that the protagonist had actually done this. The protagonist hung his head and said gloomily that with his 3-second delay state, he would only be a burden to her. He did not want this girl to waste her time on someone like him. Liz insisted on giving him a ride, and on the way home, an incident occurred. They were surrounded by thugs. It turned out that the rival with whom she was competing for the position of Vice President of Asia realized that he had no chance of winning and decided to set a trap to kill her. Alex was very scared. Sid picked Liz up. The gang was numerous and well armed. In order to save himself, the guy set fire to the gas tank of the car, but the explosion only delayed the enemies for a minute. The protagonist frowned and said that the boss, who was stunned by the blast wave, was thrown by him onto a passing tractor, and he stayed for her sake. Alex tensed up even more. Sid said that seeing that their plan had failed and the victim had escaped, the bandits took out all their anger on him. He was beaten to death by them. Then, having vented their anger, these people buried the protagonist alive, dragging his body to the Chaos Burial Mound, which is in the north of the city. The guy believed that they thought that he died. His friend broke out in a cold sweat, hearing about this burial mound. Sid added that heaven did not accept him then, and yesterday's rainstorm saved him. Due to the heavy rain, the soil in which he was buried became very loose. He lost consciousness and crawled out from under the ground like a zombie. The protagonist did not remember where he was going. He only felt how the pain in his body gradually receded. Sid squatted down, and Alex leaned against the wall. The protagonist added that when he regained consciousness, he was already standing in front of the door to his apartment and there was not a single wound on his body, only a slight headache. Alex guessed that this was because he was infected with a giant burial virus, which also constantly restored his body. He thought it was simply incredible. Sid looked down and asked his friend if he thought he was even alive now. Alex stood up, adjusted his cap and replied that the Chaos Burial Mound in the north of the city kept more than one secret. He suggested that they would have to go there. The protagonist expressed a desire to go with him. Alex picked up his shaking friend and advised him to rest right now. He pulled one yuxiao out of the bag and left the protagonist to eat first while he went out for a while. Sid asked if he would go to the Chaos Burial Mound now. Alex put the yuxiao in his mouth and said that he was going to find out about the falsification of the death certificate, and admitted that his father scolded him for it. He remembered that Carl asked him to take Sid's game helmet with him, and reported it. The protagonist bit into the fried bread and allowed him to take the helmet. After a while, Alex came to the conference room of the 4th hospital with a box of helmet and told his father that he came. Seeing the old people in the office, he was surprised, not understanding what they were doing here. Sid tapped his pen on the table. He calculated that the previous income from the game was only about 130,000, which was not enough, and before leaving, he needed to earn enough money to support his father who had retired. On a piece of paper, the guy wrote a list of things to find a partner for his father in retirement, think about a bank card, write a will before leaving, tell his older brother, and come up with a plan to reconstruct the dream soul of the ancient sword. He did not know what to do with his older brother. Hearing that Alex had come looking for him, the protagonist threw down the pen. The guy hid the note under the rug and shouted that he was here. His friend came with a suitcase, and the protagonist asked why he needed so many bags. Alex walked past him. Sid thought that his friend had run away from home, but his friend said that he was moving in with him. The protagonist was shocked. He put his hands on his hips and reminded that he only had one bed here. Alex said that the couch he sat on was wide enough for him to sleep on. The protagonist touched his forehead and asked his friend to tell him the truth, whether he had reached the point where he needed a personal nurse. Alex sprawled on the couch and called it nonsense. He admitted that he was just bored at home. The guy handed Sid an envelope and said that he was not going to die anytime soon. Alex said that this research report reflected that the protagonist's vital signs were normal. The protagonist tore the envelope, not believing that this was possible. His friend began unpacking his things and admitted that he was in shock. He said that later, these old professors conducted several groups of comparative experiments before he believed it. Sid asked who these old professors were. Alex put out the VR helmet. The protagonist asked if it had been studied too, and his friend confirmed it. Alex's face darkened and said that Sid's virus gene sequencing project was too big and his father had to ask for help. Then more and more people started coming, older and older, highly qualified medical masters. In the end, a group of medical figures from the textbooks gathered. Alex said that these medical giants made one call and the Chaos Mound tomb became a military guard zone with limited access. But after these old professors appeared, the efficiency became very high. Alex shouted to Sid that in just half a day, the secret of the Chaos Mound tomb was revealed. The protagonist was stunned and asked what the secret was. The burial mound was excavated. A group of tombs dating back to the late Han Dynasty was discovered underneath it. Alex twirled his imaginary mustache and guessed that it had something to do with Iguan, but the specifics of the situation required further digging. Sid covered his face with his hand and admitted that it felt a little mysterious. Alex noted that there were even more mysterious things. He raised a finger and announced that the cadaver fluid that leaked from the tombs contained an RNA virus identical to the one in the protagonist's body. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise, not understanding how such a virus could be found in the ancient as the world cadaver fluid. His friend showed him the document again, which stated that this ice corpse virus was named after Sid. The protagonist read it carefully and admitted that it was indeed a good name. Alex took his figurine out of his backpack and asked his friend to look at it while he unpacked. He picked up another figurine that looked very similar to him. The protagonist asked why the virus's characteristics ended with a short description without any further explanation. Alex replied that in less than a day, these masters of medicine were only able to write a brief report, and for a more detailed description, they still needed to study it further. He looked closely at how the figures in his hands fit together and added that the only characteristic that could be given a 100% guarantee was a super strong ability to recover. Alex said that this virus constantly repaired Sid's cells, strengthening his body, so now his physical fitness was incredibly good. He smiled, playing with the figures. The protagonist noticed that the virus strengthened his physical condition, but also slowed down the speed of his blood flow, thereby provoking intoxication, causing poisoning of other organs, slowing down his heart rate. He looked at Alex and asked why, comparing all these symptoms, no one was interested in his body. Sid darkened when his friend relayed Carl's words to him that at that moment the scientists really had an argument. A lot of people wanted to send the protagonist to the lab for 24-hour observation and research, and a few very influential people expressed the position that they needed to know Sid's opinion. Later, they found out that the RNA of the virus was more important to study, and the guy's value was somewhat reduced to the level of an object that contained RNA. The protagonist thought that everything was fine until he was made a lab rat. He did not expect that the virus could help him 3 times. Alex counted only 2 cases on his fingers and asked when the third was. Sid emotionlessly listed that cell restoration brought him back to life, the RNA of the virus helped him avoid the role of a test subject, and finally the delay of his neural impulses decreased to 0.9 seconds. Alex was surprised. He jumped to his feet, scattering his figures, not believing that this was true, but Sid confirmed that it was. His friend took the helmet. Alex handed it to the protagonist and hurried him. He wanted to get into the game with Sid and feel it. The guy reproached himself for not having thought of such simple logic that if this virus can restore cells, then it should be able to restore the nerves of the protagonist's brain. Alex thought that this was also a good chance to test the X-ray system that his father and the others installed in the helmet. He offered to check if it worked. Sid took the helmet in his hands and asked what kind of X-ray system it was. Outwardly, the device had not changed in any way. Alex explained in simple terms that now this helmet can emit X-rays to inhibit the effect of the virus, so that now the protagonist does not need to visit the hospital every day and undergo radiation therapy. He thought that this was great. Sid completely agreed with him, because in this case he can undergo therapy at home. Alex showed some kind of bracelet and said that it was attached to the helmet. His friend asked what it was. Instead of an answer, the guy put this bracelet on the protagonist. Alex hid his hands in his pockets and said that it was a vital signs detector that can read the protagonist's condition and send him to the hospital in real time for constant monitoring. However, he warned that Sid still needed to undergo a full medical examination every week for complete information. The protagonist saw a red line on the bracelet and asked Alex what it meant. The bracelet clicked and began to glow. Alex was shocked and did not understand what it meant. Sid screamed. An ambulance pulled up to the protagonist's entrance. Carl did something to the guy's bracelet. He smiled, having finished it. The protagonist clarified if everything was okay and if the red line and electric shock would not appear unexpectedly again. Alex sadly ran into the wall. Carl assured that everything would be fine now and accused his son of the fact that if he had not forgotten the basic principles of debugging before putting it on, this situation might not have happened at all. Alex burst into tears. Sid supported his friend, telling Carl that Alex had also worked hard today, so it was no wonder he forgot. The doctor irritably adjusted his glasses, going to remind this boy how to use the bracelet. The man explained that the bracelet had a color indicator that changed as it monitored his vital signs in real time. When a red line appeared, it meant that the wearer had heart problems, and the bracelet would automatically administer first aid. Blue meant lung problems, and the bracelet would automatically administer adrenaline. Green meant blood problems. Carl added that because of the virus, Sid's vital signs were different from those of normal people. He was still angry that Alex hadn't adjusted the parameters before he dared to attach it to the protagonist. The protagonist put his hand to his lips so that his friend wouldn't hear and admitted that it was no wonder why the bracelet started to discharge as soon as the red line appeared. Carl raised his hands and urged the guy not to panic when the lines appeared. He promised to rush over in half an hour if Sid was in town. The man warned that if the protagonist wanted to leave the city, he would need to provide a report to the hospital in advance. He hoped that the guy understood that this was for his own safety. The protagonist looked away and thought that the restriction of movement within the city was the biggest concession they had made. Sid waved at the ambulance as it left and wished Carl a safe journey. The doctor reminded him to contact him immediately if anything happened. After he left, Alex finally relaxed and slumped in his chair. Sid noticed that Carl had also adjusted his X-ray system and said that he was going to check it. Alex raised his head and asked the protagonist if his ID was still the same, as he wanted to add it online later. Sid leaned over to his friend and replied that he had changed it. After a short silence, they decided to name their IDs together. Even on the street, you could hear Alex shouting his Peerless master. The protagonist introduced himself as a sinking spear. Sid looked at his friend with some disappointment. He went into the next room and said that it was a good name. Alex was indignant and asked if he was not worthy. The protagonist peeked out from behind the door and sarcastically replied that he was worthy. He urged his friend to hurry up and install the content and admitted that he could not wait for them to play together with the Peerless master. Alex's slipper flew through the closed door, and he cursed his friend. Sid smiled and confidently promised Alex that he would make a real Peerless master out of him. He put on the helmet and thought that he had wasted too much time. He wondered what rank he was now and could not wait to enter the game. The guy knew that after the helmet started, the X-ray system would also start working. Something began to glow from the inside of the device. The protagonist noticed that it was very nice. The system displayed a hint that the player's sinking spear had reconnected to the game and would return to the location with the current coordinates, the Forest of Morning Light. It also reported receiving the green blade of the jungle. Sid got to the sublocation hole of green mantises and saw a sword in front of him. The skeleton reached for the weapon, not understanding how he got to the lair of the mantises. He assumed that the offline coordinates were tied to the green blade. A shockwave erupted from inside the tree trunk. The protagonist decided to immediately test the power of this sword. This explosion was seen by a whole horde of mantises. The tree at the site of the explosion was smashed to pieces. Several monsters fell down. The skeleton held the black stone weapon in front of him and admitted that it was really sharp. He stood and examined the sword, whose light blow pierced the huge tree through and through. Sid looked down at the mantises below and wondered what effect it had on the monsters. The mantises, level 8 and 7, prepared to attack. The protagonist jumped down, deciding that they were just in time. The protagonist performed a circular strike and destroyed 2 monsters on the spot. He twirled the sword in his hands and considered that a critical hit of 400 was worthy of the black stone. Sid took the blade in a reverse grip and accused the monster of wanting to attack from behind. He punched the mantis in the face. The skeleton sent the enemy flying and declared that he was not good enough. The protagonist turned away from the monsters and warned that he was in a hurry. He flashed an eye and allowed the mantises to attack in a crowd. The monsters bared their teeth aggressively. They attacked, and Sid was surprised that they actually attacked all at once. The skeleton smiled confidently. He cut the enemies into pieces in a flash and declared that they would all die at once. The protagonist lowered his blade and said that the battle would end here. He wiped his sword and thought to himself that he had done well, but compared to before, it was still a little worse. Someone called out to the protagonist from behind. The skeleton looked back and asked who had called out to him. An undead judge of unknown level appeared nearby. The system suggested that this was the strongest undead in purgatory, born from a contract and whose strength was unknown. Sid began to worry and raised his sword to defend himself, but he hoped that this high-ranking player would not look for trouble with him. The undead judge took a brush in his teeth, unrolled a scroll, and said that the identity of the undying player was confirmed. Then he dropped the brush. The judge caught it in his hand and announced the beginning of the trial. He waved the brush over the scroll. Sid did not understand what was happening. The judge splashed ink. The scroll fell into the protagonist's hands. He frowned when he unrolled it and found out that he was wanted. There was even a reward of 250 gold for his murder. The system warned that it was Colin who had announced such a reward for him. The protagonist was furious. He calculated that if each gold equaled 100 yuan, then that was 25,000 for the murder. Sid realized that Colin was trying to get rid of him with money. He tore up the scroll and shouted at the dragon conqueror to just wait. The skeleton stepped on the scraps of paper and suggested that they see who would be the first to leave the game. The system congratulated him on completing the Green Mantis quest and reaching level 10. Now the protagonist had to return to the newbie village to begin the quest to change his class. The protagonist jumped with happiness that he could finally change his class. A window with a friend request from the Peerless master appeared above his head. Sid realized that Alex was online and accepted the request. The protagonist's friend was worried about how he was being sought again. Sid smiled sadly and admitted that he had angered a rich idiot. Alex was sitting somewhere in the corner. He asked his friend if he had changed his class yet. The protagonist replied that he had not yet. Alex looked behind him and warned that because of this, people would think that Sid was easy prey and would try to defeat him. The skeleton thought about it, not believing that they would come so quickly. Alex got angry and urged him to finally read the world chat. In the world chat, players from level 11 to 14 discussed the offer and became inspired, preparing to fight fiercely for 250 gold. The protagonist lowered his head and laconically noted that they were morons. Alex put his finger to his temple and asked his friend what he would do. The protagonist looked ahead, chuckled, and said that he was ready to meet them. He darkened and admitted that over the past year he had gotten used to everyone hunting him around the clock. Sid clenched his fists, remembering his past. Alex was surprised that he had managed to hold on at all. The protagonist listed that he had been spreading false information, pretending to be dead, dressing up as a mob, hiding in rocks, infiltrating the enemy camp using a side account, and even hiding in the boss's lair for half a month. Alex was shocked and admitted that Sid really had a hard life. The protagonist began to cry and said that over the past year he had been forced to master this art, which he had been pumping up with blood, sweat, and tears. He struck a cool pose and took a screenshot, wanting to show everyone what he had achieved. A window appeared in front of the skeleton with an offer to share a photo. The protagonist asked his friend to spread this photo and say that he was hunting in the morning light forest right now. Alex guessed that Sid was trying to lure all these people to one location. The protagonist knelt down and confirmed. He explained that while they were busy there, he would have the opportunity to change classes. Alex declared that this was brilliant. Sid placed a bunch of grass on his head and said that for a master, this was just a basic maneuver. He also covered his hands with grass. Like a caterpillar, the disguised protagonist made his way through the thicket unnoticed. He decided to make his move while these noobs were enjoying their hike. The same photo of the skeleton soon appeared in the world chat. The players noticed that someone had sent the location of the wanted person. They immediately headed towards the unknowing morning light, dreaming of 25,000 yuan. They passed by a stone with eyes. The stone grew legs and was glad that these players had finally left. It ran in the opposite direction. The stone served as a disguise for the protagonist. He thought that once he passed this wasteland, beyond it would be the Hambin cemetery that Graham had mentioned. The village chief mage said that it was 10 miles outside of Fubin City. He had warned that Sid would meet an immortal swordsman, Shorn, there, to whom he needed to give a letter, and then he would be accepted as an apprentice. The protagonist looked ahead. He knew that since this was the territory of the night spirits, as soon as a player from the human faction entered there, he would automatically be marked as an enemy by the NPC. As he walked towards the desired stone-shaped place, the protagonist thought of something. There was a canyon in front of him. His intuition told him that since Colin knew that he was a skeleton, there should have been people to guard him. Sid noticed that once he got through this canyon, he would reach the cemetery. First, he wanted to estimate the number of enemies. The protagonist stepped on a rock and decided that if there were few enemies, he would finish them off himself, but if the opposite was true, he would create a diversion or simply run away. Crows were flying and cawing above the skulls. This was the entrance to the Hanbin Cemetery. The level 12 archer, Adele, the all-seeing, reported that everything was clear. Her comrade understood everything and urged them to continue. The level 15 knight, Heinrich, the sea dragon, chewed a blade of grass and thought it was a joke, since all four of them were looking for some insignificant person. The girl with black hair, the level 13 warrior, Olga, the love triangle, remarked that this dragon lord was too generous. The level 14 defensive warrior, Tim, the mini mountain, was wiping his shield. Adele looked to the side and shouted that something else had arrived. They saw a dark shadow in the distance and were glad that their prey had actually arrived. Sid looked at his opponents, found that there were only 4 of them, and decided that this was the perfect moment to kill them all, his cloak fluttering proudly in the wind. The mercenaries said that he, the undead, should accept his fate. The skeleton thinks that only an archer can attack the distance. He will need to close the gap and asks if they want to kill him on the spot and ask if they can talk first. The man with the ponytail asks him again what he said and notes that he is joking because when he stole that boss and killed the guild leader, he could have offered this and clarifies why he retreated. The skeleton grins and says that their guild is rich and powerful. He is not ashamed to retreat like a small skeleton and asks if they can spare him and let him go further. While he thinks that there are only 10 meters left, specifically 8 more meters to the reach zone. The man with the ponytail points and asks if he can force them to let him change his class freely and asks if he is stupid because their order is to finish him off once and for all, but considering his relationship he can only consider killing him. Once after all, he can't afford to be bored waiting for his corpse to be at the respawn point. The skeleton addresses him as a brother and says that you will take up too much time and asks why he even needs to worry about that until he realizes that there are 5 meters left. The man with the spear asks if he should let him go free after insulting their guild or not and thinks about 3 meters. The archer aims at him while he says that it looks like he really offended someone and also that he didn't mean to do that. The man with the ponytail chews on a blade of grass and insists that being able to get rid of the chase and get all the way here already proves that he has good skills, but he pales in comparison to them who changed their class. He opens his mouth and already that there are many strong people in their guild and even he can only take the 10th place in his guild because in the future they will be able to compete even with the Candle Shadow and his guild Candle Dragon since the moment he crossed their path his gaming career has already ended. The skeleton trembles and turns to them. An arrow is aimed at his head while he laughs because they are going to compete with the Candle Shadow. He looks at the people noticing that he is incredibly ignorant. The man with the ponytail asks how dare he talk to them like that and orders him to die, to which he replies that they can end such a boring conversation here. The skeleton smirks and asks to let him show them how ignorant they are. The masked man gets angry noticing that he is incredibly self-confident for a level 10 player. The archer shoots him. The blonde man looks on in bewilderment. The skeleton deals him a critical hit of 160 units. The cloaked creature jumps up and says that an archer in the front row is a strange decision and noting that their teamwork really makes him laugh. The man with the ponytail looks on in horror and realizes that shit is coming. The skeleton wipes his sword and notes that he is an idiot because they were standing in complete unconsciousness watching the enemy approaching them from hundreds of meters away. The creature looks down and asks if they are blind. The man with the ponytail is perplexed how he remains calm given that there are as many as 3 against him alone and they note that he cannot change his class. The skeleton goes on the attack while the scorpion man gives the command to disperse and surround him. The man himself goes on the attack asking to die. The skeleton hits him with you and it is useless to note anything because without the support of the archer he is invincible. The girl calmly swings at him using the assassin's blade, to which someone turns around and asks if this is an ambush, and the second orders him to die. The guy comes at him and uses an explosive shield strike, to which he asks to watch how he will send him flying. The creature uses magic and wonders if he missed or just started moving faster, his reaction speed would greatly increase. The skeleton warms up his bones and notes that first he should increase his distance. He looks at the creatures of the opposite sex, who are intimately close to each other. The skeleton jumps up, shows a heart and notes that this is great. With his current level of recovery, he can challenge the Candle Shadow somewhere in 2 days. Sid offers to drive them away himself, for he is so strong with a delay of only 7/10 of a second. The man with the shield defends himself from the stones and notes the following devilry. The skeleton looks on in surprise while he uses the Wrath of the Earth, and he thinks that this is the tank's charging skill. He receives a cleaving blow. Someone notices such a big delay of skills while doing critical damage of 250 units each time and says that he is practically a dead turtle to him and asks how it is even possible because the tank was taken out with one hit. The man with the blonde bangs looks down in horror. Sid announces the beginning of the dessert. He jumps up and asks not to worry because now it is his turn. His opponent in horror asks him to wait a little and discuss it. The skeleton does 300 units of damage and apologizes, hitting him in the forehead with a sword. Sid adds that he has nothing to discuss with his enemies. The plot at the gates of the cemetery while he says that the rest of the Mad Dragon should arrive soon so he better hurry inside. The man in horror experiences the healing effect. The spearman is healed and notes that it was very close. He calmly exhales with the thought of what he should have found or not. Sid calls out to him and he gets scared. The skeleton asks how he dared to respawn at the place of his death if he hides some kind of resurrection potion, to which he receives a negative answer because players who are at level 15 respawn at the place of death after death. He just reached level 15 so this is normal. Sid wonders about respawning at the point of death. He goes to him and continues that after reaching level 15, he will need to be even more careful. It would be extremely problematic if the players set up camp around his corpse. The spearman says that he explained everything to him and asks if he can go free. Sid looks at the guy, who covers his head with his hands and clarifies whether he was arrogant and why he has become so timid now, to which he receives in response that they lost even in 4 players on 1 and notes that he is too strong and begs for mercy. The guy looks at the notifications that the Dragon Conqueror is calling him and asks himself why, of all places, he decided to call now. Sid watches with displeasure as he decides to answer before his opponent notices, to which he says that someone is calling him and asking why he doesn't press accept. The guy is unhappy with the outcome of events and starts the call and greets the young master. Sid listens contentedly as someone says that he received the coordinates that he sent and asks to take him because this time they are obliged to force him to leave the game, to which the skeleton shouts into the phone that he is addressing the Dragon Conqueror and his guys are really persistent little bastards. A creature in knight's armor walks along the ground. Ron is perplexed to realize that an evil spirit is talking to him. Sid's eyes light up and he says that he is damn right because it was he who took care of his children and is waiting for him in the cemetery and asks if he wants to kill him because he is too young for this. He brings the blade of the sword to the guy and says that he must listen to him carefully because he will stab this guy again, to which he cries and asks him not to do it and turns to his brother that if he dies again, he will return to the 14th level. The guy with the ponytail shouts the phone so that the young master can save him. Ron shouts that this bastard should not dare to do this. The call ends and the blonde gets angry. Ron sullenly expresses his hatred of the undead. He shouts that some people are going with him to the cemetery and the rest are going to the respawn point, to which they accept the order, and he again about the evil spirits, that he will make him leave the game at level 0. Sid climbs a tree on the outskirts of the cemetery. He feels something with his head. Someone hits him with a fiery sword with a prize of dying. Ron shouts for the archers and magicians to go on the attack. The poor tree is hit from all sides by fiery arrows. The leader screams madly that this is what he will get for provoking his guild. The soldiers look at the notification from the system so that they pay attention to the fact that the Demon Conqueror, Dragon Slayer, Earth God, King, Knight, Sorcerer, and everyone attacked the leader of the cemetery patrol squad, and all representatives of the human faction were marked as enemies for the patrol squad of night spirits. While they are perplexed what it is and why, Ron also considers the sign and does not understand why the speech of the patrol squad. Sid takes off his cloak and addresses the people because they dared to the side of their territory and attack the warlord. He appears to them as a night spirit patrolman named Travis and says that they even ruined the clothes his little brother was wearing, to which they realize it's a trap. He heads towards the crowd, yelling at them to prepare for their atonement of endless death. Ron points out that they don't need to retreat and says that they have marked them at the highest level and that everyone needs to stop panicking and maintain formation while the soldier suggests running. The skeleton states that he wants to get rid of them all and uses raise dead. Piles of skeletons emerge from the ground. Ron looks down in horror. The skeletons reach for him while he jumps back. Travis gives the command to his little brothers to kill them all. The skeleton swings a skull while he calls for reinforcements. Sid glares at him and remarks that reinforcements are a great idea. He hits him right on the head and says that just killing a few of them won't be enough to quell his anger. The skeletons rip his soldiers' faces off while he orders them to be merciless and leave no one alive. He continues that letting these people fall to level 14 and expelling them from their territory is their main goal. Sid watches from behind one of the burial stones, noting that this is actually working. He visualizes a situation where he asks the mage if he has the same set of hope that he wears, to which he replies that he does and that it costs 1 coin apiece, and he agrees to take as many as 10 pieces. The skeleton continues that he is a popular patrol squad of night spirits of the cemetery and he is able to countless small skeletons like him, to which he asks again if he is really that famous, to which he continues that he arrived in the countryside and this is the best clothes from their places and merciless. He hopes that he will not look down on her, and he notes that he has great potential. Sid looks at his leader and says that this is truly worthy of Captain Travis himself. He suits him so well and he completely reflects the dirt, decrepitude, decline and darkness of their night spirits. Travis waves his hands and notes that he said it very well because they are night spirits. This is the dirtiest and most decaying race, to which the guy admires him and asks if he can make a sketch of his majestic figure to admire in the future and receives a positive answer. Travis clarifies whether it is better for him to stand on this tree, to which he says that it looks simply fantastic and asks not to change his pose and not to move while he goes to draw it on a tombstone. Sid continues that now the Mad Dragon should slow down a little and looks at a large number of notifications from the system. The skeleton notices new rewards in front of him. He looks at 3 notifications at once where it is written that the Dragon Conqueror declared war on the undead and people will fight to the death. The second that anyone who provides information on the location of the undead will receive 10 gold from the Mad Dragon, and the last that the reward for the head of the undead was raised to 500 gold and the conditions were changed because only killing is required, to which he is glad that the reward continues to only grow. The skeleton stands near the column and says that the Dragon Conqueror should not be shy and should continue to waste his wealth because they will attract even more experts to him. He goes forward and clarifies that these are the experts who will become new steps on his way to the top. Sid looks forward, notes that he came to where he was supposed to. In front of him is a deep cemetery and a huge cross in the middle. Sid looks at the creature with a sword and asks himself whether this must be the swordsman of death that the chief mage mentioned. Jeffrey asks why he chose this particular path, to which he happily runs to him because he is here for advice on changing his class. Jeffrey orders him to die and points his sword at him while Sid is dissatisfied that he can't handle it. The skeleton defends himself with a letter and says that it is a letter from the chief mage of the village. The system notifies him that this is a swordsman of death. The swordsman looks at the piece of paper and wonders if it is a message from Nightwind, to which he thinks that he has handled it because it was certain death and why such a strong NPC came to him. The monster reads and replies that he is a young skeleton, and in the letter the author praises him so he will follow his friend's advice and take him as an apprentice. But he must keep in mind that as a swordsman of death they need to have the dullest soul and body. He strokes the creature's head and says that it is beautiful and now he will call on its talent. The Death Swordsman continues that he calls upon the dormant Lord of Death to awaken and unleash his dead power upon the earth, and that all the rules that bind this world must be overthrown and the descendants of the immortals must awaken the innate gifts inherent only to them, while the energy permeates Sid's solar plexus. He watches with enthusiasm as the system notifies him that he has successfully mastered the undead power talent, and also that the immortals' #1 talent, awakening the ancient power of not walls, can deal 5% damage to all units that have lost their lives. The talent's effect grows by 5% with each level, reaching a maximum of 10. The skeleton notes that at maximum level, this will be a 50% increase in damage. The monster interrupts his admiration, saying that his potential is amazing. He has awakened such a strong dead power and now it grants him the status of the Death Swordsman. He swings his sword and says that in the name of the executioner, he grants him the right to shoot spirits in the territory of all kingdoms. Purple energy reigns around while he says that as it begins the spirit he relies on the mighty power of the executioner, and Sid asks himself if he is possessed. Sid is glad that he can move again and asks if this is all. The system notifies him that he congratulates him as an undead on achieving the status of the Ovary of Death, and also congratulates the undead on awakening 5 possible attribute points, congratulates the undead on receiving 1 unit of reputation, 1 unit of luck, while he says that this is wonderful and orders to open the attribute panel. The system gives a window with a photo of the character describing the information statistics, specifically the name is a broken spear, then he is also in the sand, his class is a swordsman of death, and the level is 10. Also his main attributes such as life is equal to 100 units, health indicator equal to 225, mana indicator equal to 205, strength equal to 25 and agility equal to 9, and his additional attributes such as attack equal to from 30 to 46 units, physical defense equal to 25, as well as the user's movement speed. His reputation equal to 2, magical power equal to 0, magic resistance equal to 15, attack speed equal to 25, and luck equal to 1, while he admires that this is such a terrifying power that it is simply incomprehensible. Sid indignantly looks in the mirror and asks himself why he is still a skeleton. The monster smirks and says that he still has a long way to go and the skeleton is just the basis of their species, and he has beautiful bones and gives him 3 skill books for his growth. Sid takes them happily and thanks his master, to which he asks to wait. Sid gestures for the money and continues that skill books are a priceless treasure, but given their friendship, she will give it to him for less, to which he asks again if he should pay, to which he receives in response that one skill book costs 5 silver coins and clarifies whether someone will pay in cash or take a loan. Sid looks sadly at the bag of money and says that he completed the mission and stole the boss and received only 24 units of silver, and he just opened his mouth and already wants to get 50% of it. The monster takes the bag from him while he says that as a student, could he give him a discount, to which he replies that he has already been given a discount. The master takes the bag from him while he cries. The monster leaves and turns to his child. Because his books are of high value, he is selling them to himself at a loss at the moment. Sid looks at the simple books and understands that this looks like some kind of scam. Sid casts a spell and calls the book to open. The system notifies him that he is studying the basics of fencing, which increases the damage of weapons such as a sword by 5% as well as the main skill of the Swordsman of Death. Also about the grip of the undead is responsible for searching corpses for the opportunity to find additional items. The cost of use is 5 units of mana, and the replenishment of the skill in 3 seconds. Also about the punishing blade, which deals 110% damage to its target and its cost is 18 units of mana, the recovery of the skill is 15 seconds. While he thinks that this is incredible because the basics of fencing punishing blade boosted his damage by 15%, this is a 20% gain after his class change. He also looks at his character skills, where it is written that his name is a broken spear, his class is a swordsman, his skill points are 0. Passive skills are the power of the undead equal to 1 unit out of 10, the basics of fencing 1 out of 10, and the grip of the undead with a punishing click of 1 unit out of 10. Sid looks away and says that before his skills dealt damage increased only by a fixed percentage, now it grows itself in percentage ratio, which means that on subsequent levels its increase will be incredible, and the Swordsman of Death is really a strong class. He spies on the monster and says that his master, that the best way to pump up skills is a battle, and asks if he had any tasks for him. The master turns around displeased and says that his interlocutor is really a greedy child, but he likes it. He throws several scrolls at him and says that he must complete this quest to destroy those skeletons that entered into an alliance with people until he receives a notification that he received a quest called Skeleton Phalanx's rank quest is quite low. Details of the quest were that he must go to the necropolis, kill 50 skeleton soldiers, collect 10 phalanges, then bring it to the Swordsman of Death. Sid turns around and asks him to have confidence in him because he will complete this task. The plot takes us to the necropolis, where someone is feeding a creature made of bones with bones. A skeleton soldier sits sadly and looks at the bone dwellers. The guard notices that someone is coming while Sid uses the punishing blade and deals him 500 critical damage and receives 14 experience points. Sid leaves the battlefield and says that his damage has become truly monstrous. The bones behind him catch fire with purple flames. He looks at the improvised fire and does not understand what it is. Something is approaching and asks it to die. Sid screams in horror that it wants to go right through him. His bandage lights up in the same color. Sid recognizes these feelings and screams that he feels good while the system notifies him that he has absorbed the spark of the soul. The skeleton creates a purple stream in his hand and asks what it was, why it feels so good now, and understands that they are going to look for it on the forum now. He uses the ability Death Grip. Sid asks himself what additional treasures this skill can give him, and the system answers that torn cloth is of low quality, it has no use and no value. The skeleton is puzzled why he got torn cloth and understands that it is absolutely useless. The game notifies him that he received a hint because the current quest progress is equal to the fact that he killed 40 out of 50 skeletons and collected 9 out of 10 phalanges of these skeletons. Sid attacks the skeleton, calling on it to stop running away from him. The creature in the cloak orders him to die. The comrade in the bandage parries his blow while he wonders how he can rotate 180 degrees. Sid's opponent uses a whirlwind blade. The skeleton in the cloak flies away and asks himself if he can use skills and understands that this is interesting. Sid prepares to attack again and understands that he is full of flaws, unlike him. Sid delivers a slashing blow. Only the weapon remains from him while the notification says that the current quest progress is fully completed. Sid clenches his fist and reads that he has completed a quest called the Skeleton Phalanx and that he must go to the graveyard for a reward and that he has reached level 11. The attribute characteristics window shows that his skills have been pumped up, and specifically his life indicator has grown to 235 and his mana to 215 units. Sid points to his skull with his fingers and says that he has collected 49 pieces of torn cloth and the 50th will not hurt to use a deadly grip. A purple crystal appears above his head. Sid looks at it and notes that this small magic stone is really better than torn cloth. The skeleton looks around and realizes that this is still the necropolis. The system notifies him that he is at a burial site and asks if this is so because these tombstones here are very large. Sid turns around. He sees a level 15 skeleton to whom the burial is dedicated. The skeleton asks in bewilderment if this giant is a local mini-boss. Singu asks where this small skeleton came from who dared to penetrate his territory. He swings at the skeleton and calls for its death. Sid looks behind him and asks what surprised him so. He wonders why this guy was so easy to kill, even easier than a regular skeleton soldier, until the system notifies him that the skeleton who is the main type in this burial site. These giants also have relatively little combat power. They work well as a team, move in groups, until he thinks about the fact that they move in groups. Sid wonders what the system is trying to say. A spear flies at him. Another projectile flies at him until he realizes that he just brought the wrath of a hornet's nest upon himself. Sid turns around, confused. The skeleton gives the order to his brothers to kill him. Another larger skeleton comes towards him. Sid blocks the blows, noting that he has impressive strength. He fights back and notes that, however, they are still too weak for him. The skeleton jumps. He strikes again. The monsters realize that they will soon be defeated and give the command to crush him. A mace flies at Sid while he realizes that this is endless. Sid turns around. The monsters are all gathering in one place because they are here to skin him and kill him, while he wonders where so many of them came from. Sid delivers a slashing blow and they notice that the giant tombstone must lend him its strength. The creature in the cloak attacks him and asks the tombstone to attack them. The monsters look in horror at the falling tombstone of their second aunt. The skeletons are also perplexed and give the command to run away. Part of the crowd was crushed by their aunt's tombstone. Sid notes that now is the time to retreat. He feels some pressure on the back of his head. The skeleton turns around and recognizes the boss behind him. He looks into the distance while they call to the Lord. The stone splits and the monster gives the command to his subjects to get up. Sid watches as the monster asks him how he can harm his subjects with such audacity. The crowd runs at the skeleton while the monster orders him to be detained. The leader looks at him and orders him to die. Sid cannot identify the level of the undead lord until the system notifies him that he has encountered an enemy superior in skill and fears that he needs to escape immediately. Sid looks confused and says that the unknown level is then at least 20 levels higher than him and realizes that he is now surrounded by skeletons. The Lord glares and asks what he means by escape. Sid notes that they are getting closer. He steps on the skull and realizes that even using his punishing blade he cannot cut their bones. The Lord orders him to accept his fate and calls him a parasite while he is perplexed by his incredible power. The stone begins to crack while a monster-like hand digs its claws into it. Sid watches and realization comes to him. He looks at the monsters and realizes that this must be the leadership of this cemetery. The Lord asks if he will say his last words, while he shows him the middle finger and says that who is he going to scare with this broken tombstone, because he really imagines himself an emperor. The Lord frowns in bewilderment with eyebrows that are not there. The monster smirks and notes that this is excellent. He swings at him and says that he will pay for his arrogance. The Lord attacks Sid and orders him to die. The skeleton looks at the falling stone and does not notice that he really fell for his trick. Sid hits the tombstone with his sword. He looks at his comrade and says goodbye to him. The monster is perplexed that the tombstone flew and then laughs at this. The monsters look into the distance at the red tablet. The Lord gets angry. He opens his mouth and asks what they are waiting for, because they are given the order to catch up with him. The monsters take the order. The plot moves to the necropolis, where Sid left a note on the tombstone that he thanks his Lord for the generous gift and thanks his friend. The monsters look at him in bewilderment and note that the words are carved beautifully, the drawing is also well done, and another likes the heart the most. The Lord looks at them and notes that they are idiots. He continues that none of them will be able to catch him while they ask for his forgiveness. The skeleton again orders them to track him down and kill him. Sid tells his master that he brought the phalanges as ordered and shows them. He receives a notification that the player has completed a quest called the Skeleton Phalanges, while his master praises him and says that here is his reward. Sid looks excitedly at the notifications that he receives 1,200 experience points, 5 points to his reputation and shining bracelets. The system also congratulates the player on reaching level 12. The latter says that the shining bracelets add him the quality of the black stone, which increases physical resistance by 8 units, magic resistance by 4 units, strength by 2 units, and the level requires 10th from the user. Sid looks at the list of the characteristics of his attributes, where his health level has grown to 245, the amount of mana to 225, strength to 27, attack to from 31 to 48, physical defense to 33, reputation to 7, magic resistance to 19. Sid smiles and says that one more piece of equipment with a black stone is only one step away from collecting a full set, and his attributes have also grown, although he still can't cope with the undead lore. He can start growing skeletons to increase the level. The Lord asks if he has encountered skeletons and the Lord of the Undead. The skeleton replies that he did and he barely survived the encounter. The Lord turns to his child and says that since he has already encountered the Lord of the Undead, this time he demands this from him because recently the Lord of the Undead began to prepare a large army to attack their graveyard. Sid is perplexed and reads the notification, which describes the content of the quest, namely that after receiving the task, the Undead Lord of the rank slightly higher, the first task will be to kill 200 skeletons, collect 20 phalanges of skeletons, and then he will receive Blackstone equipment, 2,000 experience points and 21 reputation points. Also, the second task is to destroy 200 prickly skeletons and collect 40 phalanges of prickly skeletons. Then he will receive another element of black drop equipment, 3,000 experience points and 45 reputation points. The third task requires confronting the guards of the Undead Lord and buying time for his lord so that he can kill the Undead Lord. And then he will receive bronze equipment, 4,500 experience points and 100 reputation points, while he himself thinks that something is bothering him, although the rewards for the mission are very generous. Sid replies that the last mission was of a lower rank, and this jumps up several levels, while the Lord says that in the midst of danger they seek their destiny, and until the Lords of the Undead conduct his soul spark, he will be safe. Sid asks what exactly this soul spark is. The Lord replies that the spark is the essence of the undead. He continues that the night spirits consist of 4 main clans that rule over all the others. Skeletons stand in the army, while he says that the undead clan is the most numerous among them, and about the orcs, that they are not physically the strongest, and then mentions the dark elves, those who stand at the top of magical practices, and the latter are ghosts who are immune to all physical attacks. Sid enthusiastically asks if they are the most numerous because it seems to him that their clan is a little weaker compared to all the others, to which he receives in response that among all the clans only the undead are able to absorb soul sparks for endless evolution. In any case, they are the strongest among the night spirits, while he thinks that endless evolution sounds really just amazing and asks what will happen if the spark is absorbed. The Lord smiles and says that he will go without banishment from this world. Sid asks himself again if he understood correctly and does not mean that your account is deleted. The Lord gloomily adds that this is the dry clan of the undead to absorb or be absorbed. He looks at the army and addresses the undead soldiers, generals, lords and kings, and in this ultimately ascended as beings equal to the divine, while he clarifies whether they are equal to the deity and thinks that the absolute lord of the undead monarch of all night spirits. The Lord explains that Ashura is a path of constant evolution for the undead to carry their glory. He takes him by the shoulder and says that he may be bigger and does not have such a chance, but he certainly has it and he will definitely succeed in the future. Sid waves his hand at him and says that it is good to continue hunting skeletons, to which he addresses him as a child and says that he must be careful because he is the hope of their kind. The Lord adds that he is his hope too. The plot moves to the border of the burial. The 3rd level skeleton postal bird makes a sound. The monster looks at him in bewilderment and says that it keeps croaking upwards and asks if there is something there. The second one replies that the tombstone is extremely high. Who could climb up there? To which he says that he is right because how could anyone climb up there at all? The monster turns around and thinks that it is probably another bird. Sid stands behind the tombstone and realizes that it was almost burned and offers himself to see what they were planning there. The skeleton writes that it has been 30 minutes and he thinks that he has checked everything. He looks around and writes that there are 8 patrol groups here. The skeleton looks ahead, while he thinks that a team of 5 skeletons and a messenger bird she must die before warning the patrol of his presence, and I understand that the most annoying part is something else. He imagines a patrol map. He looks at the papyrus and reasons that every 10 minutes 2 patrolmen meet and continues that basically as soon as he attacks his timer goes off and the remaining halves always find that something is wrong. The skeleton frowned ahead and notes the difficulty of his task. The skeletons go to the tombstone. Sid notes that it is high time to begin. The guards look and wonder who he is. Sid delivers a slashing blow. The monsters note in horror that he is very fast while one of them gets his head slashed. The patrolman screams that it was an ambush. The other says that this is the use of a skill. Another one gets angry, attacks and asks how dare he do such a thing. Sid uses the punishing blade ability and instantly kills all the patrolmen. The skeleton finishes his job thinking that he needs to do it as quickly as possible. A phalanx flies out of them. Sid takes it with displeasure and asks why only one dropped. His drop rate has become very low. He looks at the timer where a little over 100 seconds remain and thinks that there is almost 2 minutes a minute left. There is no time to grab the undead. Sid runs enthusiastically and asks himself if he can finish the next fight in a minute and offers himself to find out. The monsters look up and ask what happened. One by one they fall to the ground until someone says that all 8 patrols are dead. If they had not changed the route, then no one would have known about it. The level 17 patrolmen ask if they should have reported this. The Lord looks angrily and replies that the guy who escaped has already angered the owner, and if the owner finds out about this, he will be thoroughly disappointed in them and asks if he understood. The monster replies in horror that he understood. The Lord gets even more furious with the words that he requires doubling the number of patrols, tripling the number of personnel and a projectile from each team with 4 postal birds, and requires expanding the search because this intruder must not leave the territory. Sid receives a notification that he killed 40 of the 200 skeletons and collected 4 of the 20 phalanges. The plot is in the Cemetery of Life, where Sid waits out the rain with a maple leaf on his head and says that these were all skeletons on the outskirts, but the mission is still far from complete. Now he can only go deeper to track them down. He looks at the leaderboard where it is written that the city rank levels are arranged from 1 to 6, where the first under the name Orion level 18, he is an undead knight. The second, Gwendolyn, his level 16, he is a ranger of light. The third, Adrian, level 16, class mage. Seraphim level 16 is an archer, Berenger level 16 is a dark knight, and Reinhardt is a 16th level warrior. While he thinks that level 18 is really in his league, probably a fanatic of pumping, and he is interested in where he is at his 13th level. Thunder rumbles. He looks at the table and says that he has always been in the first hundreds, but now this cannot be. He must take what is his while he is at level 125. Sid shouts that he is an undead knight and runs away. He frowns and prepares to attack. The system notifies that in front of him is an Orion of level 18. Sid looks in horror at the evil figure in armor. Sid looked ahead in surprise, asking what he was talking about his reward. The golden skeleton, holding a scroll in his hand, answered that, to be precise, 50,000 gold. He never expected to encounter him. The protagonist, glaring menacingly ahead, took out his sword, answering that his rewards are not easy to earn. His opponent, grabbing a spear, replied that it was good, otherwise it would have been deprived of pleasure. Then they broke into a run, quickly approaching each other. The skeleton extended his spear forward, but Sid managed to react and dodge. The skeleton looked around in fear and shouted that he had managed to block his blow. Suddenly, the protagonist dealt damage to him, but his opponent, stretching out his spear, struck at Sid, telling him not to think that everything would be so easy. Then they parted. Sid, looking ahead menacingly, thought that his reaction speed was slower than his, but his defense was really good. This was the advantage of the Undead Knight class. The knight lunged forward, shouting that he had enough. Let him come to him. The protagonist took a stance. He looked menacingly at the approaching danger, thinking that he needed to act now. Then he struck his opponent's spear with all his might. The knight, looking ahead menacingly, thought that his timing was impeccable. He instantly put his spear out of play. The protagonist, swinging, shouted for him not to hesitate. Then he struck with all his might, causing critical damage. The skeleton grabbed his weapon. Lowering his head, he shouted that it was his turn. He made a quick lunge forward. The protagonist, looking at the enemy's spear, replied that it was not bad, but he was too slow. Suddenly, his eyes turned pale. Grabbing his head, his body shook. He saw his opponent's weapon approaching him, after which the skeleton was able to deal 135 damage to him. Sid fell to his knee. Looking at his hand, he wondered what was happening. It was as if his head had burst. At that moment, the knight jumped up and, swinging his sword, shouted for him to not hesitate. He would use a crushing blow. At the last moment, the protagonist put his sword in front of him. Their weapons, hitting each other, caused a strong pulsation, after which the knight was able to knock the protagonist's sword away. Sid, stretching out his hand in fear, shouted that this could not be. Then the skeleton, looking at the protagonist's retreat, shouted at him not to hurry him aside, and Sid thought that he had lost his sword and half of his health. Squinting his eyes, he continued to think that while his opponent had lost almost nothing. The knight extended his spear, shouting for him to die. Sid, looking at the danger, tried to block it with his hands, but at the last moment, he was thrown back, and he destroyed several columns with his body. The knight began to slowly walk towards him. Then he froze and said that this was the end. The protagonist, looking ahead, answered that he could really block the blow. The knight, looking at his opponent, asked how he was still alive, after which he raised his hand and replied that this was great. He needed to activate the recording. A small camera in the form of a skull appeared in the sky. The skeleton, pointing at it with his finger, said that he forgot that only registered kills count. Looking straight ahead, he asked what he was doing. A leaf was slowly falling from the tree. The protagonist looked at it, and then, at great speed, he began to wave his arms. The leaf trembled. The skeleton, horrified, asked how this was possible. Sid, watching the leaf being torn into many pieces, shouted that his reaction time had decreased by as much as 0.5 seconds. Lowering his head, he covered his body in a purple aura, and then said that he had an excellent lab rat. Looking straight ahead, he shouted that Mr. Rank number 1, they would begin the second round. Hearing this, the skeleton, frowning in displeasure, replied that even without his ball, how dare he be so impudent. The protagonist, looking at his enemy, said to defeat him. Stretching out his hand, he continued to say that 2 fingers would be enough. Hearing this, his opponent became furious. Stretching his spear forward, he shouted that how dare he underestimate his strength. Approaching Sid at great speed, he added that he should die, but the protagonist calmly replied that he was, of course, strong. He raised his hand to the spear, and then he was able to easily parry it, replying that it was very slow. The skeleton, looking ahead in fear, thought about how this was possible. He shouted with his teeth that he was able to reflect his attack with one finger. This is impossible, he will try again. Stretching his spear forward, he shouted a continuous spear strike. The protagonist, waving his finger, reflected all of his opponent's attacks. Smiling, he said that his attack failed. Frowning his brows, the skeleton replied that he was so weak that he could only block the most common piercing attack. They will see how he can reflect this spinning spear. After which the golden skeleton swung his spear to strike, and the protagonist looked ahead in surprise. Looking at the approaching threat, he said that this is the attack he needs to block. It's funny. The protagonist stood still, not reacting to the spear. Seeing this, the skeleton opened its mouth and screamed that his weapon went right through. Why did it not cause any harm? Sid swung his fist, hit the opponent with his knee, answering that now is not the time to count crows. He kicked the opponent with all his might, and he wondered what just happened. Then the protagonist grabbed the tip of the spear, after which he kicked the skeleton's stomach with all his might. The knight was thrown back, and he fell to the ground. Looking ahead, he thought that he missed the blow, after which Sid went to his ball, saying that now he is also unarmed. And then the protagonist grabbed his sword, shouting that it was a standard attack. He pressed his foot to the ground. Then he looked ahead menacingly. A second later, he appeared in the air, swinging his arm to strike, saying that it was all over for the skeleton. He put up a protective barrier around himself. Sid's sword ricocheted off the barrier, and the knight said that he was indestructible. His body was covered in ghostly armor, and it would not be so easy to break it. The protagonist was thrown back. He thought that she was incredibly strong. Then he looked ahead in surprise, thinking that he really had a spare weapon. At this time, the skeleton grabbed his spear and swung it to throw. Menacingly looking ahead, he shouted for him to enjoy the last moment of life, and then he threw it with great force. A strong explosion occurred. A system message appeared in front of the skeleton that the invulnerability of the ghost armor was close to zero. Within 15 seconds, the player's strength would weaken and the defense would decrease by 80%. Smiling, he said that he would finish him off eventually. In the fire, he saw his spear stuck in the ground. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared and asked what he was talking about. Stepping forward, he shouted that he still had to work hard. Seeing him, the skeleton shouted in displeasure that he had used the fire strike. Why nothing happened to him? Sid swung his blade and cut the enemy's body, dealing 106 damage, answering that he was asking too many questions. The knight looked ahead in fear and thought that his armor was too low. Seeing this, the protagonist thought that a simple blow took away so much health. It seemed that his armor had dropped a lot, after which he added that this was a great opportunity to. Sid made a few quick hits, looking menacingly ahead. He shouted that he would kill him. A moment later, the skeleton was decapitated. Turning around, the protagonist said that the first rank is quite strong, but it's a pity that he crossed paths with him. Looking at the corpse of his opponent, he saw a system message that the player is currently offline. Looking ahead in surprise, Sid replied that he immediately disconnected. Was he really scared? We are transferred to the knight's house. The guy, sitting at the computer, says that he can't believe it. Frowning, he adds that even in slow motion he could not see what happened. Reviewing the replay, he added that how did this guy do it? Smiling sarcastically, he continued to say that he would look frame by frame, after which he began to quickly press the keys of the keyboard. The image of the protagonist began to blur. He literally moved in an instant. The guy quickly clicked on the keyboard again. Sweating, he looked at the screen, saying that his skinny body was able to avoid the attack due to the fact that he moved back and then returned to the opposite position, which is why the spear passed across. This is incredible speed. Smiling, he added that only the strongest masters are capable of this. Putting on a virtual reality helmet, he said that such a master cannot be missed. The protagonist looked around in surprise. We are transferred to the burial area. The skeleton goes forward, looking around. Suddenly he stops, saying that Sid has really left or gone to carry out tasks. Lowering his head, he adds that it does not matter to him where he is, he will get him from under the ground. The protagonist sneezes. He is on the edge of the burial. Lowering himself, he says that he has really caught a cold. Looking down, he adds that someone is still discussing him. Why does he continue to sneeze? Then, looking down, he hears screams that who dared to attack them. Now he has to work on patrol even on his day off. He just made a date with a skeleton lady, and such a romantic is gone. The angry skeleton, looking around, continues to scream that this bastard only knows how to attack quietly. He is a coward. He will not even show himself, because there are many of them. His comrade added that he is probably very lonely, because he does not even have a partner, and by the look of it he has a very frail body. Sid looks at them with displeasure, because they call him a coward and a bastard with a frail body. Jumping from above, he uses the skill Lonely Dog. His opponents are puzzled, they raise their heads. And then Sid cuts the skeleton in half with one movement, saying that he will kill them all. The skull of the skeleton with his bird cracks, and then falls apart into two parts. Turning around, he menacingly says that they are disgusting. Having knocked down one giant, he adds that who is the lonely dog here, he just did not want to upset the master, and in addition to calling him names, he also said that his body is frail. One of the giants screamed in fear that this is the skeleton that the master wants to get. His comrade added that he was the one who attacked the patrol, they need to call for reinforcements quickly, let them release the raven. Having sent the birds into the air, one of the giants shouted for everyone to follow him. The birds rose into the air, flying to the sides. The giant added that to the northeast of the border, the 6th team was attacked by an enemy. Menacingly looking at the protagonist, he added that he should prepare to die on the staff. Sid calmly replied that it was very smart to use decentralized communication, after which the giant hit with all his strength with his mace. Sid smiled. The giants swung their clubs at the same time, and not with all their might hit the ground. One of them stood in a stupor. He watched as the protagonist appeared in front of him in the air, shouting that it was impossible how he dodged it so easily. His comrade replied that they should not panic. He was alone and their reinforcements would arrive soon. Pro replied that it was glorious. He hoped that everyone else would arrive soon, after which he covered his body with a purple aura and looked at the opponents for a few seconds, after which he opened his mouth and shouted that at least he would not be bored when he killed them all, after which a purple glow appeared in the air. We are transported to the edge of the burial. The bird flies forward at great speed, shouting that in the northeast of the cemetery, the 6th team was attacked by the enemy. The 1st team rushed to help. Birds circled over the guard chief, shouting that help was urgently needed. The chief, looking menacingly ahead, replied that they needed to head northeast from the tomb. Looking ahead with displeasure, he continued to say that they needed to move and not let him get away. Sid pushed off the ground. The chief, looking menacingly ahead, added that they were already close. Suddenly, the protagonist cut his back, dealing 313 damage. The giant looked at his wound in fear, thinking about what had just happened. He turned to his allies. Then he saw how Sid cut off their heads in an instant. Looking around in rage, he shouted who did it. In front of him, he saw the protagonist, who was standing with his back to him. Grabbing his sword in his hands, the giant replied that he no longer had the same speed and accuracy. Turning around, Sid replied that there was another prey in front of him, to which the skeleton shouted in displeasure that shouldn't he be on the eastern side of the tomb. The protagonist calmly replied that his reinforcements were too slow. He surrounded himself with purple charges, continuing to say that he alone would be enough, after which he swung his blade, adding that they should stop chatting. The giant, looking at his opponent, shouted in displeasure that he was incredibly arrogant. He opened his mouth wide, adding that he should die, after which he struck with all his might in front of him. But suddenly the protagonist was able to dodge the blow at great speed, deliver an attack and take away 822 health. The giant fell to the ground, and Sid replied with a smile that it was over, after which a system message appeared in front of him with congratulations and a task that he should go elsewhere for a reward. Sid, looking at his hand, said that after a delay of 0.2 seconds, dealing with skeletons became not so easy. We are transferred to the gorge. The protagonist, walking along it, says that he does not know what reward he will get this time, but hopes it will be armbands. Looking at his hands, he added that after receiving the goodies for the mission, he needs to find a place to repair the cracked weapon. Then he suddenly stopped, thinking about what he heard someone crying. In the distance, he saw a small group of skeletons carrying a coffin. Sid noticed strangers approaching. One of them, a one-eyed skeleton, shouted that he was only 500 years old, and he left them at such a young age, losing his head. Seeing them, the protagonist opened his mouth, thinking about the fact that a member of the patrol group was decapitated. Looks like an additional mission. You can't miss such an opportunity. Raising his hand, he asked the captain, what is he doing here? The skeleton, approaching him, replied that they have not seen each other for a long time. Something happened to their patrol team. Frowning, he shouted that his brother, an excellent scout, was attacked by a bear with an iron back. He found only his headless body. Hearing this, Sid replied that it was incredibly terrible, and the captain shouted that it was their patrol group that was responsible for security, and they could not leave without avenging their brother. The protagonist, clenching his fist, added that this bear with an iron back dared to attack quietly. He would kill him and would definitely return his brother's head. The captain, putting his hand on his shoulder, replied that now he knew their common goal, the future was his, he would leave him the opportunity to return the head, to which the protagonist replied, it will be done. A system message appeared in front of him that he had received a task. He needed to kill a bear with an iron back within an hour and return the head to the captain. Clenching his sword, Sid said that the task was time limited. He needed to set off, but before that he needed to repair his weapon. The captain pointed his finger to the side, answering that if he wanted to repair the weapon, there was a Forge of Death 500 meters to the east, he could go there, to which the protagonist, thanking him, set off. We are transferred to the Forge of Death. Coming closer, Sid looked ahead in surprise. An old man was sitting in front of him, Looking at him, he said that this was the village elder. When did he start working in the workshop? He answered to something that he had many abilities and skills. Coming closer, the old man added that they had not seen each other for a long time and, apparently, he wanted to forge or improve or repair equipment, to which the protagonist replied that he would like to repair the weapon. After which, stretching out his finger, he added that repairing weapons requires physical exertion. Can the old man handle it? Grabbing his hood, he replied that, apparently, Sid has not yet learned. Tearing off his clothes, he exposed his pumped-up body, shouting that this is the power of an old man. He needs to fix a couple of weapons, why bother so much? After which he extended his hand, telling him to give him the blade. The protagonist answered okay. And the old man, bringing the blade to the hellish flames, shouted that first the weapon is placed in the furnace to absorb the heat, then it is fought off. Swinging a sledgehammer, he added that there is none, watch carefully, after which he hit the blade with all his might, causing a column of sparks. Watching this, the protagonist replied that it is simply amazing. He continued to hit the blade, shouting that tempering is next. After a while, he got up. The box blade replied that everything is ready. Taking it in his hands, Sid said that it is amazing, it looks like new. The old man, sitting down, replied that he did not believe in him. He is the most first-class blacksmith in the area. Sid asked how much his work was worth, to which the old man replied that 1 silver coin would be enough. The protagonist began to leave for the mission, thinking that the mission is a bear with an iron back. He has 45 minutes left, this time will be enough. We are transferred to the path. Sid slowly walks forward. A system message appears in front of him that this is a very dangerous path, because both the light faction and the dark faction fought for it. Looking around, he thinks that if he goes in the middle, the view will be better. Then he raises his head, wondering where this bear with an iron back is. Then he begins to scream, thinking that if this is a bear, then, perhaps, it should live in a pine forest. Looking around, he continued to call his target. Suddenly, he stopped in surprise. An incredibly large level 20 bear appeared in front of him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, after which he raised his head. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that he was waking up. Probably it was time for him to act. They made eye contact, and a second later the bear lay down to sleep again. Smiling, Sid thought that this is an incredibly stupid bear. His enemy is here, and he is still sleeping. It seems that he does not take him seriously. The protagonist took a stance, and then, jumping on him, he shouted that if so, he will cut off his head. The bear opened his eyes. He put an iron plate under it, and with a powerful blow Sid was able to deal only 12 damage. His blade ricocheted, and he thought that he had such strong armor it absorbed all his damage. Then the bear swung his paw. He hit the protagonist with all his might, and he instantly flew to the side. Landing, Sid got to his feet, thinking that he was incredibly clumsy. How could such a beast secretly kill scouts? Sneak attacks. Looking around, he said that his defense was not weaker than that of his former opponents. Then, looking at the menacing expression on the bear's face, he shouted for it to attack. His opponent opened his mouth wide, and then, pushing off the ground, he made a quick dash forward. Sid, without a second thought, jumped back, shouting that even if he had powerful armor, it did not mean that his defense was as strong in other places. He extended his blade forward, and then he slashed the belly, dealing 250 damage. The bear fell to the ground. Looking back, the protagonist said that indeed, compared to the more protected back and belly, it resembled soft tofu. Suddenly, the bear rose to its paws and looked at its slashed belly. It growled in displeasure. Seeing this, Sid said that now that he had determined its weakness, he would defeat it immediately. Suddenly, the bear jumped back at Sid. Seeing this, the protagonist opened his mouth and screamed in fear. What kind of trick was this? The bear suddenly rolled towards the hero. The protagonist jumped aside. Crouching, he said that it was close. The beast approached him, and Sid thought once more. Swinging his sword, he said that he should come closer. The hero swung his sword and screamed for it to stop. The protagonist stretched his leg to the side. He deftly parried the blow. Looking straight ahead, Sid thought, what a strong rotation. Raising his sword up, he screamed for it to open. The bear rolled rapidly. Looking at it, the hero thought that the bear with an iron back used its rotation not only to deliver a strong attack, but also to protect a large area of its body. It is impossible to continue in the same spirit. It is clear that it will not lead to anything. The beast rose sharply. Its eyes glowed red. Suddenly he raised his hands up, to which the protagonist thought that he had opened up a great opportunity. The beast suddenly extended his paw forward. The hero jumped to the side. Swinging his sword, he said that well, since he was ready, it was his turn. Suddenly he struck at the bear. The beast clenched his teeth in rage. He struck a sharp blow to the ground. Reflecting the attack, the hero thought that it was time. His counterattacks were too fast. The bear raised his paw. Sid was standing in front of him. Raising his head, he asked if he still wanted to meet his sword. Jumping up, the protagonist shouted that well, since it was asking for it. The protagonist looked ahead and added that he had already figured out his weak points. Lightning appeared around the sword. Sid said that he just needed to hit the center of its spine. Lowering his head, he added that this way he would no longer be able to return to the ball. Suddenly, the hero plunged the sword into the bear. The protagonist sat on its head. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. The bear rose sharply. Jumping off it, the hero shouted that he was so tenacious. He had inflicted a serious injury on him, but he was still able to rise. The beast looked at him, hearing that he was still trying to fight back. To hell with him, a big and stupid bear. The hero struck him. The bear screamed in pain. A hint appeared that congratulations were given to the bear with an iron back on completing the mission. Let him go to Hanbin for his reward. The protagonist lowered his head. It was said that congratulations were given on defeating the enemy. He had successfully been promoted to level 15. Opening his eyes in surprise, Sid shouted that he had collected so much loot. Snow-covered trees appeared. It was heard that there was an increase in damage, a large magic stone, and even equipment. Very generous bonuses for defeating the bear with an iron back. First, he will put on equipment. Looking down, the protagonist said that although leather protection is not as good as armored, but at least it increases agility. It was written about bearskin knee pads, black stone, defense +7, magic resistance +6, agility +2, required level 15. The character's characteristics were shown: name Broken Spear, class Necromancer Swordsman, level 15, main attributes, HP 275, MP 255, strength 27, agility 11. Additional attributes: attack 3148, physical defense 40, movement speed 27, reputation 7, magic power 0, magic resistance 25, attack speed 27, luck 1. Smiling, the hero said that it was a super practical thing. It would be very helpful for camouflage. Putting it on, he could safely leave Hanbin. It was said that the patrol scout camouflaged his face with a mask and his body with special clothes, which allowed him to hide perfectly in the human camp. A view of Hanbin opened up. Raising his hand up, the protagonist said that he had completed the task. Looking straight ahead, Sid said that he was not alone. He could complete as many as 2 tasks so as not to run back and forth. To which the captain replied that he had known the swordsman for over 500 years and they often played chess. Stretching the skull forward, he said that here it is, to which the captain replied that yes, this is the skull of the younger brother. Grinning, Sid said that these are skeletal fingers, to which the swordsman replied that he was a good boy. Raising his hand up, the protagonist asked to keep his reward. It was written that congratulations on completing the Iron Skull mission. He earned 2,200 experience points and 21 reputation points. Let him receive a black stone as a reward. Congratulations on completing the Bone Fingers mission. He earned 2,000 experience points and 20 reputation points. Let him receive a black stone as a reward. Congratulations on increasing to level 16. Smiling, Sid said that great. For full equipment it remains to put on boots and hand protection. It was written about green leather gloves, attack +5, health +40, agility +5, required level 15, Kingwang fan, attack 1524, health +10, maneuverability +1, required level 15. The character's characteristics were displayed: name Broken Spear, class Necromancer Swordsman, level 16, main attributes, HP 325, MP 265, strength 27, agility 16. Additional attributes: attack 36, 53, physical defense 40, movement speed 32, reputation 48, magical power 0, magic resistance 25, attack speed 32, luck 1. Looking at the sword, the hero thought that that's all. Grinning, he asked that the fan was a weapon for advisors. He did not know how to use it. Could he exchange it? To which the master replied that mission rewards were not exchangeable. Looking to the side, he added that but there was one merchant. You can go to him at the floating ice bridge market, but their eidolons are not welcome there. Looking at him, Sid asked that they do not welcome the eidolons, said that you can use the mask. The floating ice bridge trading market appeared, and the protagonist thought that the poppy worked so well that no one suspected anything, and he calmly exchanged the fan for a pair of boots and 11 silver coins. It was written about porcupine skin boots, defense 8, magic resistance 4, health +30, required level 10, and he added that he had earned a lot this time. The character's characteristics appeared. The name is Broken Spear, the class is a Necromancer Swordsman, the level is 16, the main attributes are HP 325, MP 265, strength 27, agility 16, additional attributes are attack 36, 53, physical defense 48, movement speed 32, reputation 47, magic power 0, magic resistance 29, attack speed 32, luck 1. Suddenly, the protagonist looked in surprise. A thug attacked him, to which he asked who he was. Looking at the hero, the thug said that his reaction speed is as fast as rumors say. He was able to block his attack. Stretching out his hand forward, Sid said that he should wait. He does not understand who he is talking about. He must have made a mistake. And then he thought that this unshakable Mad Dragon is a member of the Mad Dragon Guild. How could he expose him? Pointing at the sword, the guy said that even though he was hiding behind a mask, his blade was easily recognizable, to which he thought he had forgotten about it. Stretching his hand out to the side, the thug shouted that there was a price of 50,000 coins for the head of this masked guy. The payment was guaranteed by the reputation of the Mad Dragon Guild, to which he asked to stop. Stretching his hand forward, the hero said, "Damn, this is a very dirty trick," to which he replied that he didn't care about the means to achieve the goal. People rushed forward, hearing that 50,000 coins, a weapon made of black stone. The guy's eyes lit up and he said that it was easy, let them prepare for death. Grabbing the weapon, the hero asked that he and this whole pack wanted to kill him. The protagonist laughed and said that it was very funny. Frowning, the thug thought that he wanted to attack first. Sid began to run away and said goodbye, to which he was asked again. Rushing forward, the guy shouted that he wouldn't get away with it. A bell appeared in front of him and he said that most likely the broken spear would go to Handon. He would hold it back, let him immediately gather the first and second battle groups, set up an ambush in the canyon, to which he was told that the battle group was temporarily out of action, to which he asked again. The thug was surprised to hear that the second lieutenant attacked the headquarters. The commander-in-chief sent all the battle groups to look for her. The guy lowered his head and said, "Damn," before he could solve one problem, she added another. Rushing forward, the thug shouted that they should deal with her and he would deal with the broken spear alone. The protagonist ran through the pine forest of Handon. Looking to the side, he thought that after passing the pine and cypress forests, he could run to the safe territory of Handon. Suddenly, the hero looked at him in surprise. The guy abruptly struck him. Sid threw him back and asked what he was, a bath leaf, why was he stuck to him? Looking straight ahead, the thug said that his existence had a huge impact on the reputation of the Mad Dragon Guild, he should die. Pulling his sword to the side, the protagonist asked what and what about him. The guy widened his eyes and thought that he was going to use his skills. Suddenly Sid swung his weapon. Dodging, the thug said that he missed. The protagonist asked again in surprise. Looking to the side, the guy heard what and what is he doing here, to which he asked that someone was behind him. Tom grabbed the wolf, someone shouted his name. Looking to the side, he thought that the guy in the mask looked familiar. The hero held the sword in his hands, he heard that this equipment, and this green long sword. Frowning, Tom said that he let him disappear into the ground. Swinging his weapon, he shouted that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The protagonist swung his sword and said that another remora was really coming. Tom jumped up and shouted that he had missed him so much. Looking at him, Sid replied that he should stay away from him, he hadn't missed him at all. Suddenly, a blow flew in front of him. Watching the battle, the guy thought that they didn't like each other so much, great. The thug raised his eyebrows and shouted that he was suggesting that they both kill him. Striking, Tom replied that he didn't. The guy lowered his head and thought that but why weren't they each other's enemies? Suddenly, he fell to the ground. Looking at him, Tom said that in a fight between strong opponents, a third, and even a weakling, is of no use to them, to which he replied that he was a bastard. Raising his head, the guy said that the Mad Dragon would not forgive him for this. A message appeared that the player Unwavering Mad Dragon was killed. Looking down, he asked what the hell this Unwavering Mad Dragon was and how dare he threaten him. Turning his head, Tom added that well, the bug is over, it's time to get back to the fight. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that who would want to fight him, he is so nasty, to which he replied that he reached level 15. Rushing forward, Sid asked that he could even hear him, to which he was told that he must have become stronger. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Holding the weapon in his hands, he thought that his speed had increased, so victory was not far away. Tom froze and asked what. Suddenly, the hero attacked him. His sword glowed brightly. Damage flew at Tom. Looking straight ahead, he thought how fast he was. The hero kicked him. The enemy flew into a tree. His eyes lit up and he thought, why? All the free points went to agility, so why is it still not working? Sid suddenly rushed towards him. Looking at him, the enemy thought that this was bad and then exclaimed in fear. The protagonist swung his sword sharply. Player Tom was killed. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that it was easy as pie. Suddenly a notification appeared that player Tom was resurrected. Turning around, Sid thought that he had resurrected too quickly. He wanted to continue the fight. Standing in front of him, the enemy said that he had killed him quickly the second time. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he should answer. His name was at the end of the Hall of Fame list. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that he had been exposed, and then asked what it was. Killing him again would get him into the Hall of Fame. The player smiled and replied that he had caused an illusion when he had dodged the attack with lightning speed, stepped back, and then returned to his original position. Only a candle shadow could do that. The protagonist extended his hand forward and replied that he was not a candle shadow, and besides, he had no name now. He looked down and continued that he wasn't even in the Hall of Fame. The player extended his hand to the side and shouted that it was impossible. No, damn, he wouldn't lose to some player of the same level with lower equipment than him. Looking straight ahead, Sid asked again. Behind the scenes of the Jiang Wushuang Arena, it was heard that they thought who would remain in the finals. Of course, Candle Shadow. He is a member of the Hall of Fame. He has a high level, a full set of artifacts, and he is the only one who owns a powerful weapon, the Crimson Balrog. Sid is just a kid who came from another game. He has a low level, and he only has a magic sword in his hands. Even if he is lucky enough to reach the finals, he will not defeat Candle Shadow. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what he could not defeat. He raised his hand up. It was heard that they were congratulating Sid on his victory over the god of battle, Candle Shadow. Standing in front of the player, the protagonist said that nothing is impossible, to which he asked again. Raising his hand, the hero asked if the player's level decides everything. Tom asked again in surprise. The hero held out his hand and said that leveling up by killing monsters is not everything. He only reaches a high level to become invincible, and his true enemies are other players, and if he lacks the determination to fight others at his level, then he should give up as soon as possible. Pointing at him, the opponent asked why he thought he lacked the determination to fight. The protagonist raised his head and said what was wrong when someone lost to an opponent whose artifacts and level were lower, and then used the excuse that the opponent was just a member of the Hall of Fame. But when he realized that this was not the case, he became very angry, to which he replied that it was a lie. Sid began to leave, and Tom told him to stop. He held out his hand and shouted that he lost to him only because he was sick. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that he was so stubborn, hearing that he would not give up. Even if he fell through the ground, he would definitely defeat him, even if he was not the god of battle, Candle Shadow. The protagonist raised his hand and said that he would look forward to that day, but he had better go back and watch his video again, and he was feeling bad, and there was something wrong with the weapon. The player froze and shouted that the fight was just unsuccessful. Sitting at the computer, the guy said that the used helmet slowed him down. Looking down, he added that it was good that since he was here, he would see if he was right or if there was something wrong with his equipment. Adjusting his glasses, the player said that it was the same. Suddenly, Tom rushed forward. Clutching his head, the guy asked that wasn't he an idiot. After defeating the monster, he only had a third of his health left, and, being weak, he decided to rush at him anyway. Sitting on the chair, he said that free points had been added to agility, but that was not enough, and it would be impossible to catch up with the opponent. Everything was useless. He would have to look for more points for defense. The clock said 6:40. The guy scratched his eye and said that the more he looked at it, the more it seemed to him that he was not a person. Tom got up from the chair. He began to draw on the board. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that nothing could be missed. It was written about the broken spear, level 16, advantages, speed probably very high level, warrior strength, bonus from free points, defense and attack in balance. Defense is extremely strong. Tom, level 19, Undead warrior, advantages, enhanced defense and HP defense, equipment, slight advantage. In the first battle he lost in 11 minutes. The spear attack gives a delay in the strike. If it misses, the enemy will deal a fatal blow. The enemy uses blocking and then counterattack. In the second battle, he lost in 11 seconds. When attacking, the enemy hit him in the chest with a long sword, then kicked, decapitated with a sword. Putting his hand to his face, Tom said that although the attack gives the best result, there are still many shortcomings. The monster could not kill him even if it found a flaw, but he can. All that remains is to defend himself. Looking down, he added that therefore he can only rely on his defense and counterattack tactics, expecting that sooner or later he will reveal his shortcomings. The guy smiled and said yes, that should work. Tom gritted his teeth and thought that he was going to lose. The residential area of Hanbin appeared, the burial place of the Eidolon race. Being in a coffin helps relieve the fatigue of Eidolon warriors. Smoke was flying in the air. The protagonist raised his head and said that he was falling off his feet. He had not slept all night. Putting his foot in the coffin, he added that he would lie down like this. Suddenly, someone swung at him. Hitting the ground, the player shouted that he should not think of running away. With wide eyes, Sid asked what he was sick, making noise here, destroying coffins. Pulling out his sword forward, the player said that he studied the video in detail and found a way to kill him. This time he will not lose. The protagonist asked again in surprise. Clenching his fist, he asked what he thought. Having studied the video, he sees right through him. Rushing forward, the hero said that he should try this then. A devastating explosion thundered. The protagonist drank the potion. A message appeared that the player Tom was defeated, and he said that he really found the right way to defend and counterattack, but still lost. Suddenly, the player resurrected and said that this time he was able to hold out for 18 minutes. Turning around, he said that he should come here. The player was defeated and resurrected, saying what else? Sid furiously shouted that yes, what was wrong with him? Looking at him, the player answered that he was. Suddenly, the hero grabbed him by the neck and said that he should wake up. Standing in front of him, he added that he was not his free sparring partner. The protagonist angrily asked how much he was willing to pay him. Tom looked at him silently. The necropolis, a shadow cemetery, appeared. While fighting the player, the hero asked why he was still at level 10, a snail, he would soon reach level 20, he thought everyone was the same monsters as him. Swinging his sword, Sid said that he would send him some money, let him buy himself some weapons and new clothes, and he would help gather information about the floating ice city. The guy shouted that this was amazing. A message appeared that his friend was disconnecting. The protagonist looked in surprise, seeing that he had dealt 170 points of damage to the skeleton soldier. The effect of the spiked bone was activated. He received 8 points of damage, to which he thought that he had hit 170, and 8 units were taken from him. Rushing forward, he shouted about a forbidden move. The player's level was raised to 20, spiked bones 242 out of 200, skeletal fingers 40 out of 40, to which he thought that great. Level 20. Looking at the ranking, Sid said that the floating ice city was too difficult, he couldn't even get into the top 10 with his level 20, Clara, the dominant, Tom. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that 4 of the dominants were in the top 10, they were his biggest opponents, he needed to prepare thoroughly. He lowered his head and asked what was going on. The protagonist fell to the ground, a message appeared that his satiety level had dropped to 20, his body was weakened, he should eat quickly, to which he said, damn. Lying on the ground, the hero said that he completely forgot to eat. His hands were shaking, a thought appeared that he hadn't even remembered this since the beginning of the game. Looking straight ahead, Sid saw that his satiety level had dropped to 5, his body was extremely weakened, he should eat quickly, to which he thought, damn, he won't be the first player to die of hunger, right? He thoughtfully looked at the grass. The hero started eating it and said, well, at least this way. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist said that it tasted disgusting. A notification appeared that he ate grass. Quality 1, the saturation level increased by 1/10. Someone behind him asked what he was doing here. Putting on the mask, the hero thought that it was a voice like a little girl. He needed to put on a mask and then said that he was. Stacy stood behind him and he asked again. The hero, looking at the girl, thought that the person was an NPC. The protagonist hesitated nervously. Grinning, the girl asked that he was hungry. Pulling the food forward, she added that it was an oatmeal loaf, her mother baked it, it was very tasty, let him eat it, to which he thanked her. The hero took off the mask and began to eat. He looked at his hands, a message appeared that he ate an oatmeal loaf, quality 100, the level of saturation increased by 75 points. His level of saturation returned to normal, to which he thought that he only needed 1 piece of bread. Suddenly he hit the tree. Smiling, Stacy said that it was great, to which he replied that it was thanks to her bread. Pulling out a coin, the hero said that here, let him take the money for it, to which the girl replied that but bread is not worth that much. Looking at the coin, the protagonist thought that he did not need money, it looks like they will give a mission now. Sid sat down and asked what could be something that he could help her with, to which she replied that her mother was sick and the doctor said that only porcini mushrooms can cure her. Looking at the girl, the protagonist said that they grow near the ice hill, but there are many scary spirits there, she can handle it, to which he thought that she would go herself, there would be no task. Clenching her fists, Stacy said that the eidolon is very scary, but for her mother's sake she will not be afraid, she is very strong, she only needs to collect mushrooms for a month and then her mother will recover. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought about the whole month to get a reward. Is the reward really that high? The task is clear, they will see what happens next. Sitting down in front of her, Sid said that what a brave girl, the whole month she can send him a piece of bread every day, and for this he will give her a silver coin, to which she replied that it is good. Waving her hand, the girl said goodbye, to which he thought that for this NPC a month means nothing. The player held a task list in his hand, thinking that he would first replenish his supplies and then go into battle. Arrows flew forward rapidly. Suddenly, a blue flame burst out. Covering himself with his hand, Tom asked who was there. Standing in front of the thug, the player laughed, to which he replied that he told him that the Mad Dragon Guild would not let him through so easily. Rushing forward, Tom shouted that he should die then. He slammed his weapon against his shield and shouted that he should get out of the way. Arrows flew at the player sharply. Damage was inflicted on him. Tom clenched his teeth. His eyes glowed red. The protagonist found himself on Mount Shending. He was told that congratulations were given on completing the mission. He received 300 experience points, 45 reputation points, Blackstone spiked shoulder guards, Blackstone spiked bracers, spiked shoulder guards, Blackstone, physical defense plus 10, magic resistance plus 8, HP plus 40, and the swordsman said that great, now he is equipped. A notification about the spiked bracers appeared, attack plus 7, HP plus 20. Character characteristics, information statistics appeared, name broken spear, class necromancer swordsman, level 20, main attributes, HP 455, MP 305, strength 27, agility 60. Additional attributes, attack 4360, physical defense 58, movement speed 32, reputation 93, magic power 0, magic resistance 37, attack speed 32, luck 1. Looking straight ahead, Shern said that he had completed the cleaning task. Let's go. He would take him to kill him. Raising his sword up, he addressed the warriors. The swordsman shouted loudly that they were going on an expedition with him. The protagonist's eyes lit up and he said that he was coming too, and could a necromancer swordsman also use the summoning technique? How cool. Looking at him, Shern asked him what he wanted to do too, said that he would teach him. The necropolis cemetery appeared. The protagonist swung his sword. The skeletons in armor were fighting, and he said that they should call this coward. The skeletons looked away. Blake appeared among them. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Suddenly Blake shouted for them to kill them, and the hero said that they were starting. The skeletons were fighting among themselves. A red beam appeared near them. Pulling his weapon forward, Blake thought that there were too many of them. They could not be killed all. The skeletons in armor were not even their equal. Gritting his teeth, he added that it was useless to kill or summon more undead. Shorn fought with the skeletons, and the thought appeared that in order to defeat them, he needed to kill the leader. Suddenly he flew up. Shorn blocked the blow, and Blake screamed for him to die. Looking straight at him, he asked why he was still alive. They glared at each other. The swordsman gritted his teeth and said that not only was he alive, but he was also one step away from finishing him off, to which he asked again. The swordsman swung his weapon sharply. The protagonist began to crawl out of the ground. It was written that he was escaping. Hiding in the ground, movement speed was reduced by 90%. The hero abruptly struck him. Blake screamed furiously that these damned skeletons. Stretching his hand forward, Sid summoned a dead man. To which he asked again. It was said that summoning a dead man is the dead becoming servants of the one who used the skill. Blake struck the skeleton. Looking straight at him, he screamed that he summoned the undead. What a bastard. He is also a necromancer. Gritting his teeth, the player thought that it was impossible for a lone skeleton to turn into a necromancer. Only by absorbing the undead can he summon them in the future. It seemed that he had matured a plan. Stretching his hand forward, Sid asked what stood up, ready to accept defeat. Blake grinned in response. Suddenly, he shouted that he did not yet know that his good-natured master wanted him. The player fell to the ground and wheezed. Looking at him, the swordsman asked what he was waiting for, to which the hero replied that he understood. Purple rays appeared. An inscription appeared that the Lord of the Undead congratulated him on completing the mission. He received 4,500 experience points and 100 reputation points. The protagonist stood in front of the corpse. It was said that he had reached level 23, to which he replied that in a short time he had earned as many as 3 levels. Looking at his weapon, he added that in order to use a bronze weapon, he needed to get 2 more. It was written about a dazzling fire blade, bronze, attack 2540, strength +8. Required level 25. Cloak of green fire, bronze, defense +22, magic resistance +12, HP +70, additionally increases the chance of dodging by 0.5%, required level 25. Purple particles began to fly around the hero. Turning around, he asked what was going on, to which Shern replied that he was already old and did not need it anymore. Let him quickly absorb everything, otherwise the soul fire would be wasted, to which he was thanked. Looking at his hand, Sid said that he had absorbed so much soul fire, but he was still a skeleton. He thought he would become an undead general. Standing behind him, the master said that alas, this is the fate of their dead souls, to which he thought that fate. Looking straight ahead, Shern said that undead swordsmen are special souls. The ancestors of the undead stole part of Asura's power and were thus cursed. The necromancer swordsman has no progress. There is only the initial stage and the final one. Looking at him, the protagonist asked, "That's all?" Said that then that evolution that he told him about before. The master answered him that he was afraid that this way he would lose all confidence in himself. This road is too long and difficult. It has neither length nor direction, but only an elusive point. He has already given up, but hopes that he can handle it. Clenching his fist, the hero replied that yes, he will gather all his strength, to which Shern said that he was a good man. He knew that there was no need to doubt him. The protagonist looked away. Tom grinned, hearing that he should not be afraid and fight to the end. To which he replied that yes, as he says. Holding the weapon in his hands, he added that but if it weren't for the annoying archer, he would already be dead. Rushing forward, the guy shouted that the dead man's tongue was too long, a piercing spear. A barrier suddenly appeared around the player. The guy hit it. The protagonist was sitting in the wild jungle. Looking at the rating, he thought that he had finally reached the top 10, and even jumped over this crazy Tom, to boot. Looking away, the protagonist added that they had agreed to meet him at 12 o'clock, but he never showed up. Holding the player by the neck, Sid asked what price he was willing to pay. Looking at him, Tom replied that he would give everything he had, even the shirt off his back. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that yesterday he was so serious, and today was their first official fight. He should not be late. He didn't even answer his message. He lowered his head and added that he had been online for so long and hadn't leveled up yet. Something was wrong. The protagonist looked at the notification. It said, "Damn, let them look quickly." The crazy dragon guild had surrounded Tom and was going to kill him. They were in the forest near Hanbin Hill, to which he said, "Damn." Hanbin Hill and the forest appeared. The player was sitting near a tree, looking at him. The guy said that although his armor was broken, he was not broken yet. He deserved to be in the top 10. If he joined the Crazy Dragon Guild, they would not forget this. Tom answered him rudely. Frowning, the guy said that it looked like he had chosen death. Suddenly, they rushed towards him. A flash appeared in front of the players. They flew back. The players looked in surprise and asked who it was. The protagonist stood in front of them. He stretched out his sword and asked how dare he touch his people. The protagonist glared at the enemies. They turned to him. The guy raised his eyebrows and said that he came just in time. Pulling his weapon forward, he added that he saved him from unnecessary searching. He would send both of them to the next world at once. The protagonist laughed and said that if he were alone, they would have a chance. Let him demonstrate his necromancer skills. Looking at the potions, Tom thought that this was for him. The protagonist raised his sword up and shouted that he was summoning a heavenly bone dragon. The thug looked surprised and asked again. They disappeared, and the guy said, "Oh shit," he heard that he should catch up with them. Rushing forward, the player shouted that if he continued in the same spirit, they would sooner or later track him down and kill him. "Come back and fight," to which Sid replied that he should trust him and follow him. They suddenly jumped up. Looking straight ahead, the guy shouted at them not to stop and to blow them up. Lying on the ground, the hero said that these guys don't even run out of strength. They fight as if they have an unlimited supply of mana. Turning around, Tom exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed his hand. Running forward, he said that he had to hurry. A flame appeared in front of them. Walking forward, the guy said that he had nowhere else to run, so he should prepare to die. Sid turned around and asked again. He spread his arms out to the sides and shouted that they had nowhere to run. Skeletons appeared around after the command. Looking to the side, the guy said that this is bad, it's a trap. Walking straight ahead, the skeleton said that fortunately, his brother managed to send a message and warn them that they, humans, would dare to attack their camp, and for them to hide in the ground. The thought appeared that, damn it, what kind of plan is this? Standing in front of the protagonist, the guy said what kind of guy he was. He underestimated him. Stretching his hand out to the side, the hero said that they should not listen to him. He wanted to attack them. Let them attack, to which the guy replied that he was a bastard. Rushing forward, Sid said that the spearman was on Tom. The captain had defense and ranged warriors, to which they responded approvingly. Swinging his sword, the hero said that he had changed his attack and defense strategy, to which he replied that he hated it. Swinging his sword, the captain shouted that they would kill them all. Skeletons attacked people, screams were heard. Stretching his spear forward, the player asked who he was without the support of archers and shieldmen, to which the guy called him a bastard. Striking, he said that he warned he would die every minute. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him. Tom turned around, hearing him say that he should take care of himself. Rushing forward, the protagonist said that he should not forget to restore health. Smiling, the player thanked him, and then thought that this was the advantage of team fights. The guy behind the protagonist swung his weapon. He shouted that here was his chance. The thought appeared that he would finally kill him. Sid parried the blow and heard that he should die, to which he replied that it was not up to him to decide whether he lived or died. Holding the bones in his hands, the captain shouted that the brothers killed all the invading people. Suddenly, his head was cut off. The man held the skeleton's head in his hands. Clara threw her sword over her shoulder. Looking at her in surprise, the hero thought that she killed the captain in an instant. What was she doing? Looking away, the guy shouted that she finally decided to join them. He was finished. Standing in front of him, Tom said that even if she was on his side, he would still die, to which he said that he should quickly come here, help him. Grinning, Tom asked what? He can't fight without assistance, to which the guy grinned. Suddenly, Clara cut off his head, and the player thought that they were not on the same side. The girl abruptly struck the player. The protagonist rushed forward and shouted the player's name. Swinging his sword, the hero asked what the hell he was doing here. The girl dodged the blow. She counterattacked. Sid fell to the ground. A message appeared that, damn, what a fierce woman, she cleared this place alone in such a short time. The players were lying on the ground. Messages appeared that she did it easily, because everyone ran out of life force and mana. If they do not leave now, then all their rewards will be hers. Run to the nearest camp. When they are resurrected, count to 3 and immediately run. Tom was lying on the ground and did not answer. The protagonist smiled and said about the resurrection. The girl raised her hand up. Suddenly, the hero swung his sword at her. A devastating explosion occurred. Sid turned to the player, to which he replied that he was coming. A barrier appeared around Tom. Rushing forward, the player shouted that great job. The girl angrily clenched her teeth and said that let them die. Suddenly, she struck the protagonist. Looking straight ahead, he thought that it was dangerous. The player hit her with a spear and said it was his turn. Clara retaliated by saying how dare he be so arrogant. The protagonist struck her from behind. The girl fell to the ground. Standing next to her, the player said that she was the first in the rankings, but she was still killed. He would guard her body all night just to find out if she would still be as cool when she was resurrected. Grabbing his hand, the hero said that he shouldn't even think about staying here. They should get rid of him quickly. The dragons and undead would wake up soon. The slaughter would begin. A message appeared that the resurrection of the patrol undead was in 23 hours 58 minutes 13 seconds. Rushing forward, Tom said that he definitely was, to which Sid replied that there were simply no words. They found the time. Sitting on the outskirts of Hanbin, the protagonist asked that she looked upset. What happened? The girl pointed to the side and said that there was a grandfather. He was wounded, asked what he could help him with, to which he thought that the wounded old man. Looking to the side, Sid said that it was good, he would take care of him for her, let him not worry. Grinning, Stacy said that she knew he was good, to which he thought that there was no task notification window, he would go and see what was there. The hunter in the wild jungle said that he was dying. Damn these damn bears, to which the hero thought that with such a loud voice he did not look like he was dying. Waving his hand, the protagonist asked that he was okay, to which the man shuddered. Waving his arms, the hunter shouted for him not to come near him, to which Sid thought that he forgot to put on his mask. If not for his forgetfulness, he would have given him some task. Gritting his teeth, he added that no, this mission could not escape him. Falling to the ground, the hero shouted that he knew he was just a small warrior until he was bitten by an eidolon, and that was how he became like this. Sid began to eat grass and added that but he had principles. It was better to eat grass than to harm another, even when he was hungry, to which the man replied that it was a pity. Grinning, he said that what a good boy, and it did not matter whether he was a human or an eidolon, it felt like he had a conscience, to which the hero replied that he was indeed a very good one, asked what hurt him. The man lowered his head and said that unfortunately, in his village he was the only hunter and came here to hunt. But he did not think that there were so many wild bears here. They chased him for 3 days, and if he had not come here, death awaited him. Clenching his fist, the protagonist replied that he shouldn't worry, he would help him get out of the forest. Looking at him, the hunter replied that it would be good if he helped him, taught him hunting and cooking skills. He was the best cook and hunter in the next 100 miles. Sid took his hand and said that he shouldn't worry and would leave it to him, and then thought that there were 2 skills that were very necessary and could only be found here. Raising his sword up, he added that he was level 25, had a new weapon and a cloak. It was so hot. The character's stats were displayed: name Broken Spear, class Necromancer Swordsman, level 25, main attributes, HP 575, MP 355, Strength 35, Agility 16. Additional attributes: attack 6190, physical defense 80, movement speed 32, reputation 264, magic power 0, magic resistance 49, attack speed 32, luck 1. The hero was surprised to hear that the rewards he received would be increased. From the notification, he heard that he had completed some big task again and received 80,000 coins, to which he said that 80,000 coins? He would die for that kind of money. Putting his hand to his face, the hero heard that he himself could not die, but he could kill him, to which he replied that he should first get to his level. Sid stood in bewilderment, hearing that he needed an upgrade and he needed resources. Let him throw in some money. The guy covered his ears. A scream was heard that didn't he recently give him 15 silver coins? Where did he put them? The protagonist heard that well, he knows what the prices are in Hanbin. Applesauce for 100 mana shackles is 4 coins, and if you also need to buy a weapon, then there is no money left at all. The hero furiously asked what 4 coins, it costs 4 silver coins. A cooking recipe appeared: level 1 applesauce, ingredients 5 apples, an empty bottle, the effect of restoring 100 mana points. Level 2 sticky rice, ingredients 15 sticky rice, 5 chicken, 5 salt, the effect of restoring 200 mana points. At the headquarters of the Crazy Dragon Guild, a guy shouted that there were 2 of them. The elite guild of the Crazy Dragon was defeated by 2 assassins. What a disgrace. Looking at her, the guy replied that he was calm. He increased the reward for his capture. Even if he could not kill him, he would definitely anger him, so they were waiting for good news. Folding his arms, he replied that yes, let the bounty hunters deal with them. They have other goals, and he does not even have a guild. There is no point in wasting his time. Frowning, the masked guy asked what to do with Clara. This creature has gone too far. On her orders he did not assign a reward, they can simply ignore her. The guy grinned and said that although she thought too much of herself, he had other plans for her. Hanbin Square appeared, and they could be heard saying that they should come and see the precious stones, how much they cost. The protagonist shouted loudly that they should not miss the promotion, applesauce for only 2 silver coins. And there was also a bear skin for sale. And then he thought that now he had the skills of a hunter, so he could pick apples for free, and his puree for 2 coins would be in high demand, because for 4 it was robbery. The man looked to the side and asked how much. He said applesauce cost. Looking straight ahead, the hero replied that it was 2 silver coins, and that he should be a good boy and take 10 servings. People enthusiastically shouted that they wanted to take 5. 3 servings, and he would take 10, to which Sid replied that they would take 1 each. Looking at the bag of money, the protagonist said 400 silver coins. He looked up when he heard how much he would sell it for. Stretching his hand forward, the hero replied that as far as he could see, this bear skin was a second-rate product. Raising his finger up, Sid added that so only 2 silver coins, and then thought that he was a ranger. He must have an influential family, he was very rich. Examining the skin, the swordsman heard that this one was of higher quality. It could be used to make 2 or 3 pairs of good leather armor, to which he replied that it was true. It was rare to find a level 28 forest bear. Holding out the bag of money, he said he would take it all. The protagonist bowed his head and thanked him, and then thought that people were stupid, spending money on something that could be easily collected. The hero looked at the bag and heard that he was walking around the market so arrogantly with a reward of 80,000 coins. The ranger grinned and said that he had been caught. Standing in front of him, Sid asked what all this meant. The man laughed and said that he should not be so nervous, he was simply amazed at his strength and courage. Picking up the cloth, the hero said, "Well, the shop is closed for the day." The swordsman raised his eyebrows and said that there was no need to rush because they had just made their first deal. The protagonist looked at him in confusion, and he said that he saw that his applesauce was of excellent quality and other products too. He wanted to order 1,000 portions of chicken and rice. Let him name the price. Looking at him, Sid asked what 1,000, he wanted him dead, and then thought that since he could name a price, it meant he could make good money. Raising his finger up, he thought that he couldn't miss such a chance, and then said that 100 was the maximum. The original price was 10 silver coins, but at the moment it was 30. Smiling, the swordsman said okay, he would leave a deposit of 500, to which the hero thought, damn, he sold it cheap. A wild jungle appeared. Swinging his sword, the protagonist said that all his blows tickled him. Suddenly the player knocked the sword out of his hands. He grinned, thinking that his chance. Tom rushed forward sharply. Looking at him, Sid said that he had deceived him. Suddenly he was attacked by an undead wild bear, and he said that the odds in battle are not always true, sometimes they can be traps. Raising his sword up, the hero added that there is no need to panic in an emergency. Let him stay calm and choose the most advantageous option. Looking at the bear, the player said that the most advantageous option. Suddenly a barrier appeared around him. Looking at the battle, the protagonist said that the reaction is fast, and he quickly switches skills, puts up protection to minimize damage, and the player shouted that with this bear, he is simply huge. The protagonist wiped his weapon and said that the transformed undead skeleton was killed by him in the previous mission. As the level increases, the appearance of the summoned animal also improves, to which he was told that awesome, he can summon not only skeletons, he wants to do that too. The player swung his spear, and Sid said that he is a knight, he is also a necromancer, he will be stronger, so the difference is obvious. The skills of necromancers are more special, to which he asked which is stronger, why has he never met powerful undead, shouldn't there be many of them? The player threw the bear away, and the hero asked that besides him ensuring there was no one, it seems. Rushing forward, Tom shouted that there is a chance, let him die. The protagonist shouted about a big bear, to which the player replied that again. Swinging his weapon, the player shouted that he hates, to which the hero said that he used all his skills to summon. Turning around, Tom heard that he should not forget that he had more than one enemy. A purple beam appeared. Lying on the ground, the player thought that again he had not won any of the battles. Getting up, he added that there was a reward for his head. The gap to the first place in the rankings was too big, he deserved to be on this list, he was simply flawless. Looking at the bird, Tom thought that skill management, enemy assessment, careful calculation, it taught him so much. Gritting his teeth, he added that although he was still losing, he still felt that he had become stronger. The player stood up abruptly and thought that he needed to find someone who would confirm this. People in the Blackwater swamp attacked the armored turtle. Stretching his hand forward, the warrior shouted that his brothers were dead, but the boss was already giving up ground. Blows flew at the monster. Suddenly, Tom struck it. The people looked at him in surprise. Stretching his hand forward, the warrior shouted that he was a bastard. The guy frowned and said that he should control himself. It was Tom and he was very popular. He had single-handedly destroyed dozens of elite teams from other guilds. The guy almost went crazy because of him. Looking at the warriors, the player thought, what the hell, he had run into these idiots. The warrior angrily told him not to go too far, the power was on their side. Tom smirked and replied that he was the boss, what luck. The guy widened his eyes and asked what he was talking about. The player raised his hand and said that killing the boss was not an accident, he was his target. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. Standing among the corpses, Tom said that it really was an elite team, it was not easy with them. Looking at his fist, he thought that it had really become stronger. A view of the floating ice city market opened up. Standing in the 13th grocery store, the guy asked that he really wanted to enter his name, to which the protagonist replied that the Ice City tax for Eidolon players was too high. If he was the store manager, they would be able to save significantly. The guy looked away and said that he did not expect that he would have two skills, a hunter and a cook, collects raw materials, produces items except for seasonings, because their skill is almost zero. Competitors will be unhappy, to which the protagonist asked what is he whining about? For them their coins are just a drop in the ocean, what about the intelligence? Putting his hand to his face, he replied that the strength of the Gujin Menggong has weakened, he lacks professionals, and his boss is not online yet. Looking at him, Sid said that after the update the store will remain his. If the buyers are people from Gujin Mengu, let him give them a low price. To which he replied that he should not worry, he will leave the transportation to him. He has dealt with this more than once, and what about the reward before the update? Looking at the armor, the protagonist asks that he wears good equipment and asks him for something else. Stretching his hand forward, the hero said that he should take this weapon made of black stone, and in a couple of days he will change it, to which the guy thanked him. A view of Hanbin opened up. The skeleton was lying on the ground. Looking at it, the hero asked what Tom was. Looking down, he asked who did this. A notification appeared in front of him saying that he should leave quickly. Clara and the Mad Dragon Guild are going to arrange a bloody massacre on an ice hill, to which the protagonist replied that a massacre on an ice hill sounds quite pathetic. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked what Clara was doing, her again. Striking, the girl asked what and what of it. Looking at her, the hero said that he ranks first in the rankings and yet conspired with the Mad Dragon Guild. Swinging his sword, she replied that it was none of his damn business. Suddenly, the player resurrected. A thought appeared that so quickly, almost without touching, these two are just monsters. The protagonist parried the blow. Suddenly, a bear appeared behind the girl. He abruptly threw her aside. Looking to the side, Clara wondered how the level of a summoned animal could be higher than the owner. Suddenly, the bear and the protagonist ran at her. Pulling out her sword forward, the girl said that this undead is very interesting, it's just a pity for the dark creature. With his eyes wide open, the hero thought that a scream was heard, that a panda. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of the girl. The protagonist crossed his arms in front of him. Sid looked at the animal and thought that she instantly killed the panda, at the same time reducing its defense. The bonus to damage from light skills on the Eidolon was too high. A notification appeared that he was exposed to radiation. His defense decreased by 20%. Striking with the sword, Clara said that now it was his turn. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked that and that was all she could do. Holding the card in her hands, she said that the skill card was Ice Storm. The guy shouted that damn, she had a skill card that was available to bosses above level 35, to which he was answered that it was Clara. It was not even surprising that she got it. Ice shards fell on the protagonist. Damage was inflicted on him. Raising his head up, Sid shouted, and Tom thought that damn, he knows that skill cards are awesome, but this one is too harsh. Pulling out the sword forward, the girl told him to die. Holding onto the stone, the player told him to take care of himself. A purple explosion flared up, and he added that it was excellent. Holding the card in his teeth, the hero said that he also had a skill card. Bright rays emitted around. Grabbing the column, the guy shouted, what the hell, what about one, what about the other, where did they get them from? The protagonist struck the girl. Looking straight ahead, she thought that with the help of his card he blocked the ice storm, dousing it with strong flames. Clara sharply dodged the blow. Swinging his sword, the protagonist said that he should drop the weapon, her game was over. Clara suddenly parried the attack. Looking at the weapon, he thought, wow, what an ambidextrous person. The girl made a counterattack, and the hero added, damn. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that if there was no delay, there would be no need to use the mantle of fire to increase the speed of dodging. Looking at him, the girl asked that he dodged, it was impossible. Grabbing the card, Sid thought that he couldn't pull it anymore, and then said that the skill card was Ravenous Wolf. A purple glow appeared behind him, saying that he was using the Ravenous Wolf skill card, attack speed plus 5%, movement speed plus 5%, the effect duration was 30 minutes. The hero suddenly struck. Standing behind a column, the guy said that it can't be, the card helps to dodge attacks, to which the guy said that the guild does not have a single card, where did this idiot get two of them from? Clara abruptly struck the hero. He flew back and thought, damn, at this rate they will really die at the same time, damn system. Tom quietly watched the battle. With his eyes wide open, he thought, wow, a real battle, both sides are giving it their all, will he be able to reach these two? They both resurrected, and the girl shouted that they will reach the end, to which he replied that they will. Smiling, the guy said that yes, these two are obsessed with each other, let them hurry him, he will bring people faster. Notifications from their battle appeared. Holding a sword in his hands, the protagonist said that they will not kill each other, there is no benefit for anyone from lowering the level, to which she replied that good, a truce. Pointing to the side, the player said that they finally calmed down, let them take a look there. Turning around, Sid asked that the rat had come. Yes. Grinning, the guy asked why so rudely. Their battle was simply amazing. He could not miss such a sight. Looking at him, Clara said that he had come on time, as agreed earlier. Let him not forget to pay her reward, as well as the hiring fee. Suddenly her drone exploded. Taking a step forward, she asked in surprise, "What the?" Grinning, the guy said that his hand twitched, and it was only one camera. She was not offended, right? The girl furiously screamed his name. Putting his hand to his face, the guild leader said that exactly, the reward. What a pity that not only they are his target, but she thought, provoked their guild and will be free to walk. Looking away, the protagonist thought that they were finished. Stretching her hand forward, the girl shouted that the bastard, she should have killed him the moment he offered to cooperate. Damn trash. A notification appeared that the player Broken Spear was inviting her to join the chat, and Clara heard that he had invited her to their guild so many times. Let him not shift the blame to others for his choice of path. The protagonist nodded his head. The guy looked at them in surprise. The team chat appeared. Tom said that she was a crazy woman. Let her see what she had done, wanted to profit at someone else's expense, and how happy she was. To which she replied that she wanted to die again. He added her here for the amusement of this idiot. To which the hero answered them that they should both calm down. Now is not the time for bickering. The protagonist held out his hand and asked what he couldn't get, decided to destroy. Doing so, he is not afraid that his guild's reputation will fall as soon as everything comes out. Laughing, the guild leader said that a madwoman, cutting down both people and bosses left and right, another miser who kills competitors for profit, and the number one of complete cruelty, for whom a reward was announced. So who will believe the words of these three? In the chat, the hero wrote that they are now below level 20, and only by joining forces can they get out of this impasse, to which Tom replied that he is with him, and the girl said that it is good, she cooperates with him once. Smiling, the guy said that he destroyed the video evidence, so they can only retreat. An opinion about a person is determined only after he goes to the grave. A mad dragon gets rid of disasters for the sake of people. Colin folded his arms and said that they should go on their way. Bright beams and an explosion appeared. Raising his head, the guild leader shouted that they should record this scene and post it on the official website. He wants everyone to know what provoking crazy dragons leads to. A huge explosion appeared. Pulling his sword forward, the hero shouted that he shouldn't even try. They quickly rushed forward. Grinning, Colin said that it was a futile attempt. Let him attack. Pulling his spear forward, the guy said that he should watch his performance. The protagonist shouted about the execution blade and the girl about the blade beam. While striking, they both shouted that they should get lost. Gritting his teeth, the guild leader said that to scum, everything should be done by yourself, fire spike. The hero turned to the player, to which he replied that he should leave it to him. Looking away, Sid thought that it was bad. Turning his head, the guy shouted that they should protect the brothers from a distance. While striking, Tom shouted that he was doing two things, not taking it seriously, to which he replied that he was just waiting for their defense skills to roll back, and then he could trample them like trash. Tom laughed and said that Sid gave him a bag of chicken and sticky rice, so he could use ghost armor all day, and he has such goodies. Swinging his spear, he added that by the way, they, crazy dragons, only need remote protection. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked what was what. The doctor flew up and asked why this woman had a critical light strike. Let them save him. And the strategist shouted that damn, how could they instantly kill a 25th at level 17? Stretching his spear forward, Tom thought that this was a chance. The guy grabbed the spear, to which he replied that he held on, and then thought that the level had dropped a lot. The attack skills were not powerful enough. Colin swung his sword and asked what was trying to hit him. Let it go. The thought appeared that well, then they would become a living shield. Looking to the side, the guild leader shouted that they were attacking. There would be no help, let them kill them. Striking, the girl said that they began to fight more furiously. It was necessary to think about retreat. Grabbing her hand, the hero replied that he should not worry because they were one team. Standing behind them, Tom said that he was with them. Everything was right, they were one team. Looking at the team, the protagonist said that the fervor of their attacks was exhausted. Let them prepare to counterattack, to which the girl responded approvingly. Suddenly they began to attack. Turning his head, the guy shouted that he should not try to succeed. Striking at him, Clara shouted that his opponent was her, to which he replied that he should die. Grinning, the warrior asked why he was going to attack the crowd. He really had no brains, and the swordsman said that he should accept death. Taking the card in his hands, the hero used the skill card Fire Wolf Flame. The man opened his eyes in surprise and asked what was going on. Where did he get another one from? Suddenly, flames appeared around Sid. Looking to the side, the guy shouted his name. Taking the card in his hands, Colin said that they themselves forced him. The skill card Magic Horn, Triple Strike. A notification appeared that he was using the skill card Magic Horn. The first strike is a 100% critical strike, the second strike is a 200% critical strike, the third strike is a 500% critical strike. Suddenly, he swung his weapon, to which the girl thought that it was strong. Rushing forward, the guy turned to the hero, to which he replied that he had just arrived. The guild leader suddenly jumped up. The protagonist's sword fell apart. The guy was waving his arms and screaming for him to die. The spear hit the protective barrier. Tom took the hit, to which Sid said that he was a good boy. Grinning, the player said that he was a human shield on their team, none of them would die until he did. To which the guy furiously screamed that he was everywhere. A blow flew at the head and he said that he was trying to kill him with his broken weapon. Looking at him, the player said that now it was a team fight, so as long as the damage of the broken spear was small, then this was enough. Swinging her sword, Clara screamed that she should let him die. Suddenly, she cut off his head. Hugging the hero, the player said that it was so much fun, a great team fight, to which the protagonist said that it was, and the girl responded approvingly. Standing in the wild jungle, the girl said that Tom left, asked that he would not turn off, to which he replied that yes, there was too much damage today, and the level dropped as well, he needs to start updating as soon as possible. Putting her hand to her face, the girl asked that he was from the province of JS. The protagonist looked at her and replied that yes, the city of SC, to which she said that she too, they will meet offline. Looking away, Sid replied that well, you can, but first she must show her true appearance, he does not even know what it is. The girl suddenly shuddered. Taking hold of the mask, she replied that okay. Yinshin tea house. The hero looked at the phone and was surprised to think that it was already 3. A voice told him that he brought his coffee. The voices said that this was Clara. What did the most beautiful student of the city forget here? And who is this guy? The hero called out to the girl. Sid asked why such formality, was she up to something again? Clara answered with a smile to accept her most sincere apologies. What happened earlier was her mistake. The dragons took advantage of her greed and apologized. Sid answered perplexedly that what had happened had passed, and that for a reward of hundreds of thousands, he did not dare to condemn, but to kill them more than 100 times. She looked away embarrassedly and said that the first time was for the money, and the subsequent ones, to release anger. To be honest, Sid asked again about anger. Clara continued that she took the Undead patrol mission, prepared for it for 10 hours, and as a result, he and Tom led the Mad Dragon Guild to battle the Undead, thereby ruining her entire plan. She continued discontentedly that they killed her, depriving her of her Narada. She received nothing, although it was a D-level mission. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that they all paid dearly for it. So why did she come? A thought flashed through his mind that she was vindictive. Go ahead, it was better not to provoke her. The girl leaned on her arm and said that she wanted to create a guild and invite him to join. The former number 1 and number 2 in the ranking together would be invincible. Sid abruptly crossed his arms and said that it was refused. Clara replied that okay, they fought side by side, becoming allies is normal. The hero extended his hand and said that yes, it is possible, however, she wants to fight not only against crazy dragons. Clara took a sip and said that dragons are just a stepping stone, her goal is to defeat the tyrant's sword in him, of course. Sid smiled and said that it makes sense. They bumped fists and thought that good cooperation. The guy walked next to the hero and said that Clara impressed him yesterday. Today he found a good place and is going to organize a studio. Sid began to open the door saying that well, he had the idea to open it before, unfortunately. After moving to Tianzong, he did not always have enough money for rent. They grinned and Sid thanked the crazy dragons for the rewards. The guys entered the apartment and Alex said that the place was not bad. What next? Sid raised his hand and answered that they would recruit the first worker in their studio. The guy asked who he was planning. Then he shouted, as he Clara thinks their beauty is pretty good, why not to entice her? Sid coughed. Then he laughed and said that quieter, he cannot recruit a girl like Sid, only at his own will. Moreover, she has her own plans. Alex answered that so whom to recruit, they will not invite teapots. The hero with a grin said that yes, in the studio there is only room for 1 teapot. Alex discontentedly said, so who is he going to invite? Sid exclaimed that Tom, to which the guy jumped up and screamed that Tom, a killer who is in the top 10 of the heavenly list, second after him in the list of awards and he is really going to bring him to their studio. Sid patted the guy on the shoulder and told him to relax, and that he is sure, then suggested to rest, and in the evening they will begin to plan the next steps. Alex agreed. Mass grave site Hanbingen. The broken spear wrote to the imp to come to Hanbingen if he hadn't forgotten the ice hill. Tom asked what was the matter. The hero replied that it was a good thing, and he said okay, he was flying. The protagonist's thoughts flashed that Tom was one of the rare masters, although his strength was a little short of his and Clara's, but as a first-class player, he could handle thousands of elites. Someone was walking towards the protagonist. Tom asked the hero what kind of good thing it was, and he asked if he had ever thought about which guild he would like to join. The guy asked why such questions, and Sid said that he was organizing a studio and wanted to invite him to join. He continued that he was in a new area of S-City with convenient transportation, private rooms, accommodation and food, as well as an unlimited supply of game materials, and he widened his eyes in shock. He replied that, however, he was the best player on the heavenly list. There were probably many people looking for him in the outside world. Why would he join them? Sid replied that the reason was simple. He wanted to be at the very top. Tom exclaimed that he wanted to. The protagonist said that, well, he would join their studio, and under his leadership it would become a reality. The guy said that it was good and that he agreed. Then he ran in the other direction, saying that sooner or later he would surpass him and trample him into dust. His thoughts flashed that this one, that one, everyone was aimed at him. The station, Sid waved his hand and called the imp. He walked towards them and shouted that calling him an imp was forbidden. Alex hugged the guy and said that from now on they were brothers, the Hogo restaurant. Tom called him Brother B with displeasure, and what does he know? The hero is thinking that the first player who joined is a super strongman who set a goal to kill him, does not know whether it is luck or misfortune. Alex looked at the guy and exclaimed why he calls him Brother B. He told him to add 13 Arabic numerals. The guy sharply shouted that he forbids calling him Brother B. Tom answered that it is good, and again called him so, and Sid's thoughts was that everything is not so bad, the studio staff is getting stronger. They entered the apartment and the hero apologized for not having time to finish cleaning due to moving. Tom replied not to worry and to put the suitcase down. They will unpack everything together. Sid walked and offered to show him the room first. He asked again. He grabbed the helmet and shouted that this is an exclusive Hall of Fame helmet and called the hero. He turned to Sid and said that he was that genius. Sid, didn't he say that he was not a member of the Hall of Fame? The protagonist asked that Sid's recent performances were worthy of the Hall of Fame. Alex took the award in his hands and said that the championship trophy was definitely Sid. He admired him. Tom looked at them and replied that no, although Sid was cool, but in his heart there was another god, the great god Night Chen, a genius boy who defeated King Chuck in the National Center of Esports. This is the highest level in the game, winning glory for the country. The voice said that it was just a pity that he never saw the true face of the great god. They exchanged glances with a smile and in Tom's mind flashed, what, really? He looked at the photo and exclaimed that this was the boss in Chuck. He shouted in shock that it could not be. Then he continued that the idol, Night Chen. He shouted that boss Sid, no, Grandmaster. He knew how deeply saddened he was when he deleted his account, but he shouldn't worry. From today on they were partners, and he would do everything he could to make his dream of revenge come true. Sid replied that he had a dream, but it wasn't about revenge. He continued that it was each of their dreams to dominate the floating ice city in Country Z, and to compete with the best players from all over the world to become the #1 on the planet. He lowered his head and said that that's why he suggested calling their team Bloody Mercenaries. Sid continued with a smile that he and Tom, as Eidolons, were inseparable from the color of blood, and at the initial stage their means were very limited, so they would have to agree to higher tasks in the game to earn money. What do they think? Tom frowned and replied that Bloody Mercenaries, bloody, a very cool name, let it remind everyone of scenes of murders and conquests on the battlefield. He likes it. Alex shouted that he agreed too, 3 votes for. They joined hands and the guy said that from now on, this place will be called the Studio of Bloody Mercenaries. The flag with the skull appeared in the air. Sid sat on the couch and said that so, the studio was created. What are their initial plans? In their opinion, Alex exclaimed that domination in the Ice City. And beauties on their team. Tom shouted that defeat the crazy dragons, finish off the main one, step on Jolan. The protagonist looked away and said that their initial goal was to make money. The guys looked at him in bewilderment. Alex looked at the money and said that rent for 6 months, 4 computers, game props. He continued that the 80,000 reward disappeared in 2 days. Sid agreed and replied that there was only enough left for food for this week. They wouldn't get any money, they would have to eat the dirt. Tom cursed and said that they could spend his rewards. The hero replied that they wouldn't waste time, he would go and upgrade, and in the meantime let them go and collect everything. Alex exclaimed that for sure they had the imp's money. Wild Jungle, a voice shouted that the reward was cancelled. How fast? Well, of course, the crazy dragons suddenly had more balls in their heads. He and the imp could only join the team that would be the first to complete the dungeon, and each dungeon costs 40 silver coins. The guy swung at the monster and said that it was okay, you can also make a profit during the upgrade. The voice replied that yes. By the way, he found a job for him. The master of the heavenly rating, alchemy books and an iron coupon, ordered 100 portions of level 3 ingredients. The price of a portion is 50 coins. The task is urgent, needs to be completed within 12 hours. Level 3, green pepper cutlets, ingredients green pepper, sticky rice, chicken, salt. The effect is restoring 300 magic points. The skeleton frowned and said that the master of the heavenly rating, a large order and urgently, he will have to fight the boss, plus 5% to pay for overtime work. He was told that it was good, he would throw in another 10% on top. The notification said that the player Tyrant Sword reached level 30 and became the first player of level 30 in the floating ice city. he received a special reward of 3,000 experience points and 200 reputation points. It flashed through his mind that if it were not for the battle with Clara, in which they lost several levels, and when only the Tyrant Sword managed to get 30, okay, money is still more important now. The scoreboard showed the player's rating. Cold Wind Canyon, the king of golden scaly pythons, looked at the protagonist. He bared his teeth and thought that he did not see the level, at least 10 higher than him. Collecting green pepper is very dangerous. You need to demand double the price for this. The blow whistled near the snake. Sid furiously thought that the critical damage unexpectedly worked immediately for 7 units. The monster opened its mouth near the hero's face. He hit the guy right in the chest and the voice screamed that it hurt. Bright energy flowed from the snake's mouth. The notification said that he was poisoned. Every 10 seconds he would lose 5% of his health. The guy thought, what a fierce poison, he should sort this out quickly. The poison was pouring straight at the protagonist. The snake's eyes widened from the blow to his mouth. He looked back. The monster began to writhe in pain and the hero shouted that he was doing just brilliantly. Then he jumped high into the sky and attacked the snake. Sid jumped on his neck. The notification said that the player's level of Broken Spear had been increased to 31, and congratulations on first place in the Floating Ice City rating. The scoreboard showed the rating again and Sid said that the beauty Clara was also gaining momentum. But not faster than him. This monster had accumulated so much experience, so there should be a lot of goodies. The skeleton yelled that except for the skill book, everything else is good stuff, can be sold at a good price, familiarity with the skill, forgiveness, active skill. Performing a disguised strike on the target does not cause damage, but his next strike will ignore 50% of the target's defense and increase attack power by 35%. Hint, Moonblade, quality, skillful weapon energy, attack fortiminous 75, strength +9, additional increases attack power by 1%, required level 30. A thought flashed through his mind that the corpse cannot be thrown away in vain. The Python King is strong and can easily take the place of the bear cub. The skeleton shouted that fatal grip. Summons Undead. The notification said that his summoned Undead is replaced by the Python King. The wild Undead bear disappears, and congratulations, he found a giant Python card. The snake's body caught fire and he thought, great, finished with the 3rd level ingredients, and at the same time gained strength. Ice Hill Cross, the voice shouted that he still couldn't change his specialization, and how could he trust the great task of a necromancer swordsman to someone like him? The hero answered the master that he was already fast enough. Shorn furiously shouted to forget who asked him to become his apprentice and let him give him 5 gold coins, and he would improve his specialization and also give him 3 skill books. Sid shouted that it was so easy and no other demands. The man asked, what was he thinking? Shorn put the sword to his shoulder and said that child, in the name of Queen Sophia, he officially grants him the honor of a senior necromancer swordsman. The notification said that congratulations, he completed the career advancement task and received the official title of bronze swordsman. The protagonist's thoughts flashed that somehow everything went too easily. It doesn't feel like it at all. The hero held the books with magic and thought to forget, did not think about it. The master will not harm him. The notification says that awakening, passive skills increase the experience gained by 5%. Undead regeneration, passive skill restores 0.1% of health every second. Ghost armor, active skill calls on the power of Surti to condense into armor, increasing the current defense by 5%. The master said that now that he has mastered new skills, let him go and improve in battle. The hero agreed. The voice said to quickly become stronger, his glorious student. He frowned furiously and thought how impatient he was to get his soul. Weeping Canyon, Knight of Decay. People were sitting in the bushes and the girl said that this boss is a Knight of Decay. He has high levels of defense and attack. It will be very difficult to cope. She will go on the attack and let him help her. The hero told her to relax and that while the money is in place, this is all a small case. The voice shouted that the miser was attacking. They pounced on the knight. Clara and the knight clashed in a blow. The skeleton attacked the enemy with a sharp blow. The knight swirled his weapon in the air and the skeleton flew to the side. He shouted to Clara where she received a high-level mission. This toy is not too difficult. The girl exclaimed that it is high level. This is her mission by specialization. The hero asked again, is it really so difficult to change the task? Clara created a fire sphere and said whose mission by specialization is not difficult. Changing it by their special specializations is much more difficult. She made a sharp blow. The hero's thoughts flashed that it is difficult to change the mission by specialization. Then why is everything easy for him? And that Shern seems to just want to make him stronger. No, there is something fishy here. Hint, the Knight of Decay is illuminated by a bright light, reducing defense by 20%. Clara made a drop with the words that dark creatures, contrary to expectations, can really split the light. The voice shouted that carefully. A bright flash flashed in space. The skeleton sat on the face of the snake. The girl shouted that he could really change his undead. The hero grinned and replied that otherwise. The hero shouted that they would attack together. Clara replied that good. All three attacked the knight. He stretched his arms forward to reflect the blow. The snake opened its mouth and began to spew smoke. Hint: the Knight of Decay was poisoned and loses 5% of health every 10 seconds. The knight's strength began to decrease. The skeleton appeared behind him and swung. A moment later, he pierced his back with a blow. The player Clara's level was increased to 32nd, and congratulations to the player Clara on first place in the rating of the Floating Ice City. The hero called the girl and said that she had overthrown him just 2 hours after he had taken the throne. Even taking 2 gold coins from her was a kind of loss. Clara smiled and told the hero to be honest in the matter and not to think of raising the price at the end. Right. She frowned and continued that she had a couple of commissions here, 3 gold coins per hour, and whether he was interested in it. The plot takes us to the Boulder Canyon, where the guys fought with the Guardian of the Boulders. Hiding in the bushes, the main character asked if the girl had decided to steal the D-level boss from the Mad Dragons. Clara replied that according to intelligence, this giant has a top quality card with a 100% chance of catching pets. This rare item cannot be bought in the store. Sid, with a displeased look, said that you can fight for a top quality card, but with a premium. Clara said that he would get a bonus if he succeeded, and if he failed, he could say goodbye to his money. Frowning, the protagonist asked him not to worry because he would figure everything out. They looked at the guys who were dodging the golem's attacks. Puzzled, Sid asked about the alchemy book and the Cloud and Rain reverser, noting that these two had joined the Crazy Dragons, quickly found the boss's weak point, the joints, and had well-deserved places in the heavenly ranking. Clara sat next to him and told him that the dragon had invested a lot of money in Tianzong, thereby attracting many high-ranking sponsors. The protagonist thought that if he had known that these two were from the Crazy Dragons, he would have killed them with 3rd-level ingredients. The monster dealt a powerful attack to the two guys. It began to run and catch up with them. Frowning, Clara screamed that the boss was approaching them. Sid asked her to wait until his health dropped to 2,000 and then they would attack together. The golem hit the ground with his fists, causing the earth to shake violently. Pointing his finger, the guy screamed that this was a good chance and everyone should reveal their skills and attack with all their might. Several explosions damaged the monster. The guys pounced on him and wished for death. Enraged, Sid screamed that they needed to attack now. They jumped out of the bushes and rushed into battle. Red streams of energy appeared around them. Stunned, Clara screamed that it was an ambush. There was an explosion, from which the golem fell to the ground. Smiling, Ron said that the guy's prediction was accurate. As expected, the mouse and the old friend were caught. This time he deserved to deal the final blow to the boss. Sid and Clara stood on the head of the snake, looking down on the warriors, and the protagonist reported that after so many robberies, some had gained brains and learned how to set up ambushes. The dumbfounded guy asked why the protagonist was still okay. Sid raised his hand to the snake's head and asked the Python King to start the attack. The snake struck the warriors with its tail. It crawled towards the opponents. Standing on its head, the protagonist swung his blade, fighting off the enemies who tried to jump on them. The guy put a barrier in front of him and asked him not to think about the past. Clara released a powerful stream of mana. She broke through the barrier and screamed that she would destroy them. The guys reached the golem. The monster dealt a crushing blow to the Python King. Sid and Clara jumped onto the golem's hand. The enraged guy screamed for his comrades to be careful and not to hit the boss, and to direct all the fire at these two because the last blow to the giant belonged to him. The guys ran along the monster's hand. Clara stopped and said that she would deal a critical hit, and Sid should capture the boss. The protagonist jumped up and swung his blade. He began to swing the sword, but missed. Clara turned around and asked if he could do it. The protagonist aimed at the golem's head and asked how a man could say that he couldn't. Information about the forgiveness skill popped up. Performing a disguised strike on a target does not cause damage, but his next strike will ignore 50% of the target's defense and increase attack power by 35%. Sid cut the monster in half. A message appeared that the protagonist's level had increased to 32. The warriors opened their mouths in surprise. The surprised guy asked how it was possible to deal such high damage with one blow, noting that he couldn't do that much even with 2 attacks. The stranger began to run and said that they needed to grab the prey faster. Clara jumped off the golem and screamed that they shouldn't even try. Sid grabbed the red clots of mana and declared that he had the goodies. A powerful explosion was heard in front of them. The guys caught up with them and shouted that today they would tear them to pieces. Having dodged the beam, the main character said that he had a way to escape. They ran in different directions and Sid ordered to attack the surrounding rocks. Boulders began to fall to the ground near the warriors. The guys ran away from their opponents, on whom huge stones fell. The plot takes us to the wild jungle. Tired, Clara stopped and said that she tried so hard, only a trace remained from her health, and only one card could be used, and the weapon was not his specialty, and the ring still had dark ghosts, and Sid also needed to be paid. This was a huge loss. The main character tried on the new armor and carefully studied its characteristics. Looking at Clara, Sid offered to give him the ring instead of payment, because it has a dark attribute. Clara said that this was a thing with growth properties. The payment for his work would not be enough and he must pay at least 15 coins. The protagonist took out a dagger and noted that he had equipment with similar properties, and the surprise Clara offered to exchange because she had fought a lot and the moon blade still had not appeared. Information about the moon blade popped up. Standing in front of the girl, Sid emphasized that one ring was not enough and in addition to the ring, he wanted 25 more coins. Clara screamed that she was giving the ring and would pay the difference. She waved her hand to the protagonist and thanked him. We are transferred to an icy forest. 2 games of warriors looked at each other and the guy asked what was the matter and whether they did not allow the brothers from the Shadow family to pass. Looking at Bob, the guy replied that they could go because they wanted to discuss the deal. Grinning, Nate said that the bronze armor was quite good and he would pay 2 gold coins for it. In return, they would not do anything to them. Chris, angry, replied that the price of bronze was at least 20 gold. Bob looked at Mandy and said that she did not need to be afraid. The enemy just wanted to scare them, but he, a bloody mercenary, was one of the first to disagree. The guy stepped forward and shouted for 50 silver coins to be added to his fee and he would kill them all. Nate stood in front of him. He shouted with satisfaction for his brothers to go into battle, and the opponents obediently spat out their armor. Having attacked Bob, Nate noted that it was funny, they were bloody mercenaries and at such a low level. Stunned, Bob thought about the fact that the Shadow family had 2 eliminators. Nate was enveloped in a red aura and he wished death on Bob. A skeleton suddenly appeared in front of them. Swinging his sword from behind his head, Nate said that he would help the guy find death. Sid parried Nate's attack. The surprised guys asked if this was their boss. The furious protagonist stood in front of him and said that if Nate touched his brother, he would meet death. Sid approached him with lightning speed. Mandy was surprised. She remembered how the protagonist covered her with his body and said that if they touched his partner, the people would meet death. Looking at Sid, she thought that he looked like her friend. Swinging his blade, Nate noted that this was a strong boast. The protagonist missed the blow, and Nate screamed that this battle was just in vain, an ordinary show, nothing more. Shrouded in purple mana, Sid asked if this was true. He cut him in half. Frightened, Nate screamed that such a blow was impossible and they should retreat. The protagonist lowered his sword and suggested that his comrades retreat too. The guy was sitting on a high stone. Frowning, Marquis read the messages that he should be careful of Sid. Marquis replied in the message that he knew it. Closing his eyes, Marquis wondered if the protagonist was in the top 3 of the heavenly ranking. Mandy stood behind him and asked Sid to wait. Turning around, the protagonist asked if the beauty had any other business. Stretching out her hand, she asked with a smile on her face if he was interested in joining the ancient swordsmen. Sid stared at her. The protagonist imagined himself standing in front of her in his true form and thought that now was not an option, while Mandy said that they had a very powerful guild with large finances. Turning away, Sid replied that he already had his own bloody mercenaries. Waving his hand, the protagonist emphasized that if they were suddenly needed, they could hire them. They would be happy to accept a reward from a beauty like her. Bob waved to Mandy and said goodbye. The protagonist lowered his head and thought that he used to be a member of the ancient swordsmen. Joining was out of the question. Disappointed, Mandy asked Chris if Sid had given him the feeling of an old friend. Chris sighed and said that he remembered the protagonist. Mandy put her hand on her chest and said that Eva had been in despair for a long time after that incident. Her chances of becoming president were also lost. Chris pointed out that they could only wait for her to appear online and then help her upgrade. Mandy began to follow Chris and said that this was the only way. Snow fell from the tree. The plot takes us to the trading market of the ice-floating city. Looking at the yellow card, Sid said that an ordinary sealed card costs 20 silver coins. It is Robert. If it were not for the fact that one special one without insurance, no one would buy it and it is unclear whether the boss will be able to become president in the future. Frowning, the protagonist mentally asked himself not to think about it, adding that he needed to catch the pets first. Sid imagined various animals and began to reason that the green mantis is a type of aggressive pet, but the speed is very slow. The slime is a standard pet of the blood cow, which can be used as a shield. You can also use the fire wolf and saber-toothed tiger. Putting his finger on the screen, Sid examined the wasp and noted that its characteristics are not bad. The plot takes us to a poisonous bee forest. Many bees were circling in the forest. A splash of yellow mana appeared near the insect. The magic circle began to tighten the wasp. The insect was sealed in a card. Clara and the protagonist exchanged their findings and messages. Disappointed, Sid looked at the wasp and said that Clara has a powerful fire blade. It infuriates him. Comparing people leads to death and goods to throwing away. The guys were standing behind him and saying that they wanted to buy the wasp for 5 gold coins. The protagonist put the wasp in his inventory and said that it was not for sale. The guys were standing opposite him and said that Sid was obliged to give them the wasp. Grabbing the blade, the protagonist assumed that he had been underestimated. Sid dealt a powerful attack to the guys. He appeared behind them. The enraged protagonist asked them to die. He pierced the guy's body through and through. The second guy swung his blade. Sid turned his attention to him. The protagonist stabbed him in the chest. Sid turned around and looked at the opponents. Lowering the blade, he reasoned that this was his Holy Land ancient swordsman. No one was allowed to desecrate it. A powerful blow was dealt to his back. The stunned Sid cried out in pain. Turning around, the protagonist noticed that this was the tyrant's sword. The man with a mad grin on his face asked to leave it for him. He kicked Sid and told him to roll into the abyss. The protagonist fell into the pit and screamed. The guys were standing near the pit and suggested going down and finishing him off while he was wounded. The man replied that it was not worth doing that, because it was unclear what was down there. There was only one entrance to the cave. A huge monster appeared behind them. They were hit with a powerful blow. Frightened Bill screamed that this monster was unusual. They did not know what else it was capable of. Many wasps surrounded Sid, who said that Bill was a little fool who hit him from an ambush. Looking around, the protagonist thought that it would be difficult for him to get out of the hive, and there was still a boss outside. He noticed a huge first-level wasp. Watching the insect, Sid said that he should thank Bill for getting such a charm for pennies. He took the card in his hands and screamed that he was lucky. The wasp looked at him with disdain. The protagonist threw the card at him and said that even though he was a boss, he would try to use a normal seal card with his first level. The card began to suck in the wasp. Sid noticed that the insect had 90% of its health left. The wasp destroyed the barrier, after which a notification appeared that normal wild monsters of the first level automatically rise to the second level after reaching the upper limit of 5 seals. The card has a seal effect only on wild monsters of the first level. Examining the wasp, Sid came to the conclusion that normal cards would not work. A message popped up that the target was not captured. You can use seal cards 2 more times. Many monsters surrounded him, and the protagonist said that with boss level pets everything is very difficult. He took out a red card and noted that in this case, he has a top quality seal card. The boss's minions flew at Sid. The protagonist began to cut them and asked where the boss was flying. Dumbfounded, he saw that he noticed that there were several first level insects. Sid lowered his blade. The wasp started to sting him, and the protagonist thought that he would have to cheat. He started to pretend to be dead. Sid suddenly jumped to his feet and cried out that he was waiting for this wasp. The protagonist touched the premium card to the seal of the insect's head. He began to seal the wasp and noted that it should work. A notification popped up that he had successfully tamed a boss level pet, a black wasp. Looking at the card, Sid said that this was a worthy use of a premium card. He would thank the crazy dragons later. The protagonist's mouth fell open in surprise when he saw the stats of his pet. Sid looked at the wasp and asked to look at the situation from above and for his level 1 guys to follow in formation. Looking at the pet, the protagonist asked again if the wasp was saying that there was only one person up there. He assumed that Bill had overconfidently decided to finish him off alone. Sid jumped out of the pit, swinging his blade. He was surprised by what he saw. Landing on the ground, the protagonist asked the man how he got there, noting that his nursing home was not there. The man held a scroll in his hands and asked him to put his toothpick away, adding that a group of evil hellish wind wolves had appeared in the northern forest of the Ice Hill, hunting exclusively for eidolons, and he needed to destroy these woolly ones. Puzzled, Sid looked at the scroll and asked if the man had found it so that he could simply kill the wolves. The master threw the scroll at him and said that he had begged for this quest so that the protagonist could level up faster. Notifications appeared that Sid had accepted the Hellwind Wolf quest and must go to the fairy forest in the north of the Ice Hill. Kill 400 Hellwind Wolves, bring 100 wolf teeth to the necromancer swordsman Sharon and receive a very generous reward. The protagonist came to the fairy forest and skinned the wolf, saying that this was a third-rate skin, and this mission could bring a lot of money. Holding his chin, Sid mentally questioned how a mission that sometimes required finding a specific NPC could be so easy, noting that he would complete the task and see what other tricks Sharon would pull. The man handed him a bag and said that the protagonist was a good man for completing the task so quickly. A notification popped up, stating that his reward for the mission was 7,200 experience points, 120 reputation points, and the Wind Wolf leggings. Sid tried on the new leggings, and Sharon told him that not only did the equipment have powerful stats, but it could also increase damage to beast monsters by 10%, making it even better than bronze equipment. The protagonist looked at him and stated that the Wind Wolf leggings were good, but they weren't worth all the running around. Sid asked what if someone thought he was a wild boss. Sharon replied that there was no need to worry about him since the protagonist had grown up again. He screamed with a furious look that he just needed him to become stronger, as strong as possible, and to become a worthy opponent for him. The confused protagonist thought that it seemed like Sharon had scared Bill away. Alex sat at the table next to Sid and said that he had earned a lot of money and had also thrown 2 eggs to them each. The protagonist stated that he was full and ready to work and had also just accepted Sister Mandy's mission for 10 gold coins. Alex, dumbfounded, asked if he would be exposed. Sid suggested that this was just a test, so he would be the backup and the imp would be the main force. The guy replied that it was no problem and clarified why not just say that the boss was also one of the ancient swordsmen. While eating noodles, the protagonist told them that because of him, they were destroyed, he had no chance for forgiveness, so he could only secretly protect them. Looking at his comrades, Sid asked them to go online after they finished eating, because there was a surprise waiting for them there. The happy guys asked if he was talking about new equipment or a gift. Getting up from the table, the protagonist said that it was a secret and they should not forget to wash the dishes. The happy guys looked at the cards and said that this was a top quality pet, and Sid said that this would allow other players to see the power of the bloody mercenaries. The guys, looking dumbfounded, discussed the pets of the protagonist and his comrades. Mandy met Sid and said that she did not understand why there was such a crowd until she saw them. The protagonist asked if there would be anyone else. Mandy came up to him and answered that only she and Chris would be there. Mandy walked next to him and asked if he fought the gods in the poisonous bee forest because of the pets. She said with a smile on her face that their people had previously been on duty all night and thanked him for helping them take revenge. Sid said with a satisfied look that thanks were not enough and they could throw in a gold coin for it. Mandy replied that she would add another one after completing the task. A monster in the form of a huge living tree appeared in front of the guys. Chris said that he had only one trick, it was throwing spears and it would not be difficult to defeat him. Tom stood in front and said that the plan was simple, he would activate the transparent armor and go on the attack, and they would help him. The vine began to wrap around Mandy's hand. They began to drag her away. The guys looked at the tied up Mandy, who was screaming and asking for help. The roots from under the ground reached Sid. Swinging his blade, the main character cut the vine. He caught the falling Mandy. They saw a dragon created from mana flying at them. Mandy stood behind Sid and began to heal him. The boys gathered together and screamed that the Shadow family wanted to steal the boss. The tree began to roar loudly, after which the earth began to tremble. Swinging his sword, Sid cut the arrows flying at him. Nate, looking satisfied, extended his hand and ordered the mages and archers to begin the attack and destroy the boss and those rats. Enveloped in healing energy, the protagonist screamed that he would deal with the Shadow family and they with the boss. The protagonist rushed to fight. He moved at great speed. Nate grabbed the blade and asked if Sid decided to fight them alone. The protagonist dodged Nate's lunge. He appeared behind him and noted that Nate was overestimating his strength. The protagonist dealt him a crushing blow, saying that whoever gets in his way will die. Fireballs flew at Sid from different directions. Trying to dodge, the protagonist received a minor injury. The dumbfounded magicians cried out that the skills were ineffective. Sid had equipment made of black iron, so all efforts were in vain. The protagonist found himself next to the sorcerers and chopped off their heads. The guy looked at Kate and said that Sid was too strong. Kate replied that she was not blind. There was no need to panic because they had a numerical advantage. The archers would try to intercept the protagonist, and the remaining two magicians would direct their attention to Mandy. Using the art of the fire dragon, Kate launched another dragon at Sid. The protagonist ran at her and asked to die. Pulling an arrow onto the bowstring, the archer ordered to use the 1,000 arrows technique. The arrow stuck out of Sid's shoulder, who thought that things were bad. Frowning, he reasoned that the damage from the sharp ones was small, but he could not withstand such a quantity. The protagonist was suddenly healed. Turning around, he glanced at Mandy and mentally noted that her healing was just in time. Shrouded in a purple aura, Sid ran at Kate. She created many ice needles in front of her and sent them at the protagonist. The protagonist took damage from the boulders flying at him. Kate's attack could not stop Sid, who was rapidly heading towards her. She screamed with a frightened look that she wanted to use a magic shield. The protagonist dealt a powerful attack at her, which caused significant damage. Having created a dragon in front of him, Kate said that Sid was an old fool who should die. Chris appeared behind her, ready to attack. He decapitated Kate with one blow. The dumbfounded guy screamed that Chris was a fool. Tom killed the warrior with a powerful swing of his spear. The protagonist stood quietly and noticed that Chris had worked quickly. Bob walked towards them and shouted that thanks to the help of the beautiful Mandy, who stood up for the defense, the boss had been successfully caught. Sid replied that they had done a good job. The bloody mercenaries could not be intimidated. He ran towards the remaining warriors and declared that they would not leave anyone behind. The blue sky enveloped the area where the screams of the guys could be heard. Chris said with a satisfied look that this battle was epic. After so much oppression, they finally won. The older sister would be online today at 10 in the evening and he would tell her this good news. Bob emphasized the fact that if Chris joined the bloody mercenaries, he would not be left at a loss. Watching them, Sid wondered if Eva had returned. Holding a bag in her hands, Mandy said that this was an additional bonus, woodvine fibers, a material for level 4 leather armor, which would be useful to them. The protagonist emphasized that they would be looking forward to meeting again. The guys began to walk away from Mandy and Chris. Raising his head, a dumbfounded Sid thought that the boss had returned and would be online today, that good armor could be made from wood vines and wolf skin. Bob said that he had just looked at the forum and the situation there was not so great. Turning around, the protagonist asked what was going on. A dumbfounded Bob said that there were calls on the forum to create a coalition against them, Mad Dragons, a family of shadows, dominant tyrants. All the known guilds of the floating ice city were sharpening their teeth at them. Looking at Tom, Sid asked what they should do if they had so many enemies. Tom said that if one comes, then one will die, if two come, then two will die. Taking a stand, the inspired protagonist noted that by stepping on the bones of their enemies, they would climb to the highest throne. Sid imagined himself standing on a mountain of skulls and said that the dream of the blood mercenaries is to rule the floating city until they dominate Z country and to secure their position at the top. They need enemies. What they need to do is this. The protagonist ran quickly and remembered how the guy said, smiling, that the older sister would be online that day. He ran through the foggy forest and thought about how he had already been to 9 newbie villages. Why hadn't he met her yet? The skeleton looked around and wondered where the boss was. Sid stopped, spread his arms out to the sides and looked away in surprise. The protagonist stood behind a tree and watched the girl walking, thinking that this was Mandy's sister. The girl walked along the path through the forest smiling. Eva suddenly appeared in front of the girl, putting her hand on her hip. Mandy happily took her hands and said that she had finally arrived. Putting her hand to her lips, she asked smilingly if the knight had really decided to use the sword this time. Eva picked up the sword and holding its blade with a smile told that Sid once said that the sword is the main weapon in the game. Universal and has good data for destroying defense, although she is a knight by profession, but from that moment she decided to use it. Her friend looked at her sadly and said that she should not behave like that. Sid is no longer there. After all, they need to continue living. Eva put the sword on her belt and looking up said that it was true, but the main character should not be forgotten either. She caught a falling leaf and looking at it, smiling said that this kid said that he would stay with her until the end, and she had a feeling that he was nearby and watching. The skeleton stood behind the tree, clenching his fist and thinking about the boss. Mandy ran through the forest, holding her friend's hand and smiling said that they need to go faster. They will help her with the upgrade. Luke was already waiting for her. The sky above the forest was clear. The protagonist walked down the street, putting his hand to his chin and listening to people around him offering to buy a wasp and a level 1 green praying mantis. He turned around to see a seller shouting from the crowd and thought that the boss was very weak now. He should help her quickly raise her levels. The girl suddenly hugged the surprised skeleton's hand. She looked at him smiling and held his hand, asking where he was going. Sid discontentedly removed the girl's hands from himself and said that it was indecent to hug like that in a crowd. Clara squeezed his hand tightly and smirked, saying that he should help her out. Some flies were very annoying. Besides, he could profit from this. The protagonist put his hand on the surprised girl's thigh. He leaned towards his embarrassed friend and said that he could easily do it. Clara blushed and frowned, turned away, calling him a little fool. An angry Ron in the crowd extended his hand and asked how such a beauty could be like that. The girl looked away in displeasure and told the skeleton that this fool had stuck to him like a band-aid to a dog's skin after their battle. The protagonist mockingly pointed his finger at her and said that maybe he was just a masochist or she was just a very charming goddess of fruit knives. Clara turned to the admirer, putting her hand on her hip and pointing her finger at him asked why he was pestering her and being so annoying. The guy winked with a smile and holding a card, asked if she had a pet, how about one, and added that it must be a cutie. He picked up the card and created a white wolf next to him, telling her that this is a greedy wolf. He bought it for 100,000 yuan. He has a really high BN 29 points. He can help her level up. Frowning, the girl picked up the card and said that 29 was trash. Let him take a good look. She waved her hand and created a fire blade in front of her. Ron raised his hand in shock and stepped back, saying that it turns out she already has it. Clara frowned, pointing her hand at the sword and said that the fire blade has a BN of 34, so let him take his wolf and get lost. The protagonist covered his mouth with his hand and laughed, looking at the disappointed admirer. Stretching out his hand, the guy lowered his eyebrows in displeasure and asked why he was smiling. Could he really brag about his pet? Sid smirked and replied that he would do it since he asked. He called Clara. A large wasp surrounded by sparks appeared in front of the guy. The wolf and the sword looked at the insect flying above them in fear. Ron stood in shock next to the disgruntled girl and shouted that it was impossible because a pet of level 69 is a boss. He clenched his fist and asked in rage where he got it from. Was he cheating? Sid held a wasp on his finger and said that it was all thanks to the card from the Mad Dragons. Raising his hand, Ron looked at him in surprise and asked how this was possible. The protagonist stood in front of the guy and pointed his finger at his hand, saying that the fiery blade of the beauty Clara was obtained with the same seal card. Putting out his spear, the guy clenched his teeth and shouted that he was looking for death. The skeleton pointed his finger at the wasp flying nearby and asked if he was sure about using force here, because they were in a floating ice city. A notice appeared that fights in public places of the ice city are strictly prohibited. In case of violation, entry to all public places will be prohibited for 1 month. Ron stood in front of the guy, holding a spear, and frowning, said that the map was stolen, and the dragons just found out and asked to set a price for the black wasp. The protagonist raised his finger and frowned, saying that it was worth 100 million. He looked at the laughing guy and said that he was selling at a set price, without deceiving children and old people, and without jokes. The skeleton waved after the angry guy who was leaving and said that he could not worry. If anything, his Clara would not let him down. The girl called her friend in a rage. Furious, Clara stretched out her arms to the guy and with burning eyes demanded to explain to her why his pet had such a name. The plot moves us to the forest, to a bird singing on a branch. The guys were walking along a forest path and the skeleton said that the mad dragons were getting stronger and stronger. Did she really want to just watch them dominate the floating ice city? Several guys were walking towards the boys. Sid looked warily at the serious Rick. Turning away, he told his girlfriend that they had no good intentions. The protagonist stood with his sword outstretched in front of an army of armed guys and said that they were coming towards them. He looked away at the worried girl and said that the priests and advisors were in front, the knights were in the back. No brainless person would build such a line, but passing through them as if nothing had happened, replacing each other, this is a standard battle formation. The enemies quickly ran towards the guys, activating a fireball. Raising his sword, the protagonist parried the blow and said through the game that he would take care of the schemer and the priest. The knight jumped back in surprise, raising his hands. The skeleton swung his sword furiously, hitting his opponent. The enemy approached Sid with his sword and shouted that he would kill him. He stood, stretching his sword towards the guy and shouting that he should go to hell. Rick extended his staff and raised his hand, creating a flame, using the magic of a fire dragon. Sid looked at the approaching fire with concern. The Marquis ran quickly, swinging his sword, activating a Z-shaped attack. The protagonist thought that maybe it would work on others, but not on him. The knight ran up to the skeleton and quickly pulled out his sword. Having run around his opponent, the protagonist swung his sword behind his back and thought that it would not work. He turned around to look at the guy who had flown up and thought that the Punisher's blade only deals 154 units of damage. The guy picked up the staff, shrouded in green energy, and used healing. Several guys stood and healed wounded allies with abilities and activated an iron wall. A notification popped up with information that the iron wall increases the physical defense and magic resistance of the squad. The protagonist looked down tensely and thought that the healer and the buff were a real hassle. He walked, holding the sword towards the enemies. The skeleton thought anxiously about the fact that he was alone against 5, they were unharmed, and he was wounded. The blonde man surrounded by energy frowned and shouted that he had no healing, so there was nothing to worry about and activated the inspiration skill. The system reported that this ability increased the attack and mana of his squad. The two guys tilted their heads in confusion and looked at the swords flying in front of them. Clara jumped up and chopped off the heads of the enemies with a fiery blade. Sid stood in front of his friend, releasing a wasp and telling her that they needed to take out the ranged ones first. The girl thought about the fact that, as expected from the leader of the list, working together was a pleasure. The Marquis quickly ran to his opponent, swinging his sword and told him not to even think about it. He stood anxiously in front of the girl, raising his sword and shouting that they were going to deal with the folding sands, and she was interfering. Frowning, Clara looked away at the fighting skeleton and said that she would help him stop the Marquis. He had better hurry. The protagonist looked at her and released the wasp, saying that he would do it, and the pet would finish off the enemy. Rick ran away in fear, raising his weapon from the wasp and shouting to his friend that he should help him. Pets do a lot of damage. The guy attacked the wasp with a spear, using a flame strike, and said that even the boss pet can die. Sid parried the attack with a sword, saving the wasp. He furiously raised his weapon and shouted that he could not offend his king. The guy fearfully held the spear in front of him, asking if the opponent missed. The skeleton turned around, swung his sword and cut down the opponents. Turning around, the Marquis gritted his teeth in fear and thought about how one sword killed 2 people and caused 1,500 damage. He stood in front of the enemies, holding a sword and saying that he didn't expect that the #1 celestial fantasy of the wind would help him. If it was only Sid, he would have taken care of him for Kate. Throwing the sword on his shoulder, the protagonist said that it was no wonder he attacked him, so he was that magician's friend. The Marquis frowned and pointed the sword at the wasp and asked if he didn't dare to remove his pet and fight him fairly since he was so beloved in this list. Raising the sword, the skeleton hid King B and said that he would remove the pet, let him see his weakness himself. After all, no one could help him. The Marquis swung the burning sword and gritted his teeth and used the skill of sudden killing. Sid leaned in different directions, dodging the flames, and said that he had good strength, but too slow. The opponent fiercely swung the weapon and grinned, wishing him death. The protagonist made an attack over the enemy's head. The Marquis looked at the guy in confusion, his mouth open, and thought that this was not a miss he needed to parry. He bent down and held the sword out in front of him. The guy looked at the chopped weapon in shock and thought that he had broken the bronze blade. The blade approached the neck of the frightened opponent. Clara stood behind the guys and watched as Sid brought the sword to the enemy. The Marquis was sweating in fear and looking at the weapon, thinking why he hadn't killed him yet. The protagonist turned around and threw the sword over his shoulder. Putting his hand on his waist, he walked past his friend and called her to train because there was no point in wasting time. The guy bent down, looked after the guys, and asked Kate which opponent she had offended. The plot moves us to the Valley of Ghosts, to the skeletons lying on the ground. Raising the sword, Clara looked at her friend, shrouded in flames, and used the seal card. A notification appeared congratulating the player on successfully sealing the green skeleton. The system showed a description of the green skeleton and its characteristics. The bloody skeleton raised its hand behind the girl and tried to attack her. Leaning down, Clara looked away and swung her sword. The protagonist jumped up and cut the enemy. The system congratulated the players on completing the Scarlet Diffusion quest, receiving experience points and reputation. Notifications popped up that the player's level had been increased to 39 and 40. Sid stood next to his friend, throwing his sword over his shoulder and saying that it was very good that she had raised her level with him. She had not only raised her level, but also caught a green skeleton that could be sold at the auction house for at least 400 gold coins. The guys watched as the head of a bloody skeleton of the first level appeared from the ground. The protagonist quickly ran after the monster, stretching out his hand and shouting that it was his. He applied the seal card to the skull. Sid stood, applying the card to the glowing skeleton, and the system congratulated the player on the successful sealing. A window with information and characteristics about the pet appeared. The guy happily picked up the card and shouted that this was a success. He really was the chosen one. He turned around in surprise at the thoughtful girl. Turning around, Clara smiled and said that this was the hero's order. The protagonist stood in front of his friend, holding a sword, and asked what it was. He staggered, raising his hands, and imagining a golden badge said that such an item is only given out by bosses of level 60 and above. The girl clasped her hands on her chest and, imagining a castle with a smile, said that players who receive the hero's order can create an official guild and enjoy official benefits and a collective increase in guild attributes. Compared to the current private guilds, this is a huge difference. The moon illuminated the gorge in the Valley of Ghosts. Clara sat on the rock next to the guy and looked at him and said that the official government was going to introduce the hero order in the uncharted areas to encourage players to clear the lands, and the wild dragon and dictator were expanding like crazy. She clasped her palms and looked at the guy pitifully and said that these two were too strong for the hero order and asked him to join her guild and fight them. The skeleton replied that he felt like she was only talking about the hero order to drag him into her guild. The protagonist looked down in alarm and thought about how in Spirit Tribulation he received the hero order to found the guild Ancient Sword and Dream, and this time he couldn't give up his first hero order. Clara sat on the rock with her arms crossed and turned away and said that they should join forces. If he didn't join her guild, they could still get the hero order together. Sid confidently clenched his fist and offered her to fight them and get the hero's medal. The girl suddenly jumped up and, lowering her head, said that since nothing else would happen tonight, we should meet in half an hour at the S-gate. Turning around, she said with a smile that she would treat him to dinner, so he should dress smartly. The plot moves us to the entrance to the S University, where the guard was sitting behind the guy, holding a cannon, asking if he was really waiting for Clara from the art department, since he had been standing here for so long. The man raised his finger with a smile and said that he sees 8 people like him a day, squatting in front of the school beauty Clara, and all of them have hot faces and cold thighs, so he should come back. He can't wait here. The girl, smiling, approached the guy and raising her hand said that he had come early. The guard, shocked, looked after the guys leaving. Standing behind the girl, Sid looked at his phone and asked where they were going so that he could call a car, and she replied that there was no need. A luxurious car pulled up to the guys. The protagonist watched in shock as his friend approached the car and asked if it was really her. He thought with confusion that it could really be Clara. She always haggles, and today she ordered a Bentley. The girl was calmly sitting in the back seat next to her friend and telling the driver that it was time to go. Max frowned and looked in the mirror at the guy. The protagonist thought that this driver was sick. His eyes looked like he wanted to kill someone. The man closed his eyes and, smiling, asked to introduce him to his friend. Clara looked at him and said that he was a gamer. He didn't need to know him. Max looked away from the guy with alarm and said that she was addicted to games and making friends. Frowning, the girl screamed that it was none of his business. She was responsible for her own life, and she decided what kind of friends she would make. Let him stop the car. They would go themselves. He was not obliged to drive them. The man looked at the disgruntled girl with disappointment and said that it was hard to get a taxi now. He would give them a ride. He looked away from her in fear and said that he respected her choice, but she should not forget to protect herself. The protagonist noticed how Max looked at him angrily in the mirror and thought about how great his offense was. He did nothing. The guys got out of the car in front of a beautiful building and Sid asked if she was sure she wanted to eat there. The guy walked behind the girl along the red carpet and spread his arms, saying that Gamma Dreams is the most luxurious restaurant in the city. It has 5 stars. He walked, looking back at the bowing people, and thought about how this is a 5-star restaurant, with late-night snacks, limousines, and a grumpy uncle, but despite everything, he will eat as much food as possible. The guys were walking towards the entrance to the restaurant along the red carpet, and the guy was asking who this middle-aged man was and what their relationship was like. The girl replied that she would tell him everything as soon as possible. Sid was walking through the restaurant with the girl and holding his hands in his pockets, saying that it was not nice of her to spend so much money on a big dinner. Clara turned around smiling at her companion and said that he didn't have to apologize, it was not expensive at all. The guy assumed that there was a dinner party there. The main character was sitting at a round table next to his friend and looking around asked if that was why she said that it was not expensive, so it was a favor, didn't they need to bring a gift? Clara put the box on the table in front of her friend and replied that she didn't need to bring anything, she had a gift for him. Sid took the box with the phone in surprise and asked if it was for him. He looked at the luxurious phone in shock and said that it had a gold case, diamonds, it was too ostentatious a sight. The girl held a glass and said that of course it was heavy, the case was all in gold with diamonds, worth about $200,000. Sid looked at the phone with embarrassment, putting his hand on his neck, and said that it was heavy and tasteless. If it weren't for real money, only a provincial would use such a phone. Covering her mouth with her hand, the girl laughed through her tears and said that he was right, it was a custom-made phone. A crowd of girls in the hall were discussing that this was Clara, the best student at the university. She was being pursued by Leroy, and she had come to his birthday. The guy came up to the table and waved, saying that he thought that she wouldn't come to his birthday. He put his hand on the girl's hand and asked if she had received his gift. Frowning, Clara pulled her hand away and said that she had asked him many times not to call her affectionately. She pointed to her friend drinking wine and said that she had come to eat with him. The protagonist closed his eyes and sighed, thinking that as expected, the dinner was a failure. This girl can get into trouble anywhere. Putting his hand to his chin, Leroy looked at the guy in surprise and asked where it came from. He noticed the phone in Sid's hands. The guy angrily pointed his hand at the guy and asked why the phone he gave the girl was in his hand. Turning around, Clara frowned and replied that she did not need this phone. He gave it to her himself, so she gave it to the one she wanted. Leroy looked angrily at the guy, gritting his teeth and pointing his finger at the phone, said that he should be a good boy and return the phone, he did not deserve it. The protagonist put the phone in his shirt pocket and, closing his eyes, replied that he did not want to use it, but it was a gift from his Clara. What he did with it was his business. The prince of the university swung his fist in rage and shouted that he was a fool. He slammed the table with all his might and threw all the food and drinks. Leroy stood in front of the tense guys, pointing his hand to the side and saying that he was not invited to the birthday party. Let him get out of there. Clara hugged her friend's hand and frowned and said that he said that she could bring someone here. This is her man. The girls in the restaurant looked at the calm guy in shock. A girl from the crowd looked at the guys and shouted that this is the night, Sid. Sally clasped her palms and smilingly said that she is a student of the electronics department of the University of S and has admired the guy for a long time. She held the phone and smilingly said that she saw the game and was there, so she is very happy to see him again and wants to take a photo with him. The girl put the phone out and took a photo with the gloomy idol. The main character and Clara thought sadly about the fact that she said that but the night. Leroy looked furiously at the guys taking pictures and grinned and asked who this night was. The crowd of guys ran forward, pushing the birthday boy out of the way. The guys surrounded the embarrassed guy and the girl said that she can't believe she sees him in real life. He's so handsome, she wants to take a picture with him too. Leroy angrily looked ahead and asked his friend who this guy was. The friend clenched his fist and frowned with a smile and said that he was the strongest president of the gaming club of the University of S. The guy angrily grabbed his friend by the shirt and asked if he was just a player. Leroy pushed his friend and pointed his hand at the guys and shouted that Sid took his phone, stole his attention, pestered his girlfriend, it's his birthday, and he's looking for death. Clara put her hand on her hip and raised her finger in displeasure and said that she was not his girlfriend, don't be shameless. The guy furiously raised his hand in front of his friends and replied that she chose her path and ordered the guys to kill them both. The guys surrounded the boys and said that if the protagonist offended Mr. Leroy, he would go to hell. Sid kicked his opponent in the stomach and, looking away at his girlfriend, said that he would take care of it and she should find a way to escape. The guy fell to the floor between his friends. The stranger, gritting his teeth, swung his fist at the protagonist. Sid put his fist out and parried his blow. The man in the hood looked at the fighting guy in surprise. He wondered why this little chicken was so strong. The protagonist looked tensely at his fist and wondered if it was really that strong. Had they told him that the virus strengthened the body? The man jumped up, swung his fist, and decided that most likely this child used some tricks. Sid pulled his hand back and stopped the opponent's hand. He threw the enemy back. The guy stood over the man lying on the floor, who had vomit dripping from his mouth. Leroy, gritting his teeth, stood behind the guy, raising the bottle up. The protagonist stepped back and dodged the blow. He thought about how his body reacted before he did. His sensitivity increased. The birthday boy was jumping up and down, raising the bottle in front of the guy. Clara suddenly jumped up and, frowning, kicked the guy. She grabbed her confused friend by the hand and said that they had to run. She couldn't leave him alone. Sid grabbed the confused girl by the wrist and quickly ran forward. They ran along the hand of the birthday boy lying on the floor. The friend helped Leroy get up from his knees and asked if he was okay. The guy responded in a rage that he should go after him and beat him up, not look at him. A crowd of angry guys ran after the guys and shouted that they had to stop. Clara tripped and began to fall. She sat on the floor and smiled, telling her running friend that she had twisted her ankle. Let him go first. Leroy wouldn't do anything to her. Sid picked up his embarrassed girlfriend and asked what she was talking about. The guy frowned, bit his lip, and swung the bottle, telling his friends to grab everything they had. A chair and various dishes flew forward. The main character quickly ran to the exit with the girl in his arms. He clenched his teeth and thought about how his back hurt from the objects crashing into him. The guy quickly ran out into the street. The plot takes us to Xinyu Park, where the guys were relaxing on the grass and discussing how they had to walk 3 blocks to get away from these guys. Clara was sitting on her knees next to her friend and, brushing her hair out of her face, smiling, said that he had taught Leroy's gang a lesson, and it was unlikely that he would dare to pester her again. Sid looked away and said that she had cheated him both in and out of the game. Not only did he miss his meal, but he almost died from objects thrown at him. The girl grabbed the guy's sleeve with her fingers and replied that it was her fault. She sadly lowered her head and said that she had gotten into a lot of trouble because of him. Frowning, Clara looked at her friend and stated that she was the current president of the game club. He didn't even know how unhappy she had been since he left. The girl sat with her hand raised in front of the scared guy and said that after he defeated Park, every year all sorts of experts came to challenge the president of the game club. She was just starting out and she was beaten so many times. Clara sadly looked forward and said that she originally wanted to know about this unethical knight Sid, but she never thought that he would take all the information about himself and not even leave a photo. The protagonist thought that if he left everything, he would be found by all sorts of people. The girl shyly approached the reddened guy's face and said that he was good at hiding. Sid suddenly jumped up and scratched the back of his head and replied that he really hadn't thought about it. It was his fault. Turning away, he extended his hand to his girlfriend and said that he was hungry after a long run. As compensation, he would buy her some rice noodles. Clara put her hand to her chest and agreed. She took his hand. The plot takes us to the Scarlet Mercenary Studio, where Alex was holding a jar and a cotton swab and saying that his family's medicine and wine help with all kinds of bruises. You'll see. He looked at him in surprise and said that he didn't have a scratch on his back. The protagonist sat on the couch in front of the guy, touching his back and saying that this couldn't be. He was almost beaten to death in the hotel. How could there not be wounds there? Sid looked at his back in the mirror and said that there was nothing, but the pain had been real before. The guy clenched his fist and cut his hand with a knife. Alex looked at him with alarm and said that he was crazy. There was no need to cause pain, even if it didn't hurt. He looked in shock at his hand with a healed wound and screamed that it had disappeared. The protagonist looked ahead in embarrassment and said that the virus was too strong. Alex stood with his arms crossed next to his friend and said that his tests had been normal for the last few weeks, but today the situation was special. Maybe he would find time for an in-depth examination. Sid replied that he would go to his uncle for an in-depth examination in a couple of days. Let him not worry, he was lucky to be alive. He hugged his dissatisfied friend and looking at him asked how his mission was going. Maybe his help was needed. Frowning, Alex looked at his friend and said that there was work for him. The action took place in the market of an ice-floating city. Sid asked the boss why the level 4 red pill had gone up in price so much in 2 days. The boss explained that they were in short supply right now. The man also grumbled that he could leave if he wasn't going to buy. At that moment, the hero received a notification that his bloody skull item had been exchanged for 1,000 gold coins. Sid was happy about that. He beamed and bought 50 bottles at once. It was clear that all the big guilds were actively buying supplies now, and they could make money on that. Sid received a message from the squad connection. They were asking him if he had bought red pills. He didn't know how the 13th one had hooked Mandy. He remembered Leroy as a stupid rich guy. The guy wrote that he would be coming now. He entered the Valley of Darkness. At that moment, Leroy was flirting with Mandy, and Bob called Sid over to them. The hero noticed that he had recognized the rich guy correctly. He approached the company and asked what Mandy was doing there. The girl explained that she wanted to make some money and suggested that the guy name a price and not refuse the deal. Sid smiled, assuring her that he would make a fortune hiring a priest like her for such a small price. He understood that the lady was lying and was not interested in working for 1 coin. Leroy rudely ordered Sid to get to work. The hero noted that he should not try to get to level 5 in 10 hours. Mandy asked Sinking Sand how much he got for the bloody skeleton that he put up for auction last night. He answered truthfully. Mandy objected that it was quite expensive, and she was going to buy this pet for a friend who had just joined the game. Sid replied that it was not necessary because pets should match the profession. The girl agreed with him. Leroy stood with his back to them and listened intently. One of the players shouted at the blonde that he had a bloody skull. Leroy irritably agreed, indicating that he should get out of there. Sid and Mandy smiled as they discussed what they had just heard. The blonde looked at his card with displeasure, and the hero thought how impudent he was, since he was only level 22 but walked around with a ceiling card worth 100,000 coins. Sid's eyes suddenly widened, realizing that he had just had a murderous thought about his employer. The hero looked around, as he thought he heard sounds on the mountain not far from them. However, he only assumed that he was just being paranoid. Without looking back, he told the others that it was time for them to go. Having gone deep into the Valley of Ghosts, the group saw bloody skeletons of level 47. Initially, they were hiding from them behind a rock. Mandy was shocked that they were going to kill a monster of such a high level. She reasoned that Leroy and Sid's levels were lower than the bloody skeletons. The others were even lower. The girl did not understand how they planned to fight. However, Sid explained that this was the only way to increase their level. He understood that with such a difference, he could gain a lot of experience. The hero announced the start of the fight and rushed towards the enemy. The bloody skeleton immediately noticed him. Sid used the skill of the King of Bees, after which the guy's pet immediately began to attack the monster. The hero confidently walked towards the enemy. He swung his magic sword. Sid quickly appeared in front of the bloody skeleton and dealt countless blows. Mandy was amazed at the guy's strength. She ducked as sharp blades formed behind her. At that moment, Willen transformed and dealt several more blows to the monster's stomach. The bloody skeleton raised his hands, succumbing to the blows. The hero noticed that the attack was too sharp and caused a magic ball to appear around him. He used the skill Immortal Shield. Mandy continued to watch, realizing that Sid's experience should not be underestimated. The girl thought about the possibility of attracting people to conquer the heroic order and restore the glory of the ancient sword and the spirit of dreams. At this time, Bob was running away from the monster, asking to heal him. Sid immediately dealt a stunning blow to his opponents. Mandy used a healing spell. While the company was rejoicing over their victory, Leroy only noted that it was very boring here. Notifications appeared about everyone's level increase. Mandy said that she would go first. The rest opened the ranking of leaders by levels in the city. They realized that they were only in 7th place. Then Leroy threw a bag of money at them, leaving and saying that all the calculations were finished. Bob still decided to warn him to be more careful and return to the city faster. He laughed at this, not understanding who could kill him. While he was looking back, someone cut his throat. The guy fell dead right in front of them. Someone approached his body, and next to him in the spheres lay extremely expensive items. A guy appeared in front of them, cold-bloodedly greeting them. Sid recognized him as Ches and was angry that he dared to kill his client. The hero immediately attacked the killer, striking. Ches used shurikens. Willen and Sid began to dodge the flying weapons. The hero ordered Willen to run after him. The guys decided to make an escape for the sake of the dropped things. Sid ordered his partner to attack Ches from both sides while they rushed after him. They caught up with the robber, ending up on both sides of him. Ches took advantage of the disappearance. He laughed at them, offering to continue having fun, and he would go first. The guys looked around, realizing that the enemy had disappeared. Sid told Willen to attack forward with a spear and raise a semicircle of dust. They began to use their powers to find the missing one. However, Willen misunderstood him and directed the dust towards the valley. The hero grumbled that he was great at doing everything the other way around. When Ches reappeared, Sid struck. However, Bob also attacked him and mortally wounded his opponent. Blood gushed from Ches's back. Sid dealt the final blow. They found 3 stolen items from Leroy's inventory in front of them. The guys were holding one of them in their hands in shock. They had received a cursed compass that led to enemies above level 60. Now it was no surprise that rumors about the heroic order were spreading, but no one could find bosses above that level. Bob couldn't even imagine how Leroy managed to get this item. The others didn't care, because with this compass they could now get the heroic order. Since this item was too important, the guys decided to hide it in the storage of the City of Ice. Some time passed. The action moved to the warehouse of the City of Ice. Eva stood in front of Sid, saying that she missed the scheduled raid on the boss to find him. The hero happily offered to show her something. The girl could not believe what she saw. According to her, according to rumors, only 4 minus 5 such items were dropped. Initially, she thought it was a scam. Eva decided to ask where Sid got it. The guy briefly told the whole story, and the girl only answered that he was very lucky and now they have an advantage. However, the hero interrupted her, warning that bosses of this level are absolutely unsafe. She agreed that after level 55, bosses become excessively strong, and such a jump in level for fighting bosses will be very difficult. Sid has already said that he called her to offer the following: all players will rise 5 levels higher within 5 days, and he and Eva will lead them and go to meet the bosses of level 60. The girl agreed, because time does not wait. Now they just lack direction, and they need to fix it. She agreed to take on the role of the organizer of mana restoration materials. The action moved to the Hills of Reflection. The 13th was praised for his outfit. Sid offered to spend 70,000 from the working capital reserve on new equipment. Bob was not sure about this, since it was worth spending the capital on developing and hiring new people. He admitted that his abilities are lower, so he will try to compensate for them with equipment. Sid agreed, knowing that in 3 days they will show their power of Scarlet mercenaries, and also warn Willen not to overwork himself. Garlic appeared in the frame. Suddenly, a notification came. They were offered to enter the Mountain of the Hills of Reflection and kill 100 bloody skeleton warriors to get large outfits. A bloody skeleton of level 47 appeared in front of them. Sil immediately went on the attack. There he saw a pile of garlic, an ingredient for cooking level 5 food. He collected 3 pieces, happy that he would soon be able to cook food of this level. However, it was difficult to pull, it was quite strong. Suddenly, an earthquake occurred. The guys fell and screamed. Suddenly, Sid saw something terrible. It turned out to be the Guardian of the Hills, a silver boss. The curse compass was not needed, and they found the boss of level 60. He shouted to the others to exit the game. However, the yat he needed was offline. Sid understood that he could not defeat the boss alone, but running away would be too shameful. He decided that even if he died, he had to try. The guy activated his powers and headed towards the boss. A magical snake and a bee appeared behind him. The monster looked at him. With one swing, he directed all his powers at the snake. It was thrown back in an instant. One of the powers was immediately destroyed. Sid was stunned as she was thrown to her death with one blow. The bee also could not penetrate his stone armor. The boss created a boulder that broke the bee. Sid bared his blade, wanting to see how strong its skin was. He struck the monster. At the same time, the boss kicked him in the face. Then he swung his sword at him. His weapon instantly shattered. He did not understand how this was possible. The monster clenched his fist, and Sid flew down. He watched as his sword shattered into pieces. It formed a magic circle around itself. However, from one blow, it flew off like a bullet. Sid knew that things were bad. He fell to the ground with a crash. The boss stepped on the ground, deciding to trample him. The guy managed to escape. He understood that he had to leave the battle immediately. The hero ran towards the hills. Suddenly, an idea came to him. He began to run in a zigzag. The monster tried to press him with his finger but did not have time. The hero managed to escape from it. The boss looked at him furiously. Sid hid behind the hill. He understood that the monster's strength was off the scale, and without the help of a magician, he could not be defeated. The guy began to drink a health potion. Sil got angry that the kid and the 13th were still offline, but then a windy fantasy appeared online. He wrote to her and wrote everything that happened. She replied that she would come soon. An explosion was heard behind the rock. He peeked out from behind the stone a little. The magicians were actively attacking the boss. Colin was happy to find a compass. Another magician noted that now they can get a heroic order for such a boss. The leader assured that having received the order, their guild will become the first and unite the entire region of the City of Ice swimming. He raised his trident and promised to give 10 gold to each member of the guild upon defeating the boss. The monster opened his eyes. He stretched out his leg and killed everyone in front of him with one blow. Sid watched in horror and was glad that he retreated quickly. He texted Yat to hurry. She said that she had just left the city with people and they were intercepted. Sid explained the situation to Yat and asked her to hurry. The guy understood that he also needed to prepare, and at least he had a spare weapon. He plunged into the black hole above him. Teleporting closer, Sid began to watch the fight. Then a huge sharp boulder almost flew into him. The monster glared at them. He directed several more of these boulders at the people. Many players were stabbed right into the ground. Sid was amazed at such cruelty. The boss lowered his hand to the ground. He crouched down to catch his breath. Colin pushed the already dead guild member away, straining from the boss's power. He clenched his hand into a fist and shouted that he would still be the winner. The leader ordered the remaining survivors to continue attacking. Since help had not yet arrived, the hero decided not to slow down. The leader continued to shout that the monster could no longer withstand it and that it needed to be finished off. At that very second, the boss took damage, which surprised everyone. A bee stung him right in the head. Colin recognized this pet. While Sid was running towards the enemy, the leader recognized him. He ordered to stop him. It was reported that the Mad Dragon was also at its limit. The guild could see how the boss was being dealt multiple blows. Sid had already attacked his hand. He jumped back, leaving many chips on his armor. The hero teased the boss, continuing to deal blows. When he directed his fist towards Sid, he dealt the final blow. Colin screamed in horror, unable to stop it. The hero jumped back, dealing the most severe damage to the monster. The leader rushed after him in rage, while Sid received a notification that his level had increased to 45, and he was in first place in the ranking. He took all the purchased items. Colin attacked him, ordering him to leave everything with him. The hero, however, knocked his trident away. Notifications came that the players had resurrected. The leader and Sid crossed swords. Colin was furious. The hero realized that the first batch of dead guild players were back in the game. Colin continued to pressure Sid while the rest of the players watched. The leader angrily assured that the hero would not go anywhere today. Then the leader jumped up, screeching in pain. He was stung by Sid's bee, which took the rest of the guild members by surprise. Two guys activated their weapons, taking advantage of the last attempt and fiery piercing. With one swing of the weapon, the hero made them fly away. The rest were ordered to shoot at him. Sharp arrows were immediately aimed at Sid. While the hero was fighting back, one of the arrows hit the pet. To escape, the guy used the hiding skill. He immediately disappeared, and the arrows bounced off the rock. Colin ordered to dig up all the ground and find him. The events are transferred to another place. Everything is happening in the wild forest. A knife was raised, and an order was heard to get out of the way. While one of the guild members was rushing to look for Sid, an archer standing next to Eva, threatening with a knife, pointed an arrow at him. He laughed at them, saying that when they got there, it would be too late. The boss would be theirs. At that moment, a world notification appeared congratulating the player on killing the level 60 boss. Eva chuckled, saying that it looked like they couldn't defeat the boss. The guy was amazed. The girl hit him and said that nothing was impossible for Sid. They rushed to help the hero, assuming that he was now surrounded. No one answered Eve, which made her worried. Sid knew he had only 150 health left and he could withstand even one attack. In the closed state, he could only move. The countdown to the resurrection of the undead python and pet began. Huge magical explosions flashed in front of him. He stopped and decided that since he was destined to die, he would take the attackers with him. Colin was sure that he could not and hurried to attack. Arrows flew right past the hero. One of them flew in front of his face. Then Colin was beaten to it. Eve killed Sid first. A notification about the player's kill appeared. Eve was congratulated on reaching first place in the ranking. She took all the items and explained that everything would remain in their guild. The girl struck Colin, pushing him away. He, with a crazy smile, threatened to leave the loot and then he would spare her. She smiled and, doubting his strength, used fire support. Fire flared up, and she rushed towards the leader. While she was negotiating with Sid, finding out when he would revive, and asked him to save himself. The hero chose to revive in the storage of the city of ice cubes. He stood at the entrance, thinking about Eva's determination. Seeing the girl herself, who was happily waving at him, his eyes widened. She pleased him by keeping the loot and was waiting for him to open it. Sid grumbled that he had lost 2 levels. Eva gave 1 loot to each of them. They opened 2 loot at the same time. The items they saw disappointed them, since neither of them contained a heroic order. The hero was upset that he had fought to the death for 2 things. The girl also got a silver item. Sela was only consoled by the fact that he got a gold item. His loot was a ghostly ice blade. Eva, smiling, offered to give him the boots as well, which he was only happy about. They sat and discussed how even level 60 bosses do not give an order, then only level 65 and 70 monsters can give it, and they are even more dangerous. They had no idea how many people would need to be involved in fighting such bosses. Sid replied that many people would not give a high-quality fight. The guy began to praise Eva's skills and added that if they both reached level 50, they would be able to fight these bosses. The girl only blushed. Sid cheerfully said that they could not waste a minute, and jokingly asked if Eva could overtake him. The action moved to the ice cross. The master praised Sid for such work, to which he replied that he was too kind. The hero also asked if the master had any easy quests that brought a lot of experience and rewards. He said that he had a suitable quest. The hero found himself at the Raven's Ridge, the House of Magic Pills. A voice was heard from there. Someone was happy that he had made a potion that would change the history of the continent. Master Huey was sure that he would become a pioneer in this. The task said that he must kill the pharmacist Huey and get his potion. Sid kicked open the door to the house. He stood in the aisle. The apothecary had his back to him. Sid shouted that this was an order from the apothecary Scheuner. Huey smiled. He began to examine the hero, saying that he had a good body, but Sid thought that he was just a pervert. He sent him to hell and pointed a sword at him. The apothecary grabbed the sword, saying that it was very strong. It threw Sid back sharply. He landed right next to a huge cross. The guy did not have time to react, as he was chained to it. He noticed that the chains were very tight. Huey said that now he was going to try the most amazing potion in the world. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.